pretty sure your mama's not live right now. But
The only song I know that has words like that is a Fear Factory song.
oh, Fear
All my
Factory.
life I've been mistreated. No, you can't take me apart. Linchpin, come on. Anyway,
That's
you probably know this one. This
busted lyrics. That's busted lyrics.
Your life, Helio, you're all right.
Yeah, I already know. That's what I was just whatever. Hey, thank you for confirming that.
Who the hell keeps joining and leaving? I'm going to ban you if you don't stop. Nate, hold on. What is your major male fucking function? Nigger.
Oh, it's the N word. That's your malfunction. Oh yeah, it helps a lot.
And by the admin.
Hey, technically, I don't even think that's not even his malfunction. He didn't come up with that. Very unoriginal, young man.
I give it a 0.000000001 on the Richter scale. He didn't even score.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, that's easy. Just like
Get some originality. He could have said Peckerwood. You know, there's a bunch of white guys in here. He could have come in here and said Peckerwood.
He could have said Balderdash Malarkey.
There's something really easy that, you know, if the Earth was a globe, we should have been shut down a long freaking time ago. So with this easy proof that Earth is a globe, none of us would exist. Why the fuck do we have a 24-hour, 24/7 freaking Discord going on every day, all day long? And if they really had anything to offer, why would we still exist? You know, where is this proof of the Earth being a globe?
If the Earth was a globe, we wouldn't be able to be spreading like an infection.
All right. Well, like it's not even an infection. It's not an infection. It's the cure. It's the cure for the mind to show Earth as it presents itself. You know, it's not an infection for the infected.
I know, but
go ahead.
I had someone calling.
Yeah, but fuck them. You know, fuck them. Yeah. You know, it's like these guys are just like spend hours and hours on our freaking chats all the time. You know, we offer our time to actually show them, you know, why we present the Earth as a globe, well, we don't present the flat Earth. Why I mean, what they're looking for is flat Earth versus globe, but we're not here for that. We're actually here for Earth as it presents itself, right? So, yeah. So when we give evidence that what they experience.
Yeah.
And we all experienced it. Hold on. We all experienced this together. Why would you believe something outside of your experience? Go ahead.
Yeah. You know what gives me hope?
You're breaking up a little bit. Is that Jibby Jet?
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, you were breaking a little bit. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, 2 days ago, I was at work and I got to talk with a child in here. He was 12 or 13 years old, and he told me, "Hey, I'm learning these things at school, gravity and stuff. Um, I don't know much about it, but he was genuinely interested to hear what we have to say." And I told him, "Look, you are going to be learning about Newton, and then they will tell you, oh, Newton was not right, he was wrong. And they will teach you about Einstein in high school. And when you go to university, if you choose a profile like this, physics and stuff, chemistry, they will tell you that even Einstein was wrong." you know and yeah,
Well,
I told him,
I mean, who's going to believe that though? With all of this, right? They've been to college and all this kind of shit, right? They're gonna be like, who's going to believe Einstein was wrong about this?
well, this young man, he was a child, like 12 or 13 years old. He's not.
Well, sure, it's a kid, but to be honest, I mean, even if it's not a kid, they pretty much believe the same thing. I mean, it's not a hard balance when it comes to that.
Yeah,
So
you see, he was asking the right questions and he was saying the right things, like you see that he has interest finding out information. And I gave him quite a lot of clues, tips, you know. Yeah.
yes, I mean, if you compare
Mm.
Einstein with Newtonian gravity and everything, yeah, we've been through that several
Yeah.
times. New people. I mean, this is our job. I
Yeah.
mean, even though we're not paid for it, this is our job to
Yeah.
kind of show people the
Mm.
difference and how they
Yeah.
understand it, right?
I pointed him to quantum mechanics, all this stuff, and I told him, "Look, if you want to study something very important and real, learn about quantum computing, microprocessors, what's inside them, all that shit. Because that's where the real physics actually is today. You know. Um,
But when after you talked to this person,
yeah.
what was the result, Debbie Jet?
Well, he said he's going to come back and he will further look into this. And he wants to come back and give him some more something to read about all this stuff. Yeah. So,
Well, we already know that there's
yeah.
nothing left.
Mm.
There is no result. The reason you asked that person the leading questions is that there is no result that would come up with globe Earth,
Yeah.
which so it's
Well, it was
and, next question.
yeah. It was Wolfgang also in the chat and couple
It's
other
just like
guys.
it's
Yeah.
almost just like it's just like a knockdown thing. If you actually get someone to talk to you about the details of this argument, they really don't have anything to offer. And so it's not like, to be honest, I really kind of feel bad at the end of the day for breaking their paradigm. To be
Yeah.
honest, I mean, it's not like because do you think they're going to bring anything to the table when it comes to this? No. Because we already know their globe Earth argument. So they're not going to bring anything to the table and prove the globe, you know.
Well,
Now,
with this kid, it wasn't about proof, I think.
yeah, he's just a believer. He's a believer in the globe. Oh, you're breaking up again, man. But anyway, I mean, a lot of these
what
kids
fascinated me.
Yeah, what fascinated you about this?
No. What fascinated me is he yeah, he understood what the arguments I was telling him. He wanted to know. He wanted pointing him directions, where to look, what to study. And yeah, this gives me hope. I like this when I see this, because nowadays, when you talk to children of this age, they quickly jump to games and their stuff, which is normal, but children,
Hey, you know what? You know what's really fascinating to me, Jebby Jet. You know what's really fascinating to me is that people, that doesn't matter, the age or whatever. They're just like, all right, well, show me your model of flat Earth, as if we have one, right?
Yeah.
And so on that, we're on the strong point when it comes to models, right? Because we don't claim a model. They're the ones that are claiming a model. So every answer that we give them it's predictive, the same as a model, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't have a shape. And even though we say flat Earth, we don't have to claim a shape because it's not necessary, because it's it's existent. So anyway, so we can utilize every single tool that anyone uses to measure Earth. We can actually use sextants and theodolites or whatever to measure Earth.
Because we are on a plane, that's why we are able to use sextants.
How do you fucking think that these instruments were developed? They weren't developed because the Earth is a globe. I mean, this is the most ridiculous thing.
When you do sextants,
you're measuring a plane.
Triangulation,
Yeah. Triangles are 180, 180 degrees.
Using triangles,
Yeah, you're not measuring a plane, but you are using angles in planar geometry to triangulate a position.
Yes.
You're measuring a portion of the plane by triangulation.
Angles to celestial objects versus the ground. It's triangulation, bro. But the sextant is it's used in planar geometry, no different than the compass.
Yeah, but when you say triangle, when you say triangulation, what does that mean? 180 degrees, right? 3 angles that add up to 180 degrees.
The distance from the observer to the object and the angle.
Only straight lines. Only straight lines. Only straight lines. Globers, figure this out. Only straight lines.
Actually,
but guess what? How much? How much?
All right, do you disagree with me, Michael?
Yeah.
No, I'm asking, Michael, do you disagree with me that 180 degrees could be? Well, I mean, I guess if you
it's not a perfect 180 degree.
If you factor in non-Euclidean geometry, you can go to 180.
You don't need Euclidean or non-Euclidean. It's planar geometry, and it's not a perfect 180 degree triangle. It's going to be an angle, a 90-degree right angle with an angle to the altitude of observation.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain how to use a sextant unless you already understand what it's trying to do. Triangulate a position.
All
The
right,
altitude of Polaris.
Well, let me ask you this, Michael.
So
who uses sextants? No, these are shipmen that use sextants.
They used to, yes. Now they just use GPS. But if you look at the angle that's created from the angle of elevation to the horizon, it's not going to be a perfect 180 degree angle. The name of the angle is fucking eluding me right now.
It's
but
an average direction based on the
based on whatever celestial object that you pick for a known location or reference.
Yeah.
You can. I want to.
You can use whatever you can identify for the series, the time it's going to be out and identifiable, as long as you know the time.
Yeah. And the time is the position of the sun.
During the day, yeah.
Yep.
Exactly, bro. Here we go.
Can we arrange a time for me and you to have a one-on-one call, mate? It's at some point, not tonight, but maybe tomorrow or something. It's pretty important.
Yeah, tomorrow will be cool, man. Today's my first day off. Fuck, I'm about ready to crash.
No, I can't do it even myself, mate. I can't leave it today. So.
I'm beat down. I can't believe I shared those asphalt pictures. I did that shit all fucking day. I don't want to see it no more.
The what ones?
Just pictures of crack filling and seal coating. That's what I had to cover somebody's position today, and it was from the seal coat crew. So.
Oh right, I thought you said something about me. Then I was like, what?
No. So one of my foremans was.
I think you were saying about the crack vault pictures he showed.
Yeah,
one of my foremans was pissed off because he wasn't a foreman today because I was a foreman on his crew because he was short one guy. He had to cover for his guy, and I covered his position. I sat in the truck and drank coffee. I offered him some every time he walked by the truck. I'd be like, hey, Scott, you want to drink my coffee? Oh my God. Hey, Bebu.
It really is coming from him, isn't it? I muted him and unmuted him just to see. Kuyan Vervoot, you need to put yourself onto like noise fucking cancellation or whatever. What's it called, guys? Yep. Suppression. Noise reduction or suppression. Depending.
You go to user settings, voice and video, and scroll down till you see noise suppression.
And on a phone, it should be right there. Sorry about him.
Hey, you know what's really easy? If you have permission to talk, you can just mute yourself when you don't want to talk.
Oh my God, did you hear his mic? Do you want that unmutable?
I just unmuted him and it's not making a noise now, but he's obviously muted himself.
I actually didn't hear the
well, it was like static, mate. It was like white noise type shit.
Okay, cool.
Wow, that's all I can say. Wow,
my bad. It didn't come across on my end.
Singing a song, they weren't singing, but you didn't hear the microphone.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it wasn't coming across on my end. Whatever. No, seriously, I don't think it was coming across on my end. I didn't hear it. So, it's all good.
Right there.
I wonder who was hiding in your backyard listening to the story of my life while you were smoking cigarettes.
There is somebody hiding in my backyard blocking. They're hiding out there. I'm gonna have to break out my baseball bat.
Wait, you break it out?
Yeah, when I break up my baseball bat, you probably don't want to meet me.
Dude, baseball bats ain't shit. I'm sorry, but it's not really a weapon, a baseball bat. It is a weapon, don't get me wrong, you can use it as a weapon. But yeah. Close that distance down, bro. That baseball bat don't have much velocity.
If I hit you in the mouth with it, would it really like hurt?
Hey, listen to this. Someone hit me right across the head with a baseball bat, and it bounced. It hit me so hard that it actually came out of that hand.
It's all fun and games till a motherfucker gets busted in the mouth. Then the games are done.
Listen to this. Listen to this, though. Someone hit me right across the dome, right, with a baseball bat, right? Listen to this. Listen to this. He hit me so hard that it came out of his own hands, right? And I heard it hit the floor, right? I played it so cool. Trust me, I couldn't see shit. All I could see was stars and black. And if I knew if I moved even a fraction, I would have been KO'd, right? Yeah. So I played it out like a cool guy, you know, like, and I just stood there, like, not being able to see, going, what? Like, as if it didn't affect me. It did. And I just waited for it. And then by the time I come to and could see, the guy was gone. But like, yeah, he could have touched me with one finger and he would have knocked me out.
If I hit you in the mouth with it, I just asked you if I hit you in the mouth with it, would it affect you?
I'm a country boy.
We definitely would.
We
wouldn't
don't
fucking know what's going on. Anyway,
we ain't got ball bats in the house in the country. We got cattle prods though. We got shotguns, rifles, and cattle prods. But
cattle prods good.
If I shot you in the chest with a fucking shotgun, would that affect you?
I don't know. Is it rock salt or does it got buckshot in it?
I don't know. Well, it depends on how big a balls crack villain has. I guess we'll see.
I'm not saying I want to be. Did you not hear my story? I said about getting hit with a bat. I didn't say it didn't affect me. I said,
but you didn't get hit in the mouth with it, though.
No, what do you mean? I got hit right across the jaw with it, mate.
Well, that's where I would go for first.
Fractured my jaw, mate. I
couldn't
fucking
see anything. You in the face with the baseball bat first, and then I'm gonna shoot you with my sawed off.
I couldn't see anything
in your
at all. I was one wind blow away from being knocked out, but I just stood there and rid it out until my vision came back.
Just fucking with you. Anyway, I'll shut up. You guys.
When he saw how tough you were, and you just stood there, did he think you were one of the Queen's guards?
No.
It might as well
he
be.
was also English. English guys can distinguish between English guys as either the Queen Guard or not.
My goddamn dog tried to choke on a Dorito, man. I'd stick 3 fingers down his throat and get the Dorito out.
I've had to do that as well.
You never know until you're there. You know what I'm saying?
He wanted it back. He looked at me like, "Okay, give it back." Fuck you.
It's like, what if I have a baseball bat and a sawed-off shotgun? I've never tested that reality, but
rifle.
But you came at me, and I just accidentally shot off your right arm with the sawed-off shotgun, and then I brought up the baseball bat, and then I hit you in the jaw. But I didn't fully
that would knock me out. That would knock me out because obviously
he's a big guy. I could hit him with the rifle from 1,000 yards, man. He's a big fella.
Anyway,
hey, Battlemod, I get the feeling you could probably hit an ant at 1,000 yards. So
yeah, Battlemod's a warrior. I mean, I'm not necessarily. That's why I would have to have a shotgun. I'd have to have a sawed-off and a baseball. But
dude, you're nothing with a shotgun against Battlemod with a rifle. Like
I'm not trying to go against Battlemod. I'm just trying to. I'll do
what
I'm always in defense. I ain't trying. Battlemod, if he wants to attack someone, he's already got the plan.
Here's how it works. See, Battlemod knows what's up. He never attacks. He always plays defense. That's the way to do it.
I'll be hiding in the.
So do I. But I'm not a Marine, so I can't fucking. I don't have the training. You guys go out there and
start this shit. I'll be hiding in the grassy knoll.
That's right.
I'll be hiding behind Battlemod, man.
I would defend bigger than him. Distance than anyone
If I were a Glober, none of you could hit me.
Coriolis.
Because I would have been behind the curvature.
That's what I was gonna say. I just retract my ass around corners.
Dude, I'm that good of a shot. I'm gonna be able to counteract for the curvature. I'm gonna be able to
And that's
counteract for the
why I
mountain.
said
Coriolis, and you're gonna
shotguns.
all fit
Shotguns
into
are
my
the best.
shit.
Shotguns are the best because ain't no curvature involved
You're
with
gonna orbit
shotguns.
into my shit.
If
Yeah,
I was a Glover, I'd stop your bullets with gravity.
Yeah. Yeah, guys. Listen, wait there, guys. Listen to this then. Okay, so if gravity is the cause of things falling, right? So the next time I drop a bust on someone's head and I go to court, I'm gonna state in the court, Sir Judge, do you agree gravity is the reason why things fall? Yes. Okay, so I didn't kill him. It was gravity that caused the thing to fall, and it was the Earth's fault for not rotating them out of the way of it.
I mean, you might have to. You might have a good lawyer that could. It's like, I didn't kill him. It was gravity that killed him.
Yeah.
And the lack of the axial rotation was what effectively.
There you go. That's what's up. There you go.
Look, Coriolis ran out on me that day. See, I aimed it where he wasn't, but the Coriolis pinned him into the bullet.
Yeah, even though I intended to kill that motherfucker, gravity killed him, not me.
Well, no, that would be your motive, knowing that the.
But you wouldn't tell the cops that.
My argument, Helio, is I don't believe in gravity. Therefore, I didn't believe the anvil was going to fall on his head. But because gravity is real, because the judge agreed, it
Holy
did fall.
Shit!
I didn't believe in that rotation.
This is the best defense ever. Holy shit! This is awesome. We got it now. We got it. You can use a rifle to kill somebody, and say, I didn't necessarily want to kill him, but I accidentally used gravity. Even you'll get a couple years.
Well, no, just say I shot on camera about 55 feet to the right of the guy, but unfortunately the velocity of the bullet therein effectively meant that the guy was, rotated into the trajectory
to be
of my
honest,
bullet.
Though, you would have to admit that you were shooting at him.
No, I said I shot to the right of him, and then the Earth rotated him into it.
Ooh, that's even better.
You can
get away with murder using. You can get away with murder using the gravity argument.
Well, what I'm saying is I would be aiming at the guy, but the thing is if they first admitted that yes, the Earth does rotate in effect, the Coriolis does affect bullets, then I could assert, well then, okay, I wasn't shooting at the guy, I shot to the right of him and the Earth rotated him into it, so I wasn't aiming at him. But really, we know I was aiming at him. But the court, by admitting that Coriolis exists, then would have to be like, oh, okay. I'm like, how did I hit him if I aimed directly at him? Because Coriolis would have rotated him out of the way. So I shot to the right of him, and he was rotated into it, according to your own narrative. You can't prove I shot at him.
Imagine you. So you're a sniper. So you're a sniper, and then you're like, yeah, I shot the guy.
I'm not a sniper, but I'm a sharpshooter.
All right, cool. You're a sharpshooter. You're a sharpshooter. All right. They accuse you of shooting this guy, and you're in the fucking interrogation room, and you have your lawyer there. It's like,
well, I could have said
hold on. Before your lawyer, before the cops come in, you're just like, here's my argument. Even though I intended to shoot this motherfucker, and I know how to shoot him from 1,000 yards away. Here's my argument. Let's argue the Coriolis.
I got a better one. See, I intended on killing that motherfucker, but I can't take the claim for this one, Your Honor. Velocity took out this bitch.
Yep.
Velocity of what?
But I'm just saying,
they'd rather make murder legal than admit that they're not on a globe that's spinning. They'd rather just make murder legal. It'd be easier than admitting that the Earth is flat and stationary.
It's like, right? Can I get 6 months
if I'm shooting
instead of life in prison because I intended to kill him, but I didn't take into
to kill that motherfucker over there.
The Coriolis.
Guys, you're not understanding my argument. don't understand my argument. My argument is
well, let's
solid,
fucking
right?
solidify this. Go ahead.
If I was to shoot at the man, yeah, shooting north to south, right, on the equator he is, yeah, and I stated, well, I aimed at the guy, right? Okay, if I hit him, right, then that would assert if they first degree Coriolis effectively exists, and I aim directly at him, and I've got a camera on my gun that's actually down the scope to prove it, then if I did hit him, right, it would either disprove Coriolis, or it would be, how did I not miss him if I aimed directly at him? Because according to your own science, he should have been rotated out of the way of the bullet, right? Okay, or I could shoot to the right of the guy, and then he could have been orbited into it, right? So there's two ways about going about it, right?
You see, when you use a scope, a rifle scope,
we're on about shooting deers, not guys, by the way, not guys, deer. Fuck's sake.
It has to be homologated, certified by them. You know,
and a lot of times, you know, snipers, you know, from a certain distance, they have a spotter, and
I calibrate my own scope.
You don't need a spotter, obviously.
You don't necessarily need a spotter, but you know it can help.
Targets you don't. For a spotter, though, a spotter is obviously there in order to help you do the mathematics alongside, and also
the spotters for you compare. I gauge 200 knots. I gauge 225 on my field glasses because the field glasses are absolute range finders, so they'll give you absolute range. But like when I go elk hunting in the mountains, I take those field glasses.
Well, let me ask you guys: Are we trying to figure out how to kill somebody without getting caught?
I already know how to do that. No body, no murder. I don't give a fuck about all that other shit. But no witnesses. So
no, but this is really. I mean, this is what
kill somebody. Run.
You know what? You know what?
You're a fucking witness.
Hold on. Here's what we're all witnesses. Michael, you're a military man, and so are you, crack villain. So we're talking.
I'm not
about
no, I'm not a military guy. I'm not a military guy. My family are involved in
No. There's many people that are military men.
Well, I want to get that out there because stolen valor, dude. Right? So I am not in the military. I've never been in the military. Wait there. I said disclaimer. I'm not in the military. I've never been in the military. Okay, my family train people in the military. And I have studied weaponology for a vast amount of years when concerning weapon platforms, going all the way back to the Atlatl, the first extension of a man's power. And that's all.
Yeah, me too. I've studied weaponry myself, you know, to intimidate, probably less than you have. But anyway,
he discovered the first technology. It was called a murder weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah, the knife. That's the most powerful weapon in the world.
It was either
the fist is the first murder weapon. What the fuck are you talking about? The fist.
It was either a knife, a rock, or a jawbone. Cain and Abel, man.
Cain and Abel. That's what I just said, bro.
Yeah.
Or a rock. You pick.
But again, a weapon is denoted as an extension of the man's power beyond what the means that he could create himself. That's what denotes a weapon. Okay, so the first ever weapon is an
clean clutch, fob, or club is a weapon.
The weapon is intent. So
you're damn skippy.
You can use almost anything as a weapon.
I can kill you with my military can opener. Shit. Too thick.
I can fucking kill you with my thumb.
Yes. It only takes 3 pounds of pressure to crush a motherfucker's larynx.
7 pounds of pressure
shot you ever get. Over in an instant. To be fighting for air he ain't never gonna get.
Well, Coriolis and gravity are accomplice to all the murderers, and they never got punished in a trial.
Coriolis, gravity,
sniper.
In a murder trial, you don't want to be accused of accomplice to a crime. You prefer to be the murderer.
I was a weapon. I was a weapon, Your Honor, but I had accomplices. See, the wind helped me. The wind helped me and gave me a gentle grip. You know, I put the bullet out there, but the wind grabbed a hold of it and slapped it right upside his head. Well, it's buddy Coriolis. the Coriolis helped. Coriolis said, "Here, I got this bitch," and he rotated over there, and the wind said, "Kapow!" and smacked the bullet upside his head, and velocity took the back of his fucking brain pan off, Your Honor. All I did was pull the fucking trigger.
Hey, Jet be Jet, how would you get rid of all the blood?
Well, mercury or
you wouldn't want to let it go to waste, right?
Most you motherfuckers aren't equipped for that conversation.
Yeah. How you get rid of blood?
If you wee, ammonia destroys the blood cells. So
not the hemoglobin. If they get the light out.
Well, first off, you don't kill a motherfucker in their structure. It's like a bad dog, you know. You take them on that last walk, you know, like a good friend. You don't let them see it. You don't let them see him coming, you know.
A good way of getting rid of blood is to not creating it in the first place.
Yeah. Most people aren't equipped for that either, though. Hand to hand, face to face combat, hand to hand combat. Most people aren't equipped for it. It's up close and bloody. It's personal. Most people, most of your gang members and your fucking killers who are sitting on murder row right now. I went out to the prison and took tours with my brother. These killers, you can see it in their eyes. They're not killers. The only reason they took a motherfucker's life is because they had a gun and they were pissed off, and it's easy as fuck to point it and pull the trigger. If they had to come and personally take this motherfucker's life with their bare hands and a knife, it would never happen. Now, there are a few that have intricately put thought into carving their fucking victims up. Yeah, there's a few that definitely thought about everything they were going to do. But most of your average guys, my brother works in level 5 maximum security with murderers. And I've went on walk-alongs. And most of the guys that are out there doing murder, they don't have killer's eyes. They're more confused than anything else, and you can see it in their eyes. How the fuck did I get here? What the fuck was I thinking? Most of them, if you read that shit in the newspaper, they were drunk, they were high on drugs, there was a gun involved, and somebody got killed because it's easy. You don't need a bunch of pre-thought with a gun, with a handgun. You just need a motherfucker dumb enough to point it your way and to pull the trigger. That's it. That can happen in an instant without a thought. The people the death penalty should be for is those people who actually put thought into it and tried to get away with it, like chop the body up.
Hey, those
Mike,
people that you're talking about that are being stupid.
Reducing the number of handguns. I'm asking you since you.
Hold on a second. Do you think that those people that you're talking about that are, you know, they'll get a hold of a gun one way or another and just be stupid with a toy around with and accidentally shoot someone? Do you think that they're likely to do that if they were properly taught gun safety at a young age?
No, I don't. See, that's why it's not an argument. So the problem here isn't guns. The problem is no child. These kids, you got 18-year-old kids, most of them from the ghetto. They don't know nothing about getting a job and making a paycheck. That's why they're selling crack and gang members. Their parents didn't raise them right. Nobody taught them. My children, long before they ever put a gun in their hand, they know damn well you never point that towards anything you don't want dead. And dead means dead, gone, your life's over, and their life's over. When you're taught properly, there's not an issue. The issue isn't guns. The issue is people who haven't been educated. The breaking of the family unit. If we empowered parents with the knowledge to educate their children, to do all things safely with humanity and love for each other, then we'd have a whole different society. You wouldn't have to regulate anything. And it becomes a question like this. We're all born free individual. We're going to die free individual. What gives you the right to regulate what I have? You know, this government, this nation, it's just a social agreement. We're all born free. We don't have to agree to each other's rules. You know that, right? This shit's a fiction. Law is a fiction. It's a fairy tale. Your right to restrict other people, that's a fucking fairy tale. In nature, with outlaws in societies. If your kid killed my kid, well, by the law of nature, I'd come over and take his fucking life. And if you tried to stop me, I'd take yours too, so that no other children got killed by some dumb kid. And then again, if I didn't want to kill him, I'd make him replace the child he took from me. Because in a natural environment, many hands make light work. So we don't owe it. We don't owe everybody else that I say this is what's best for us. Well, 9 times out of 10, your answer to everything is restrict this, restrict that. You don't look at the entirety, the big picture. You don't say, well, the kid did this because he was dumb. He had a gun in his hand because he was dumb. Why was he dumb? His parents didn't teach him, or his parents weren't empowered. They were oppressed by the system they live in. And I don't care what color you are. Every one of us are oppressed in one way or another by the system we live in. This system that we live in, it started out as a social contract, an agreement among men, where we all laid down our natural born rights and started restricting each other's rights for a social contract for the betterment of everybody else, wherein everybody who was in this contract had an equal right to benefit. But now we live in a system that has equal benefit. All men don't have equal benefit. They don't want you to figure that out. They're out here saying equality this and equality that. Like, you can get equality. There's only one way you'll ever get equality, equal benefit. We all own Earth. Ownership is a fucking illusion. You can't own shit. You can't take it with you when you die. It's for here. It's here. This world is for the living. You can use this land while you live here, but you can't take it with you when you die, so you can't fucking own it. This guy can't rearrange all our materials and sell it back to us at a higher price because it was ours anyway. It was here when we got here. Part of the environment we belong to, and it belongs to us. We're symbians with this environment, this ecosystem. It's ours and we are it. That's the only ownership that's true in nature. So if you looked at the big picture, you wouldn't start restriction people's rights to have things. You'd start restricting the government's right to restrict your rights so that we could get people equal benefit from their social agreement. Then we wouldn't have these fucking problems no more. The problem is there's an unequal balance of the scales of liberty. All men don't enjoy liberty, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It shows when they got to be a slave for fucking $7 an hour. Now some fucking idiot's getting $15 an hour at Taco fucking Bell. Why? Because he whine and cry. Why? Because the government knows we're all waking up. They want these idiots getting paid good money at fucking Taco Bell and fast food joints to be fighting against motherfuckers who really know what's going on, that have been sweating their back off. 10 years ago, men were making parts in factories for $7 an hour. Now you got kids making $15 an hour running the cashier at Taco fucking Bell. They want us to fight. They want us to kill each other off so they don't have to, because they know we're waking us up. We're waking up, and we're going to throw off the shackles and the chains that bind us, the chains of this social agreement. We know it's our natural right to form a new one. I wasn't born in this world owing anything to any man. I don't owe any allegiance to any contract signed by my fathers or his fathers. I don't owe any allegiance or respect to any laws written by fathers of fathers of fathers. I was born free, individual by myself, owing no one. The more people that wake up to that, the more division they got to cause. Because they know this. We're the majority. They're the minority. How do you control the majority when you're the minority? Well, you told the pitchfork guys that the torch guys want to take away their pitchforks. Well, the pitchfork guys are going to take their pitchforks and they're going to kill all them torch-bearing motherfuckers. Now they're going to be the torch pitchfork guys, and the rake guys are going to be like, oh, they done fucked up the torch guys. So they're going to come fight with the pitchfork guys. Then they're going to be the rake, pitchfork, torch guys. When it comes down to it, the only ones to be left are the farmers. They're out there farming their fields while you idiots are fighting. And they'll come in and try to con us into a new social agreement. They'll probably be met with a shotgun, a pack of hounds, and a large family, and told to get the fuck off the land if they want to live today. People who got it bad are in the city. Before they ever get out here to try to do mandatory gun seizures, mandatory vax, anything like that, people from the city will already be calling. I'll know an hour ahead of time. I'll probably be headed where you're fucking shit up before you ever come to try to take over my land, because I got too much family that lives in there. And that shit means war. There's a lot of people in this nation that aren't going to take that shit. I don't know about the rest of the world. I hope it's true there too, but I know right here in Michigan, I don't have a neighbor on my road that agrees with any of this shit, and they're all, I'll go to war for, I put up with this shit. 2-mile dead end road, 18 neighbors, thousands of acres between us. You can't make anything better by restricting people's rights to stuff. As a
Tell you what,
mechanical
I'd rather
engineer,
be in this system in the U.S. than the under Afghanistan. So some systems
yeah.
are better than others.
Well, in the U.S., as a mechanical engineer, do you think I need a store? You think I need Smith & Wesson? Think I couldn't just manufacture my own weapon? Right here on my own property, I got machining centers, turning lathes, manual lathes. I can make my own weaponry. I got all the blueprints I need right here and fully assembled weapons and casings. I mean, engineers, we're the ones that design the processes, the manufacturing process, the
Maybe they'll
machinery
find
to
a way
do
to
it.
come for that.
Where there's a will, there's a way. There's always a way. You can try to come for it. I'm ready for that. But see, I enjoy
I
something
think
other people don't. When I say I'm ready for it, I speak for an entire bloodline. I don't speak just for myself. When they say it, we're ready for that. They're including me in that. 90% of us are veterans. We've lived and died and fought for this land over and over again. That's why they don't like us. They know we come home from war and we train our children and their children. My 16-year-old's more combat ready than the average man, full grown man. And she's a girl. That kid can take apart an AR-15 quicker than a lot of Marines I've seen in my life. She's good with her weapon.
does an AR-15 fire a small round, like an effective round? Because I was talking to some people at a gun store, and they were talking to me about AR-15s like they were useless or something.
Well, it
And
depends
they were
on
like
what
showing
you
me the
got.
rounds it chooses.
What you got it chambered in. NATO round, 223, 308, 30-06. What are you having it chambered in? AR is a platform. It's an Armalite platform system. You can chamber it in a lot of shit.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, it doesn't
I don't
come
know
with
that much
just
about
one.
guns.
It's an Armalite rifle platform.
So what's the largest or most effective round that you can have in an AR?
The largest, the largest doesn't always.
I know, that's why I said or, like I'm not even sure which one, like.
The largest doesn't always mean the most effective. I mean, generally it's 5.56 by 45 or 223 Remy, or 30 caliber. So personally, as a preference, I prefer 308. Some other guys might prefer added velocity in a 30-06. Then you might have the guy that prefers the 223. Then you have the guy that prefers the NATO round, the 5.56, so that they could shoot anything that's chambered by NATO forces. So they can, when they kill people, they can take their ammunition. So it just depends. And you can have custom builds done too. I mean, you can actually chamber that motherfucker in more calibers than I'm aware of. Here, this should give you an idea of the range of caliber you can use in an AR-15 platform. .300 Whisper, 300 Blackout, 7.62 by 40, 6.5. That's NATO 5.56 NATO. The 300 mags are nice. I actually like them. 223, 338, 4.6 30 millimeter, 5.7 28 millimeter, 5.56 30 millimeter. But they all, each one of them, it's preference. Really, it's preference. What are you most efficient with? I prefer mine, like I said, I prefer a 308 platform. That's why I like the M1 Grand. .308, 30-06. It's not, it's not really long fucking range, but it's long enough where I can reach out and touch somebody. And if I shoot you short range, close range, it's just going to rip you apart and the guy behind you too. That's why I prefer it. I have a carbine, 30-06 carbine over my shoulder with the 308 long barrel on my shoulder. And if you breach a certain distance, I'll break out the carbine, because you're not just shredding. If they're coming in a group, you're not just shredding the front guy. You're getting the guy behind him, maybe two of them. You might go through 2, 3, 4 people. Depends on what they're wearing.
So which one of these bullets, these rounds here, is the 308 that you're talking about?
None of
The
them.
1 through 15?
None of them. But, well, when you understand the 300, if you can chamber a 5.56, that's pretty much a 8 millimeter or a 30-06 or a 308. They're all in the same category. The 5.56, the 7.62, and the 300, they're all 30 caliber. 308, 30 caliber. 300, 30 caliber. So they'll chamber and shoot most rounds. The problem you might bump into is loading. So if you fill the clip up, it might not load the next round, but it'll definitely fire the one that gets chambered without harm to it. It's not a good idea to, unless your gun's chambered for a platform, it's not a good idea to shoot rounds that it shouldn't be shooting over and over again. They'll bore out your barrel. But in a pinch, you can use them. .223's a bad motherfucker too.
So just so I understand what you mean by platform, if they designed one of these weapons and it would look just like a regular AR-15 or an M16, I'm not sure what the difference is between the two, but it was designed to take Glock magazines and 9mm ammunition instead of the regular kind of ammunition these things take, would that still be an AR-15?
The AR platform, Armalite. They're made by the Armalite company. But you can get that. You can get an Armalite that actually uses a 9mm receiver.
Yeah, no, I got one a bunch of years back. It's a 9mm quad rail, so you can
that's
swap
an
your
Armalite
magazines
rifle.
from a Glock to this and then back to the Glock.
Yeah, it's an Armalite rifle or a or a spin-off,
I just think it's funny because I didn't realize it was technically an AR until you just pointed that out to me now.
A platform is just the design. So anything that resembles the AR, they're pretty much using that platform. That style stock, that style foregrip. You can buy them. The parts are made by a lot of different companies nowadays, but it'll still be, it's just a platform rifle. So you can decide what barrel, what chamber, what receiver. A lot of them are like that. You can build the gun from the receiver up. And put the longest barrel you ever seen on a fucking 30 caliber pistol receiver if I want, I wouldn't, but I've thought about doing it with my 300 mag. Yeah, that'd be the shit. But you can get a 300, so it doesn't. You can get an AR 300 platform.
Hey, what's your favorite kind of pistol, or sidearm, or handgun, or whatever?
I like the Desert Eagle 45 ACP 1911. Did you hear me?
Yeah. That's an interesting one. Don't those only have like 7 rounds in each magazine?
If you have a standard mag, yeah.
But if you have good aim,
yeah, I'm not
then
worried.
every shot counts.
Right. Yeah, like my newest rifle, I got a Smith & Wesson M&P 10 308 semi-auto rifle, but it's an AR platform. I think I spent like $1,300 for that.
So, what would be more powerful, a Smith & Wesson Magnum or a Desert Eagle?
What caliber?
Never mind. Crap, I'm too ignorant about this.
I mean, if we're talking the Smith & Wesson 300 mag against the 45 ACP, it's going to be the 300 mag, but for me, a sidearms for close quarter combat, rifles for a longer distance. So in the close quarter, I don't want to have to worry about putting 2 in everybody. So I use a 45. 300 mag, that gives you a little more range, but I'm not the one that's going to sit my rifle down to take a pop shot at somebody because they're 60 yards. That's close enough for my 300. No, fuck that. I'll just keep putting rifle rounds in them. It's too simple. Shouldn't use that unless it's close quarter combat or your rifle's empty. You're trying to acquire more ammunition or a new rifle.
Is it a bad idea to hunt deer with 9mm?
I wouldn't hunt. You want to make sure they're dead. You don't want to send the animal fucking limping off in the woods. But where you're hunting at matters. Large open areas, no, I wouldn't use the 9mm at all. Small wooded areas, like on a farm that's only got 10, 20 acres, yeah, you could use one if you're gonna hunt a small field. But I wouldn't, just because I prefer to make sure the animal is dead rather than let a wounded animal wander off into the woods and suffer.
Yeah, see, that's what I thought too. But then someone just recently told me, like, oh, a 9mm will do the job. Don't worry about it. And I was like, all right, whatever you say. But I was like, if I was asking you.
I'm not saying it wouldn't do the job. I'm saying it wouldn't be very proficient at it. You might have to put 3 shots in them.
Yeah, it's a good point. I think I agree with you more.
I'd rather use the 12 gauge shotgun. I'll put a fart hole between your eyes at 100 yards with a shotgun. Most guys are only good at about 50 with a shotgun. I'll take my best money on 100 yards. I'll hit something at 100 with my shotty. See, that's why I like my the M1A that I have. It's 7.62 51mm or 308. 22-inch barrel carbine. So I can go long range with that or close quarter, and either way it's good. But my deer rifle is Winchester Model 70 308. Got a bolt action. That's the Model 70. I got 308 and 30-06. I got 8mm. But I mean, my dad collected rifles, so I have a lot of rifles. My grandfather also collected rifles. I got guns that haven't been shot in shit since I was a kid. I go through the collection to break stuff out to shoot it that I just haven't never seen shot in my life. My daughter likes to do that. She'll go in my area and be like, well, what about this one, Dad? Have you ever shot that? She brings this fucking 10 gauge single shot up. It's so long, I can't even stand it up in the area. The ceiling's too low. It's so long, I can't stand it up and lean it against the wall. It goes on a rack on the side of the wall, and it takes up. He said, you ever shoot this? I was like, no, and we're not gonna either. My dad was 6'2". I watched him shoot this motherfucker and it knocked him on his ass. Why the hell would I want to shoot it? It's truly, it's an elephant gun. I'm not gonna let my little daughter try to shoot it and dislocate her shoulder either. If you've seen it, you definitely know what I'm talking about. The motherfucker's like 7 foot long. Maybe a little longer. My brother wanted to saw it down. I was like, no. You ever seen a 4 gauge?
Yo.
What's
Mm-hmm.
up? And got late. Everybody went to bed.
Yeah, I know, dude.
Who's that there militant redneck with that big old barrel?
Mm,
Oh, what? That's nice. It's got a brass pin on the end of it, bro. What is that?
Matthew Learns is here.
He said, "Look at the brass pin." Would you be doing that if I had it? I'm pointing at his face. He's like, "Oh, you got the nice brass sight up here, man. You're not gonna shoot me with that, are you? Come on, bro. Is that for us? Let me spit shine that, bro. It's a
That's the
bad
sort of thing that
motherfucker."
tracked the man for long enough that I might snatch it.
Yeah, it's
You got
not
that nice
common.
brass pin.
Those guns,
Right?
when you get them from the 1700s, yeah, it's not. It's rare that you find them that still have the brass tip on them. You're right.
Exactly, bro.
Those things
They
usually
always
get
break off.
yeah, they break right off solid too.
And especially when people stick the muzzle into the dirt, bro. P.S. I'm on the phone to my wife, so I might sound incoherent at times. I've somehow hooked up to where I'm on the phone with both of your asses at the same time.
I got a double barrel that's fucking like that. You ever seen a double barreled rifle?
Yeah. I have. Have you seen the knot gun?
Yeah.
It's a weird one. I've seen it with the round barrel and the octagonal barrel. No, it's not. It's hair remover. One sec.
What I miss?
Need to buy some goddamn frozen blueberries.
Frozen blueberries. Oh man, I feel for you.
Dude, I could just eat I could eat pounds of them, like, I make myself sick on them. I just snack on the frozen ones, dude. It's like mini bits of popsicle, but it's healthy.
Right.
Yeah.
We freeze them too, so.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried frozen grapes?
I can't say shit.
Yeah. Yeah, Matthew, those are fucking dope. Yep. Any frozen fruit, yeah, but the grapes are easy. The blueberries are easy. Shit, if you're in a pinch, man, frozen peas are okay to snack on.
I've never tried that. You cooked peas or like raw peas?
I think they're raw.
Shit,
I don't know, man.
It doesn't matter.
They're probably not raw.
I eat canned peas all the time. You don't have to cook peas. You don't have to cook berries either. Dude, I get all kinds of homemade jams. I give a lot of berries to the Amish people. They give me back jams. And sometimes I'll just sit down and eat the damn jar of jam.
It's awesome.
It's healthy. It's healthier than eating. They try not to use sugar. Actually, Rebecca, she won't use sugar at all. But it'll fucking kill a sweet tooth, dude. Another thing they do is Amish honey. I love honey and honeycomb, man. It's just shit.
Yeah.
My
grandma just gave me a huge jar from a farm locally here because my allergies have been acting up too. So I'm just a couple, 2, 3, 10 spoonfuls of that a day.
Well, fuck, I'll eat a whole honeycomb for breakfast. I don't care.
Oh man, I would love to eat a whole comb. So do you keep bees then?
Me, no. My neighbor does. Jacob.
Oh.
Jacob's an Amish guy. He always asks me too. He's like, I got another guy. He's a drunk. Drives his little 32 panhead Harley around in his Speedo fucking underwear all summer long. You know, his freaking swimsuit. And Jacob's like, he'll drive by, woo, hey, Michael. And I'll be talking to Jacob. And He just looks at me and shakes his head. I'm like, yeah. I grew up with him. I show him respect, Take care
That's
of his
awesome,
old
though.
ass.
I could
That's
just
what.
what
That's
what a cool conversation, right? Like you're standing next to an Amish dude. You guys are friends, and you see this drunk Harley dude coming up and
yeah,
screaming. Awesome.
yeah. And that's all he says. I know you love him, Mike. I know you look out for him,
Right.
and I respect that. So he doesn't touch the fact that, but he knows I don't live like that guy lives. He knows.
Oh,
Like,
for
man,
sure.
when I was a kid, they used to make me mow his lawn. He had a stroke when I was young, dude. I'm surprised he's still around, and I was mowing his lawn, and Jacob's not that much older than me. He's like 58. I'm 49. He knew my brother. He's my brother's age. So, but he knows when we were younger, he'd always see me over there mowing it. It's a
Yeah,
lifetime.
don't worry.
He's watched me. Like I told him, my dad used to make me take care of that old man, and now it's just a habit. If I don't check on him, I get to wondering, you know, wonder what's up with Stan. I'll go over there and look, and his ass is sprawled out in the front yard. Harley on two wheels on the side, halfway on the handlebars. I pick his shit up, put his drunk ass in the house, shut his doors. I'll even mow his lawn, make sure he's got food there. I mean, I get it. He's trying to go out happy, doing what he loves. This motherfucker, though, he's got a beautiful Victorian farmhouse. His daughter always says, I say, I hope your dad leaves me that Harley when he dies. I'd love to have that, but if he doesn't, I'll rebuild it for you. Just let me know. And she said, the day he dies, you can come over here and get all these Harleys, Mike. Just give me whatever the hell you want to give me for him. He's got he's got Harleys in every room in the house. The whole upstairs is full of fully built Harleys. He took them up there part by part and then put them back together, restored them. I tried to tell her, look, I won't do that. You got probably $1.5 million worth of $1.5 million worth of Harleys. There's no way in hell I'll take them all. I'll take your old man's that I've wrenched on my entire life, and then I'll set up an auction for you. I'll get the auctioneer. I'll get them all out here, and we'll sell them all. The hell with that. I'm not gonna give. I don't want to own that. You know what I mean? I don't want to be sitting on that, and I don't want the problems of selling it and all that. A lot of those are niche bikes, specialty bikes. You got to find the guy this is his left nut. You got to find the guy that's willing to give his left nut for that bike, because the old man put that much detail into him. You'd look at this guy and think he's just a crazy old boot. But then you walk in his house and you see these beautiful motorcycles that look like they belong in a Easy Rider magazine. And you start to change your mind. You see his airbrush techniques, all his whole dining room's nothing but paints and airbrushes. Dude's a fucking artist with a motorcycle. And his boy got killed in war. So he planned on leaving all that shit to his boy. He knows his girls don't want it, but I've told him the same thing. Hey, when you pass, I'll help your daughter sell this shit. We'll promote, auction. Having an auction for that stuff isn't that hard. You just put a cap on everything. Like, I'm not going to sell you a $50,000 Harley for $5 because you're the only motherfucker that bet on it. That's not happening. Guy's got old Harleys and old Nortons when they still look like bicycles.
I'm going to have to stop you there, mate. That's sex you're talking. The focus of the channel is flat Earth, please. Stop saying those sex words.
Sex words.
Yeah, Norton and old Harley Davidsons.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. They're beautiful bikes, though, man. I can't lie. There's a couple there.
In Soviet Russia, Harley Davidson build you and maintain you and is smooth ride, yes?
Yes. He's got a couple that every time I go there, I got to touch them.
That's what she said.
Just, I mean, I wouldn't spend the money to get them that they're worth. And I know they're worth it, but it's like going in a fucking museum, you know? And you know damn well you're not supposed to touch that shit, but you want to. He could literally have a museum. I tried to tell him that we should have built a barn 10 years ago and put his shit all out there just for people to look at. Just charge them $5 to come in and look at all your damn Harleys and Nortons and shit, dude. Here's your drinking money. You know? Fuck. He's on disability and a veterans. He's got a full vested retirement, veterans, whatever. Got disability in his retirement. So he does good. He's another one that likes to come over here and say, hey, got 5 half drinking fists on there. What you gonna do with them? And I'm like, I don't know. My boy ain't finished them because I don't drink. I will here and there when my brother comes, but I still buy this shit. But if he comes over, I know he's out. He'll be looking at my half fist. I'll pick him out a full fist. Here, go ahead, take these half ones you want, and take this full one. You're all right. The guy's 70 years old. He got a harem of 40 and 50-year-old girls that come over and hang out with him. I swear, if my grandma was still alive, she'd be out here reading the Bible every day on his front lawn, cursing him and throwing blessings at the same time. I can't lie, though. He's got a big old dog, and every time his dog comes over, his dog never leaves his side. Every time his dog wanders up into my yard, I get nervous. Oh, fuck, what's wrong with the neighbor? Yeah, the funny thing is he jokes around about them Amish people nonstop, but when I got all that Amish jam and peach cobbler and shit, he quits joking. Hey, Rebecca make that stuff? Hey, can I get some of that, Michael? Come on, you know you want to hook Stan up. He makes fun of them, but he loves their food. I don't see where they're so funny. They're really serious people. That's all. There's a time for this, there's a time for that, and there's a time for the other thing. Everything's got its proper place and time. Nothing wrong with that. What? You gotta ask, can I post a Biden rap? You sure can, but that don't mean anybody's gonna watch it.
I speak today to the unfolding situation. The steps we're taking is just nothing
Shout out to the trolls and non-trolls alike in the YouTube chat. The audio is not out. We are not speaking at the moment. If you would like to talk about the nature of your reality, we're here for you.
What? Well, she just rung once, but the alarm just went off, so at 8:20. The alarm went off.
Crack feeling.
I know, mate. I'm on the phone, Brian.
Don't show me cartoons. Show me the curvature. Hello? Hello? Hmm. Hello? Hello?
You guys hear me out there?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. It's kind of quiet
Yeah.
out there in the chat. What's going on? Nobody talking?
You are.
There's no globe earthers out here?
I don't think so.
No.
You're a flat earther. You're a valued
Yeah.
flat earther with Coliseum seating, and you eat popcorn. Super duper. Hi,
I'm not
Paul
a,
V. Yeah, I think I've talked to you before.
I'm not a big popcorn fan, but I'll eat it.
Yeah. I'll ruin my guts with some popcorn for sure.
Has it been busy?
Yeah, man, no globies. We had some pretty what do I want to say? Concentrated conversation.
Productive chat. Productive
We talked to
chats.
some. Sure. Yeah, I mean, we had a couple Globers come in. We had some. Yeah, I mean, Matthew Learns was here. He was chatting it up. He's a superstar around here. What other Globers we got? There was GE Platypus. He was definitely here causing the ruckus. Yeah, man, just kind of been a Friday night.
I like hearing when the new Globers come in that never been here before, and they actually are willing to listen. And
yeah,
and you know what I mean. I love that. I love not to actually for them to admit that they're convinced, but just you almost hear the wheels turning in their head when they're challenged, and they realize, oh, hold on, shit, maybe I'm wrong. I love hearing it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, I love it. Yeah, that's great. And we have had recently, at least in my experience, I'm not here all the time, but I'm here a lot, and we've seen a lot of really cool cats come through. Open-minded kids and adults. And I feel like if you're open-minded enough to even just come in here and like ask a couple honest questions, you're an adult, even if you're fucking 10. But
right.
Adult is a mindset. But anyway, yeah, man. So it's been kind of up and down with I don't know what I want to say. It's been hit or miss with the Globers, but it hasn't. I mean, we take what we can get, man, because at a certain point you do run out of fantasy stuff to work with. You can only go so far with the lies.
Yeah, and that's part of the struggle, isn't it, too? Because we grew up believing in that fantasy. We hold so true to all those fantasies about aliens and exploring space, and it's such a wonderful fantasy. But then to realize that, oh crap, it is just a fantasy and it's not at all reality. It's a hard pill to swallow.
Yeah, it is. But I also think that there are people who are born with the capability to grasp and absorb it. And I also think that it's a talent that you can develop, that you can like open yourself up to possibilities and true learning, true discernment between what is wheat, what is chaff. I'm kind of all over the place because it's late and I just did a lot of homework and my brain is fried, but that's my excuse.
No, I agree with you 100%. It's just how it is. Some people handle it differently. Like for me, it was easy. I knew immediately when I just the first thought of it when it first entered my brain that hold on, the Earth is flat. When it first entered my brain and I started to think about it, and I started to think about everything that I was reading at the time, the book that I was reading, and the theories that were thrown around and the reasons why people said it was round. I didn't have to read anything else. I didn't have to look at anything else. I didn't have to see any other scientific experiments or anything. I just immediately hit me and I knew. But of course I still delved deep and so read, but that when it first hit my brain, I knew instantly that it was the truth. But I understand for some people it not
clicks. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, right. It's a different experience, and see, I can only talk personally about just like what you said. It just clicked, and I couldn't get over it. And I was like, man, that just makes so much more sense with how we perceive reality, how reality presents itself to us. God damn it, they're right about this. It was like a blow to the ego for like an hour, right? I was like, God, dude, I gotta be so fucking stupid. And then I just got over it and I started to really just dig deep and, here I am, but yeah.
Well, yeah, I understand the ego thing because for me, it wasn't, my ego didn't come into play because my ego was shattered so many times before that with so many other things that I thought were the truth. until I realized there were lies. So that by the time I got the flat Earth, which I mean, honestly, is the funniest deception because it should be the easiest and most simplest in the first one that we learned. But for some reason it isn't. It's usually a lot of people's the last
I know
conclusion.
why it is.
Well, because it's
One
probably
reason.
the first lie ingrained in us from the
Yes.
earlier.
It starts in the crib with the mobile in the crib. The mobile above the crib is often
Right.
planets revolving around a sun.
Well, and that's why I always thought that. Yeah, that's the one that was first. That's the first lie. I think that.
Well, and it's
that
the
we're
first exposure to anything called science in your entire life. The universe and all the planets and the stuff. You know, you're going to buy comic book clothes for your boy and planets and stars stuff for your boy. And you're going to buy planets and stars stuff for your girl, too. Just, it works with kids. I grew up with tons of just like posters of space stuff, and I didn't really even care. It was just my mom and my grandma bought me all that shit because they thought that's what a kid should have, right? They get you real early.
Right. And it's such a fun thing to fantasize about too, about infinite space and other worlds and aliens, and it's so fun. It really is fun. I love still
Totally, dude.
fantasizing and watching in sci-fi, even though I know it's crap now. But I still,
Dude, I'm pissed because, like, listen, if a hot alien comes down and starts messing with us, it's like a false messiah,
but I'm at peace with it.
I'll be like, dude,
because now I
but she's
fantasize
so
about.
hot, bro. She's so
But
hot.
no, it's so much
No.
funner to fantasize about the infinite possibility
She's an
about
alien.
the infinite plane. That's so much more interesting, and it's so much to me the fact that we could be living on a plane that is surrounded by an ice wall, and that beyond that wall, who knows? Nobody knows, and it's a complete mystery, and nobody can go there, and nobody ever has that we know of. And just that to me is just as exciting as traveling through space and going to other planets and alien. Forget alien, like, so who cares about aliens? So what? There could be other humans on, like, beyond the ice wall. Maybe there's another star, like a sun that revolves around another.
Those motherfuckers better come over here and help us when the fake aliens come through. That's all I'm saying. Team up with some like Nordics from the North Pole and shit. That some giants and what have you.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about all that, but I like.
I'm just kind of fucking around. That's
no, I know.
I'm involving like 7 conspiracy theories at once. So.
No, I know. It's fun. Like,
yeah,
I
man.
get the whole fantasy aspect about, and I understand why, because I feel like that is a big tool that they use to deceive people, is the fantasy and the hope that there's a better planet, because it's so, this planet is so shitty and it's horrible and we're destroying it and the people are so awful, and so it helps people to feel like, well, maybe there's another planet out there that is better, and it's like a false hope. And people fantasize about the stars and fantasize about leaving this earth because it's so awful. But really, the only thing making it awful is the monetary system and the controllers that are controlling all of us into thinking that we're on a round spinning globe.
Yeah. There's a bigger thing going on. They've got all this down pretty close to a science, if I want to be so punny.
Well, that's the science. That is the science, right? That's why they created the science.
They've been building up to it for quite some time, because what they need to do is check it out. What they need to do is they need to present a false Jesus, false coming back. And see, I'm not Christian. I'm not any religion, any faith, but I am learned about certain things, and basically what they want to do is make it look like a Jesus character a savior comes along, it will be the Antichrist that comes along and tricks everybody into following what the Antichrist wants to do. It's kind of like the Lion King. So you have the bad guy, Scar, right? Uncle Scar, he's bad, and then you have Simba, who's good. But the problem is, they're both working for the same team. So the Lightbringer, the Lion King, Lucifer, which is Simba in the movie, right? The Lightbringer. So Lucifer and Satan are battling here. So Lucifer is represented by Simba, and Satan is represented by Scar. So like you have good, evil, and more evil, I guess, is kind of the way it looks. But yeah, so there's going to be, what I'm saying is, there's going to be a fake savior comes along. And then we're going to have to get the real savior coming in after that. At least that's the story that these fucking elites are following. And unfortunately, that means we have to follow along with it too.
If I may, the only thing that confuses me about that idea is if they want us to believe in a false savior, then why are they trying to destroy Christianity and Jesus and religion? Because it seems like
because all of that is a front anyway, my friend. Listen, they've been controlling the narrative forever. So they've been controlling what people think about a guy named Jesus, the whole everything. They wrote the Bible.
But
It's all
wouldn't it be a better idea to build to make everybody convinced that there's one true God and it is whatever they want to call it? Wouldn't they want to convert everyone to that and then bring the false? Because I feel like they're trying to destroy Christianity and destroy religion, really.
That's the point. Yes, they're trying to, but that's because Christianity and Jesus and all that is not the actual real truth. There's a creator who doesn't have a name. It's far more powerful than something named Jesus and all of this stuff. This is my opinion, by the way. I'm not speaking for anybody in the server at all. But yeah, I think there's something way more sinister and clandestine at hand than just good versus evil. You feel me?
Well, yeah, and I suppose it's probably way more complicated than that too, because there's probably different sects of the same order that want to go about it different ways. So that's why we
listen. I don't want to say too much more about it. It's good talking with you, brother. But this is Flat Earth channel, and I don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah,
I don't want to be. But check it out.
Else here talking about
hold on.
Nothing. So we'll talk about whatever.
Yeah, dude, totally, and it's cool. But listen, I'll just post a link or two in the voice text so that you can check these videos out and see for yourself what I'm trying to tell you in so many words and failing at. So hang on a sec.
No, you're not failing. Don't think you're failing.
Well, you'll see. It's way. I don't explain it this way. This is very.
I don't want to watch. I'll be honest. I don't want to watch a bunch of videos. I'd rather just have a conversation. But
no, I know. I'm not talking about right now. I'm saying I'll share a link. You can click and save and watch if you want whenever.
Well, thank you for that.
And for other people to see too.
Thank you. What part of the plane are you at? Where you at?
I'm in the heartland of America. I'm in the Midwest in America.
Nice. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Did you get any of that rain from the storm?
Yep.
Or no?
Some good rain, man. Some good rain. We needed it.
We got some rain today, but it wasn't from the tropical storm. I'm too far north for that, but yeah. How is it where you live? Are you surrounded by like a lot of like-minded people? Or are you in a blue state or red state? Or I know it's kind of a weird question because that doesn't really have anything to do with
yeah, I mean, given the climate here, I'm in a large minority.
Yeah.
People don't really talk too much about it, to be honest. We're just people here are just kind of going along to get along. A lot of them.
Yeah. What about
And
your family members? How do they sit
uh,
with your theories and beliefs?
I
Are you
try not to
alone?
talk about my beliefs with them anymore.
Oh, really? Yeah,
um,
yeah. That
yeah,
sucks,
so
man. Fuck.
I usually just connect with people on what I can relate um,
Yeah.
to
So
them with.
you don't have one cousin or you don't have one family member that.
I don't think so. I think maybe I might have a cousin, but she just got divorced, so I don't want to put anything else on her plate, anything serious.
Oh wow, that sucks, dude. How did you
No, it's
get?
good that
What
she
was
got
your first?
divorced, man. That guy was a pile of shit. So it's good they're divorced. Anyway, what were you saying?
I was gonna say, what was your like? What was your awakening? What was your like moment of awakening? What was the first thing that made you realize your reality might not be what you thought it was?
2001, shortly after 7-Eleven was an inside job. Um, a part-time job. 7-Eleven was a part-time job. I fucked it up. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Actually, we're almost at another anniversary of that coming up here in
right.
a few days. But anyway, um, after that happened, something in me was like, that wasn't right. That was completely different than what they're saying. It's almost like they're trying to play it off as, oh, it's just another terrorist attack, and we'll take care of the enemies. And by the way, we're going to invade 100 other countries that have nothing to do with this. Oh, and by the way, we trained Bin Laden, and all this stuff. So anyway,
All right.
um, I started looking into it right away. And there
Mm,
wasn't much info out there, and it was 2001, and the internet wasn't, what it is now, or even
mm,
half what it is now. And
all
so
right.
it was hard to find stuff, but I remember finding correlations to stuff in the Bible and correlations to stuff Nostradamus may or may not have said. And that's what started me on a path. Then I discovered Alex Jones, and, kind of the rest is history.
That's
I know a lot
interesting.
of people who have, I mean, Alex Jones is an actor. He's kind of a garbage
Right.
person.
I
But
know.
early on, it was his show that I would listen to a lot, and it just got me thinking. Right? I don't think I've ever liked
Well,
Alex's
you can't.
personality. He's
Okay,
funny,
well, okay.
but
Regardless of
yeah,
what he was, 90% of everything he said on that show was the truth, regardless
yeah,
of how he
yeah,
presented it or how you listened to it, or I kind of have a similar story. I I was always a bit of a skeptic growing up because my grandfather, my mother's father, he was, I don't know, he was a different type of dude. Like he would tell me things that I'd never heard before in my life, and my uncles and my family members would be like trying to tell me that my grandfather was crazy, but he would tell me things like the moon landing was fake and that you can't trust the government, and whatever the government tells you, believe the opposite, and World War II isn't what they tell you. And like I had no idea what he was talking about when I was a child, but I started to listen and I got older, and he talked to me about JFK and kind of exposed a lot of that to me. So I was already in tune to know that everything that I see on TV isn't what it appears to be. But I never thought when I witnessed, and I didn't know how deep it was either. He never went like as deep as I knew he knew it was. Um,
yeah.
and then I kind of had the
Well,
same.
he's not. I mean, a guy like that's gonna give you everything he can without jeopardizing your safety. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I mean it makes me feel so sad because he everything this man ever told anybody, like he was one of the first people in our area. He started a John Birch Society in our area, and he tried to do so much for the good, and he got labeled a kook and crazy, and he was so he died an angry, bitter man because of it, because he knew everything and he foreshadowed everything. He knew everything that was going to happen, and nobody listened to him, even his own family, except for
That's
his one.
horrible.
Yeah, except for his one nephew,
That's how I
me,
feel.
who I idolized him because I never understood, how did this man know all this? How did what? I had no idea, but something that he was involved in something. I knew he when he was in in the war. He joined the war late in World War II and actually lied on his form. He was actually underage and shouldn't have been there, but he ended up being in a very high position with a high ranking official and being basically his driver and driving him around in Germany. And he didn't go into a lot of detail about what he witnessed and what he learned, but he did tell me a few things about how that Hitler's motives and who was behind the entire fiasco isn't exactly what they're teaching me in school. He didn't go into great detail, but he just told me don't believe everything you read. He said believe half of what you read and nothing you see on TV, and don't believe everything your teachers tell you because it's not 100% the truth. And he told me that they used to actually, a part of the people that he was with in Germany, a part of their mission was just to guard these houses that were filled from top to bottom with pantyhose. One entire house or condominium would be filled with nothing but pantyhose.
What?
And then, yeah, like
Why?
stockings, like nylon stockings. And then he
Why?
said the house next door would be filled with nothing but like gold watches. And then the house from top to
Oh,
bottom just packed. It's the spoils of
houses.
war.
That
And they
makes
were,
sense.
and they were just, and he said that
You got a room for everything. Room for
no
teeth.
no
You got a room full of gold teeth, right?
no. If Hitler was out to just slaughter Jews, why is it that how did all the rich Jews make it out?
Dude, it's a good topic. Not for this server though. I
No,
hear exactly
I
what you're
know,
saying.
I'm not.
I
I'm
know
not going to
exactly
go
what
into
you're
that.
saying.
I'm just saying that's what
So,
that this
but I hear
he
you.
would go there, and there's a lot of little stuff like that, especially with the moon landing too. He used to tell me that when they first aired the moon landing footage on television for the very first time, everybody watched it live in their homes on the very first telecast. He said on the bottom of the screen, it said, "This is only simulation." And he used to harp and rave about that for years. And he said, but after that day, after that night, the first time it aired, you never saw that again. You never saw the words, "This is only simulation."
Right. And they had to say that. It's like a get out of jail free card. It's like,
Right.
no, because what we did was it was right there in their face. They read, this is only a simulation. But those people were so sold on it, hook, line, and sinker, that they were like, well, hell yeah, you know what? Simulation looks good. Now I got it in my brain, some kind of visual representation for my subconscious. And now all I got to do is just have faith in my government. And, propaganda works. So there you go. They didn't even have to see the real thing. They believed it regardless. But yeah, you're right.
And nobody questioned the supposed science that they put out to try to prove, well, this is how we did it. Nobody, because in those days, I mean, what could there was no internet, there was no, people did what they were told.
Can I interrupt you about past time and not this time? Something about you spoke about moon landing and that text. But what we saw today in these days, we are watching ISS almost every day, and we saw the strings and wires and fades and puppets and other things, and nothing, nothing happened. We have that, we have that on YouTube. We are showing that, but globally, nothing is happening. Like I want to see that in news, man, in real news.
Well, you're not going to, because it just they're.
But we saw that.
They know they don't care. They're laughing at us. They know that nobody is going to look into it. Nobody's going to question them. Nobody of importance anyway, and nobody that anybody is going to listen to. People don't care. I mean, the common citizen, they don't care. They're too worried about, I want to buy a new car. I want to, I want this, I want that, they're too busy with consumerism. They don't give a shit. Even if the government is lying, at the end of the day, they don't understand why it's even a big deal or why it matters. They don't care.
I'm interested about journalists, why are not interesting? Why some, I'm not speaking about CNN, I'm speaking of some independent fucking good journalist who is interesting about some good news.
Well, I believe those people, you're just not exposed to them because they're not held up in a high regard, and they're not put on TV because all the media is controlled by what? All the media is controlled by what? Like 3 companies? So 3 companies control every media outlet. So they're not going to put on TV a person that is actually doing real journalism.
Yeah, but because they all have a stake. To send all these footages, we need to send to journalists. I think this is our first aim. All these footages, because we saw the string. Do you remember the guy who is floating like you can see the string on the back?
Yeah, there's like thousands. Yeah, there's hundreds of footage.
It's not like in 60s you see something, an Apollo, and it's because it's bad. You cannot see, man. This is fucking 2025. You see everything. And you see fucking string. Why is string there? Why he has something on the back when he's floating because of gravity? There's no gravity there. Why he has a string?
That's a trick. That's a trick, man. That's a trick. That's what's so hard. It's so frustrating because you can show your best friend that loves you and will believe everything you tell him. You can show him that, and he's still not going to believe you. He's so brainwashed and he's so convinced that they wouldn't lie to him that he's going to make it up an excuse for them before believing his own eyes. It's the whole like thing with magicians. What do they say? The hand is bigger than the eye.
But listen, this okay. That string will be okay. This is maybe something okay, but it's not only string. It's t-shirts are looking strange. Again, you can say, oh, maybe are strings there. Again, you haven't had that fucking string. Why I have? I'm a normal human being. I'm looking. I'm seeing that. Why I'm seeing this t-shirt or what strange? Oh, okay, maybe this is why this guy is fading. It's so many other things,
See, the problem is the people that you want to reach, they don't, for some reason, there's something wrong with their brain. They're not thinking of that. They don't have these questions in their head when they see the same things me and you, when they see the same things that you and I see that we question, we're like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. They don't see it for some reason that they don't question.
There is nothing more scary, correct, there's nothing more scary to a staunch glober or an anti-flat earther than admitting that they've been wrong about anything, let alone, imagine, you can't be wrong about, what, can't be wrong about what time it is somewhere else in the world, right? You say, oh, it's 7:30. Let's see. Oh, shit. It wasn't 7:30? Okay, hey, listen. No, I'm sorry. Hold on. I can fix this. All the way up to your whole worldview is completely false. How do you handle that? How do you handle being wrong about something so big when you can't even be wrong in conversation about something?
And see, that's what I don't understand about the whole thing is because for me it was easy. I don't have that ego where I think I know everything. I understand I know nothing. Even when I think I know something, I've made myself look like a fool so many times and stuck my foot in my mouth so many times, running my mouth, thinking I know something, and then realizing, oh my God, I was wrong. And then
it's the only way to learn.
And I admit, oh my God, I'm so wrong. I feel so stupid. But doesn't everybody go through that at some point in their lifetime? And not that somebody was telling me I was wrong. I realized in myself oh no, I was wrong. Not that somebody told me and proved to me. And this is what I don't understand. Why is it so difficult for these people to admit that they've been duped? Everybody's been duped before. We've all seen magicians and been fooled by something a magician did, or by a card trick, or something silly, even Santa Claus, whatever. So what? Who cares?
And Sean, did you realize that NASA is lying because of flat Earth, or NASA was lying before realizing that Earth is flat?
I knew they were lying about the moon landing a long time ago.
Yeah, and all other stuff. Yeah.
I mean, that was the big one for me when it was like, oh yeah, moon landing. Wow, whoa, that is very sloppy.
I said,
shit.
String, listen this example. George Bush, that in a wheelchair, it's in a NASA. He's passing, and this is George Bush. It's not astronaut. And there behind him is the guy, and you can see the blue screen. The same astronaut who is making bubbles on the ISS, making bubbles on the blue screen.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I need more.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing too. A lot of people don't get why that image or that little scene of him going through the NASA control center there with a blue screen, or there's green screens and blue screens, all that kind of stuff. They don't realize that there should never be a blue or green screen anywhere in NASA, because that stuff is used for acting and movies and TV. It's not used for space travel. So it should never be there. That's why it's an important one.
And to say, or maybe other people, if they don't know, they can post it also videos. 2021, they have technology. Not they, we have technology. That means you can make that technology at home. If you have, I don't know how much it's how much it's costing, but you can stream live blue screen and green screen. That was in the past, only you could edit. Now you can stream live. That means that we can speak now on my balcony, and they can stream that we are in the jungle of Amazonia, and we can be in the space, of course. They can put all things and you will not realize anything because we have technology. I can post you.
Well, and that's the challenge.
Guys,
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you can do or what you can show your neighbor. The trick is, how do you get them to question and whatever they're shown, regardless of it's what you're showing them or what they're seeing on TV. For some reason, some people just believe whatever they're told by whoever they're told is an official. It's that's the trick, right? Isn't that the?
But listen, this you will have a guy who will come here 3 days ago, and he will say something. We will say, "Look at this! They are lying. They are faking everything. Blah blah blah." And he will say after that, we will show him the Black Swan example. The guy who is going out on the beach and making video about oil rigs and Horizon, and he will say the same thing. How I know that this is the true? This is the fake video. It's the same thing. What are you thinking about NASA? And he is comparing the two things.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing. I guess you could go biblical with it. You could say, some people are going to believe. Some people believe that there's going to be a resurrection and there's going to be a second coming, and there's going to be people that believe, well, no, that's not the true Jesus, and that's the devil. And there's going to be people that do believe. It's the same silly argument. It's.
But
the point is, you should question everything. The point is, no matter what, it should be questioned.
But do you understand? One guy, it's faking the globe Earth. It's making flat. It's going out to show all other. One guy want to deceive all other people. Can you imagine that? Or
I don't think it's one guy.
Or not you, me, Sean. We want to. I don't know. We want to fake the globe. Can you imagine that? Normal people from houses going out to make some good video and to make Earth flat, and only to have some kind of evidence, fake evidence, and to show that like on YouTube or that we can. What the fuck is the aim of that person?
It's got to be a mental disorder. It's got to be there's something wrong in that person's brain.
And then we have you, me, who believe that guy. Can you imagine that?
I don't even think it, dude. I think it's worse than a mental disorder or even a cognitive deficiency. For a while, I've been spouting this cognitive deficiency stuff, but now I'm just convinced that these people are jerks. They're assholes. They're making a decision to come here and come against us for the sake of it. I don't know what these anti-flat earthers truly believe in their heart, and I don't care.
What I have thought about what I
hold on.
Okay,
Globers.
sorry.
I'm almost done. Globers, on the complete opposite side, like you said earlier, people who have been raised under the indoctrination of the heliocentric model and everything that comes with it, they're basically separated into two camps. I hate to do the binary thing, but anti-flat earthers and then globers. And maybe you'll have like a staunch glober, somebody who's about to become an anti-flat earther if flat earth doesn't convince them really soon, something like that. Yeah. But basically you got the nice guy, the nice people, or the well-to-do, well-meaning people. Even some of them, come in to start trolling, and we're gentle, and we kind of gently expose, hey, we know came here to kind of joke around, but you want to learn a thing or two, while you're here real quick, that kind of deal. And those are my favorite ones. But yeah, it's not a mental disorder, I don't think, in any way, shape, or form. I think that's kind of a leap. I know I was what's it called? Motivated to say a certain similar kind of thing about people for a while, but the more I thought about it, the more I can just smell that the ones that come most against us, even the ones who keep calm, they have some kind of personal vendetta agenda against people who know more than them, and so they come here against us. Thanks.
I don't think it's that deep. I think it boils down to there's two types of people in this world. There is one type that has a slave mentality, and there's another type that we just don't have that in us, because we all grew up basically in sort of the same sort of indoctrination system. Some of us made it out, some of us didn't. And there's no one person that convinced me of everything that I know today or that I believe today. I came to the conclusion on my own. And there's not been one person that I've ever convinced that was a glober. I'd never convinced anybody to convert to flat earth. They did it on their own. I might have guided somebody or showed them a few things, but they never did it because I said it. So I think it's more of, there's just two types of people on the planet. One, they're like a slave class. They just don't. There's something inherently wrong, and they need to be told what to do. And I think there's another class that's born, and there's something different about us. We, for some reason, are freer in our mind and will not let anybody know, no matter how hard they try to indoctrinate us, they cannot fool us. They can't train our brain. That's what I believe, honestly.
Well, I can agree that there are those people. I think it's a little less black and white than that. But I do see exactly what you're saying about there's people that want to be ruled over. Yeah. There's a lot of those. They want that. It's security for them, right? Like, hey, at least this guy over here has it all figured out for me.
Well, and if they feel like they're a part of a group, and if they feel like they're right, that's all they care about. They just want to be a part. They don't want to stand out. They don't want to be different. They're scared to question. They're scared to be different. They just want to.
Hey, I finally fit into the crowd because I'm into this most popular science idea. Wow, I'm finally part of something. You can't take that away from me, even if it's completely true. No, I'm finally part of something important.
Well, and it's just the same way I feel right now. Like, I feel so close to you guys right now and the beliefs that I have. But if somebody right now came to me right now and took me away from here and actually showed me and convinced me that the earth was round, I mean, I'm, what can I do? It's round. I'm not gonna fucking I'm not gonna kill myself or deny it if I see it and I understand it, and if I step out away from this where I'm at now, and it is 100% clear to me, well then, okay, I was wrong. Shit, I see the truth now. I mean,
There you go.
but that ain't gonna happen.
Well, it's like anything. The first step to making any change in your life is to admit that a change needs to be made. And so you can lead a horse to water, right? But if it's not thirsty enough to drink, or whatever isn't letting it, it's got to be, you got to want it. And I'm not saying, you got to want to be a flat earther. That's not it. You got to want to make double and triple sure that you're not believing a fucking lie and you're not the one bending over and taking it. That's why I got into this shit, man. And that's why it keeps me going, dude. I keep realizing what's happening to me, what's happening to my fellow man. And I can't help but fucking jab about it, right? We need to do something a little more serious pretty soon, but yeah, that's a whole nother topic.
I think it's...
Well, that's why I came to peace with how it is, because
hey, hang on a sec. Sasha was trying to say something.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sasha. I'm sorry.
Sean, listen this flat earth. You need to repeat that 10 times. But not now. Go back with yourself like 10 years ago. Or first time when you heard. What was in your mind? First time when you heard Earth is flat. Somebody
When I first heard the idea that the Earth was flat.
Yeah.
When I first heard it and first learned that it was even a thought and people were talking about it, and that I instantly just, something inside of me told me instantly that it was the truth. It was actually a really weird experience. I didn't.
But listen, this is maybe a better question.
I knew it in my heart immediately.
What is your knowledge about flat Earth in that
What is my knowledge?
Yeah.
My knowledge about it is everything that I was taught about the Earth being a sphere isn't what I experienced, and it hasn't been my reality since I've been a little kid. And the things that I've been exposed to in the media, forcing it down my throat, that it's a sphere. And then when I look at the certain data and certain people that have come before me and that have done these calculations to prove that, well, okay, if it's a sphere, well, you need this much curvature and all that. And when I started to look into that, I realized, it just hit me like a ton of bricks.
Yeah.
And when I asked my father about it, he didn't hesitate either. He was like, just even on a biblical scale, it makes so much sense, and there's no question. I don't even need to look at any data.
Maybe because
they're trying to push it on me so hard that this is the truth. I know it's a lie.
Okay, listen this. Maybe because of the people who grow up like Christians and maybe they know more. But listen this. Most of us, I think, has had, let's say, think about all people. They have in a head when you say flat Earth, but not now. Let's say all these 100 years. It's programmed that we think about that. It's ridiculous. It's something what ancient people was thinking, and was we how to say, came over that. This was like some kind of theory, stupid theory or whatever, But in last
they would
years,
try to make you look like a buffoon.
You can see that in movies. You can see that in the past, even in all American movies, you can see the struggle when they are making that argument. Earth is flat. I remember you have some scenes, in movies. I don't know how it was in the real life, but I know that was like also in my life, that when somebody mentioned the flat Earth, that was like, oh, what the fuck is that? And when I was watching, I will tell you, from my experience, because later what will happen, I was watching ancient civilization, architecture, blah blah blah, and I saw that title, flat earth, flat earth, flat earth, and on internet, because on YouTube it was 6 years ago, it was so many videos about that, and I like for 6 months for sure I was not going into that. Like, man, no, I don't want to watch this some cult people who thinking of blah blah blah, you know. And I think the most people thinking like me in that moment, who is coming here, you know. And after watching, I don't know how many debates and everything, and Globers fighting and blah 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 blah, I realized it's not good to have this fucking name, flat Earth, you know, because every time it's starting, if Earth is flat, if Earth is flat. No, man, we don't need to start like that, because I didn't came here because realizing that Earth is flat. Earth is a globe. If Earth is a globe, let's start like that every time. Then this should to happen. Then this should to happen. Then we'll realize later if it's flat or not. Somehow I wanted that everybody of us say, we will not say that we are flat earthers. We are globe skeptics, all of us, till we realize, because they want to map, they want the entire flat earth. We don't know that. We cannot know. But the point is flat earth. That is something like disturbing, eating your brain. You cannot go over that. You know, we are. How some person who is more intelligent than flat in the how to say in the start, because of that ideology that if you think that Earth is flat, you are stupid in the first moment. You cannot go with that, you know, because that somehow it was a fact that Earth is a globe in these 100 years. And now people who has a fact asking why you fucking stupid people think that Earth is flat. And the answer of that is no. The God didn't send us a message. At least I think like this. God didn't send us a message the Earth is flat. We realized that Earth is not a globe. That's the only thing. We realized the Earth is not a globe. And then when you realize the Earth is not a globe, what can be? And then you can go inside. Oh, real? Look, it's fucking written in Bible. Oh, why is written in Bible? And I'm not religious.
It's amazing.
And I'm not religious, but for me, creator.
Right. It doesn't matter. You don't have to be religious.
Listen, all these 6 years, I was like, before I'm 50 years old, 45 years, 44 years. I'm not global. I'm science. I believe everything in science. You know. And do you know what? In these 6 years, science show me that creator must exist.
Mm-hmm.
Not belief or religion, not spirituality show me that creator must exist. Science show me that creator must exist because of so many I can speak of so many things, you know. Information, how we have information.
Right, because the true science that they try to use to prove that it's a sphere works completely against them and proves that it's not.
Science
I
has
understand.
nothing.
I understand all that.
Proving the shape
and
of the air. That also people need to understand. But blah blah blah. They think that this is the science. Like, I don't know, space is the science.
Did you ever read the book by Edward Henry, The Greatest Lie on Earth? Proof that our world is not a moving globe. Has anybody ever read that book before? If you haven't, I highly recommend
I know
it. It's
that
a very good book.
In the beginning of 19th, and I think Jaron made some video about that. They have experiments that Earth is not moving. I think 5 of them did that.
Well, not just experiments. They have. I mean, you can find government documents online that
But man,
prove that
we are
our own
speaking about
government
science.
admits
Science
that
is
the
experiment. They made experiments that Earth is stationary. You know, they didn't make. They're speaking about that experiment. How is fucking the balls? What was attracting? What they're Cavendish. That's not experiment. They made 5 experiments. You know that the Earth is not moving. You know, you can look
no,
into
yeah,
that.
I
But
know.
nobody's
I
speaking
know.
about that.
I've I've found several documents online that are
You
written
know,
by several universities and government agencies that admit in order for like certain rocket propulsion and missile technology, they all use a non-stationary, flat sort of Earth model to make rockets and make certain jets. They all use a flat, stationary, non-rotating
Yeah, I
Earth to
have
make
that.
all these things. So I mean, they admit it in their own documents.
35. I have that video. Wait, I will find it now.
Yeah. But
Can you
just all I
see
was
the?
trying to say was just I was so in a point in my life where
Yeah, that's.
I was so just done with being fooled and couldn't be fooled no more, that when I looked into flat Earth and I just heard a few things and I read the actual the beginning of this man's book, the preface to this book. It just dawned on me, like I could have put the book down and I don't need to read no more. I don't need to do nothing. I don't need to, it just hit me like a ton of bricks. It wasn't like a religious experience. It was just a knowledge that this is something that I've known my entire life. I had just been lied to about it for so long and never really gave it any thought, because I was taught that anybody that believes otherwise of what you're told that is round, you're an idiot and you get ridiculed and laughed at. So I never really even thought about it. But then when I started thinking about it and started reading about it, it made so much sense. But of course I did research and I actually did experiments with my father in the backyard, and um what the evidence speaks for itself. The
Can you
evidence
see
speaks for
voice?
itself.
Can you see voice text?
Yes, sir. I can. I need
You
to
can
back up.
see all dude posted 29 minutes after the hour. It's video about 35 government documents that admit a flat Earth. 35 government documents admit flat Earth. And then you have this. And why we have this? We should not
You said
have this.
why do we have that? Is that what you said?
Yeah, we should not have this.
Well, I mean, isn't it because the people that are trying to hide the truth from us, they follow a certain guideline where they feel like they are exempt from wrongdoing because they put everything, all the truth, it's out there. The truth is out there for the person to seek if you want to seek it. So they feel like they're not responsible for any wrongdoing or lying to mainstream people and taking advantage of them because they believe in a creator. So they
But
think
do you know
that.
what I like about this lie? You cannot lie this lie forever.
Well, no, yeah, no, absolutely. Well, I
Because
mean,
it's finished,
I guess
man.
that's yet to be seen, though, isn't it? I mean, we're still living
Because
it, so
because it's water there, and whatever they speak, you need to show the curvature, and you will never ever. If you show me the curvature, I will become again lover, but that's not possible. That that's not working anymore. This is reality. You cannot change reality.
absolutely not. But what they do is they use technology to show curvature,
with
Yeah,
fisheye
but you're
lenses,
living reality.
and for some people that's good enough, you know. So they show all these fisheye lens videos of curvature, and so a couple of people will see that and be like, "Well, I'm convinced. You know, why would they lie?" There you go. There is curvature. I see it all the time, and you can't, you know, you can't. Those people, I guess there's just no helping them. I don't know what to do for them. I don't know what to say to them. I don't know. You know, how do you convince them that it's not real? You know, I don't know. We know it's not real.
It's fresh. It's you know, this is like we are saying 5 years. Maybe we need 100. No, maybe we need 500 for this. Like they change it. Maybe we need the same time to change again. In truth, but it is not like that. The person who find out that Earth is not a globe, he doesn't believe anything. Then after that. Because if you lied me about this, that means you can lie me about everything.
That's why
People
I knew
think,
from the start when I first
like you said, history.
learned.
People think that they know something about history, because it's written there. This battle was there. This battle was there, but they don't fucking know what's happening inside of town during that time. Who was doing what, and that is history. That was never written.
Well, I mean, who even said it was history? I mean, how do you hand like over a book and say, "Hey, we found this book in this ancient civilization. This is history. This is a written record." It's like I don't know that. For all I know, you just made that up and you just telling, you know. So
listen, this I'm from ex-Yugoslavia. It war was
Mhm.
1991. That means 20 years, 30 years. And they still have one town. You have more other things, but bullshit doesn't matter. But one town, people, Serbs killed there. I don't know, 2,000, 3,000 Muslims, blah blah blah, and they're still arguing who did that or what. Or what is the truth,
You know what? You know what it is, Sasha? You know what it is?
Yeah.
These Globers, they 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 just get too high on recreational bud, and they look at the rainbow, and they think that because they see the rainbow has curvature, they believe that the Earth has curvature as well. So that's why they think the Earth is around.
No, it's not like that because we are all Globers. And we are sitting there and maybe thinking there are some flat earthers bullshit, and then we never go into
Okay.
that.
You're right,
And
Sasha.
because of that, we are still and thinking about these people. Okay, because we are not going into that, and we are thinking, still, what the. That's
I'm just saying, bro, from another Glober's head looking. Well, I'm not a Glober head. I'm just imagining myself in a Glober's head, right? If I was looking at a rainbow, because they like to look at the sky, right? And look at the moon and the sun, and it's round.
Because you're using observational science in that moment.
Therefore, the Earth is round.
Yes, because you have used
that is
observational
one
science.
argument I never understood that
you
Globers
know what I
always
mean?
they'll say,
So when
"Oh,
we look at the
the
rainbow,
moon is round, so why wouldn't we be round?" Well, is the moon just because the moon appears round doesn't mean it's a sphere? Like I don't understand why they think that they all think automatically that the moon. Do they not understand the difference between a sphere and
I'm
something that
sorry.
could be round and flat?
I'm messing
Listen
with.
this,
I'm messing. I'm messing around.
which planet it's similar or same like Earth? Tell me now.
What?
Is it
Because they're comparing only the shape, let's say, but which planet is the fucking same or similar like Earth?
I don't know what you're talking about, dude. The Earth is flat.
Well, it depends, I guess, on your perspective and how you're viewing it. Because
the moon has no
anything that
water
I
and
view in the
oceans, and
sky,
Earth has.
every object that I've ever viewed from where I'm at in the sky looks round, but I don't associate that with it being a sphere.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. What I'm on is I observe everything flat, so yeah.
Because Earth is big.
I just observe the Earth is flat.
Because it's
I go
big,
to
you
the
cannot.
beach.
Because it's big.
Go to the beach.
Because it's big.
Sasha.
Yeah, continue. Let's protect your flat Earth.
Stop it, Sasha. Stop it.
No, I'm trying to be Glover. Come on. Let's see how are you, flat Earth. Prove your flat Earth.
Bro, you defend your round Earth, you glober.
Where is your edge?
Where is your curvature?
It's refracted.
Well, that's
No,
another thing. Why does
now
it
you're
have
telling
to,
me your
even
eyes
if
are
it's
lying
flat,
to you.
why,
Now
why
you're
does
telling
it
me
have to
your
have
eyes
an
are lying
edge?
to you, Sasha. Sasha, no,
That's
stop
another
it. Now you're telling
silly
Go,
argument.
shh.
You guys are too much.
Sasha, now you're lying. If you're saying refracted, don't come in here talking about refraction. Okay, because that doesn't exist. You're lying to yourself. Okay.
Ad hoc fallacy. Strawman.
Hey, Sasha, you have kids?
Yeah, I have one kid.
You have one?
Yeah.
How old?
7 years old.
7 years old? Do you try to pass this knowledge on that you have to your child right now, or are you waiting, or are
I'm
you
waiting.
preparing? You're waiting.
I'm only I'm somehow. I think that she's starting to be programmed. You know.
Yeah.
Because she know what is the space. I think not really, but moon, stars, and I think it's coming, soon that they will teach her. But she's so they don't need to teach her. Everything is in every fucking cartoon, because I watched with her.
So do you have a
and
game plan? Do you have a game plan on like when you're gonna finally be like, okay, enough is enough. I need to start re-educating her. Or are you gonna wait for her to question because I don't have kids, so I'm wondering like when I do, I'm wondering how am I gonna handle it? So like, do you have a plan on?
I have some another how to say things to do with my daughter, and that is not how to say important thing in this moment.
Oh, okay.
Because it's some other things. It's more important. Really, I don't want to speak about this now, but this about flat Earth. I think is not. She's not ready. Like she like a person is not ready, and it's very young. Yeah. Even I'm for that. Even I'm for that. That you when that if people realized from beginning, man, which for me it's alright to speak that like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it depends how that will. I cannot say my example. I don't know how it's with other people if they have kids and going to school, and even if their kids realize that it's flat. I don't know how they can. It's difficult, with the society. Yeah. It's the same to be like a gay, something like that. If you understand me, what I want to say.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're trying to say.
And for kids, that could be how to say too much. Maybe they cannot maybe they will be, how to say, marked. It's not easy to be in class retarded, and you're maybe only right. Somehow like that.
Well, yeah. I guess you don't.
Only if the
It's a lot
child
of pressure to put on a
exposed,
child.
how to say, only if that child not exposed, or if
Right,
that
because you're
child
gonna.
it's so intelligent that can, or I cannot speak really. It's about how to say, situation over situation. The parents,
No, I understand what you mean. I mean,
yeah.
you're essentially to do that. You would be exposing your child to like early ridicule and possible humiliation, and
Yeah. Who knows what?
actually
Yeah.
have like everybody like being an outcast in the entire classroom and being
Yeah.
You can have
no,
even
yeah,
teacher,
that could
man.
be
You can even teacher
that
who
could be
will call
extremely
parents and maybe I'll
that
say,
could be really awful.
look, your child is saying,
What are you
it
guys
could be
talking about?
really
Are you guys talking about Down syndrome kids and stuff? Or what did I hear?
no.
No. They're talking
No,
about.
I asked Sasha if he
They're
had children,
talking
and I
about.
asked him if he did. I asked him how he felt about, when you have the talk. If you have children, when you have the talk, at what age you have the talk with your child about the reality of what we all know together to be the truth versus what we know they're being taught in schools. Like, when is it? Do you have the talk early, or do you just challenge when they come home and say, "Daddy, I learned that the Earth is round," and then do you challenge them, or do you just let it go, and
I think
then maybe
both methods will work. I think both are good ideas of way to going about it. Personally, I teach my kids straight up. I do have a Down syndrome child, and she points to the emblem that I wear on my neck, a flat Earth map. She says, "Home, home." So yeah, I teach them all immediately. That I don't hide in anything. I don't tell them fake Santa, none of that stuff. Tell them the truth.
well, not to be insulting, but what we were trying to say is for a for a child to come home and think they learned something in school, and then for their parents to tell them that what they learned isn't true and is a lie, and then for that child to then go in school and challenge what they learned in front of their peers and in front of their teacher, and of course their teacher is going to ridicule them.
Yeah, I get it. That's why I
For a child
homeschool.
that doesn't understand. Oh,
Yeah,
well, yeah. I mean, yeah, we're not talking about that though. We're just talking about if the situation was a child that is not homeschooled and that is in even a private school or a public school. It doesn't matter because they don't teach this in private school. How do you handle that situation?
Personally, I wouldn't. I wouldn't want to teach them that the Earth is nothing but flowers and candy. I'm just not going to teach them that.
Are you being serious? I mean, I'm sorry, I don't understand. I don't know if you're trying to be
That's
funny or
just my opinion.
okay. Thank you.
I told you that, like, my way to, I'm saying something during but nothing seriously, nothing seriously, nothing in a speech. I say something, like, but
You
I
gotta
want that
understand, bro. Some flat earthers are they don't agree this. They don't all agree the same. They don't all agree the same views, bro.
Thank you.
Who? Yeah, of course. No, yeah. I don't
Yeah,
understand what it has to do with what we were trying to talk about. Like, as far as explaining whatever you believe to your child at whatever age, because they all learn the same thing in school. If they go to a public school or private school, they all learn the same bull crap. So, regardless of what your beliefs is, like, how do other people out there that have kids handle that situation? Does anybody have any certain feelings on that? Apparently not, because apparently nobody
in
out
my
there.
opinion,
I'm gonna make sure that I'm gonna teach my kids to self defend themselves. That's for
Oh yeah.
damn sure.
Oh yeah.
What do you mean defend? I'm not. What do you mean defend? Like, what are you talking about? Defend yourself?
Because a lot of people, when you go outside, bro, not a lot of people is gonna agree with the same point of view. So when you share the flat Earth, and at a certain age, in a very certain early age, especially as a young kid, they're gonna all start to pick on that other kid because they believe that the Earth is
Exactly. Yeah.
flat.
No, that's my
So
point. That's
The
why
thing
I'm
is, I
saying
don't think you
that you. That's what I'm saying. Is it maybe not a good idea to expose a young child too early
but you're not
well,
thinking about the possibility that
I will teach my kid at an early age. Not only will I teach him at an early age, I'm going to teach him how to self-defend themselves at an early age as well.
look, flat Earth
Yeah.
is not a
Yep.
contentious
Yep.
it's not a contentious thing in the schools. It's a big it's just as big as it is anywhere else. You can talk about ridicule all you want, but they're talking about it too there in their schools, but amongst themselves.
You're saying these conversations are already going on in the schools that
Without a doubt.
They already teach it in schools.
they're not teaching flat Earth theory in schools.
No, they're teaching the globe.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. When your child first comes home from that day at school, when they're learning about this sphere Earth, and they're excited and they want to tell you, Daddy, this is what I learned today, and you know they're being lied to. Do you know? I'm wondering, do you just let them be and let them learn that, and then later tell them, or do you tell them? Because I feel like you don't want to put too much on a child and tell them what you learn in school is a lie, and then they're gonna what are they gonna do the next day? Then go to school and say, "Oh, my daddy said you lying about you know." You know what I mean? And then they're gonna get laughed at in school and be ridiculed and be made fun of.
Don't send them to school.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course. Of course, I don't want to send my children to a public school or a private school. Of course, I want to homeschool, but that's not everybody can do that. And this is part of the problem too, as the schools are the indoctrination. We have to take control. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that sentence is not good. Don't send them to school. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean they have to.
I'm saying that somebody cannot say don't send them to school because that's not right to say.
Yeah,
I
it's
will
not
never send
realistic.
my kids. I will never send my kids to a public school. I will never, ever.
Well, yeah, that's wonderful for you. But what about for your fellow man that doesn't have a choice and doesn't have the options that you have, and they have no other
Well,
choice?
in my opinion, I feel that people have more of a choice than they believe they do. They've been led to
Well,
believe
imagine
they don't.
yourself as a part-time dad because you and the mother didn't work out, and she has full custody, and maybe you made some mistakes, but you still love your child and you want to be in their life, and you don't have any say in what school they go to, but you still want to do what's best for your child, and you spend as much time as you can with them, but you don't have a say in what school they go into, but you still want to raise them right, and you still want to teach them right. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of people out there that are good people, but maybe made mistakes, and maybe they don't have full custody of their children, and I'm just wondering what do we think besides not sending them? That's the obvious. But so many people are sending them. And that's our biggest issue now is the schools.
In which company I can send anybody to work? Which company is right to send anybody to work? After we finish homeschool.
Are you asking me?
I'm asking everybody.
I don't really understand the question. I mean, I'm saying if you're a
When
parent,
we finish the homeschool, every one of us, in which company we will send our kids? In which one? Which one is right?
In your home.
Home
I
company.
believe homeschool. I believe homeschool is the right way. But I'm speaking for people that
In which society we will
don't.
send our kids after homeschooling?
Sasha, I've got you. I understand. Which job? Do you mean which career should they go after we homeschool them? Yeah.
Oh.
I'm not saying that he will not have a job. I'm saying in which society will that, because it's not grow up in lie society. In which society will go now?
Well, they're gonna go out in the
In
society.
the same society.
They're gonna go out into the society, and they're gonna be the they're going to be the minority because most people aren't homeschooled. They grow up in the indoctrination centers. So I mean, and that's not a bad thing. So they're going to be more well off than the kids that go to public
let's say
schools.
it will become pilot.
If they what?
Let's say that person home educated will become pilot.
Okay.
And then he will preach the flat earth in his company and saying, I'm flying over the flat earth. Is it?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking. I'm lost.
I'm telling you that it doesn't matter because we are living this society in every corner. Yeah, it's a great, good time, but this society, we are like, what you are saying, it would be nice if we are in anarchism or communism, but we are not living that time.
No, I'm not. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is if people that don't have the resources to homeschool their children and that their children go to public schools, but they are flat earth believers, when do you think that it's right or safe to start having the conversation with your child that the things that they are learning in the public school are false?
When they start to perceive that and when they start to be interesting about that.
When they start talking about Santa Claus.
Yeah, I've got you. When they start to ask the questions to you, are you a parent yet, my friend? Are you a dad yet?
Yeah, that's all I was trying to say. Like, because
Are you a dad already? Or do you have children?
no, sir, no, I'm not a dad. But you know,
okay.
I want to be a dad, and I want to homeschool, but I don't know. You know, I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe that might not be an option for us when we do have kids. So I'm worried about it, and I'm thinking about it all the time. Like, how do I? Because I don't want my child to grow up the way I grew up. Because I feel like I was disillusioned for years and lied to for years, and I feel like maybe my life would have been a lot different had I known the stuff that I know now at an earlier age. Like, what would my life have been like had I grown up believing that the earth was flat instead of fantasizing and believing that the earth was round and believing in aliens and all this crap? You know, how would my life have turned out differently?
Yeah, that's
But
all
I
my
feel like
kids.
people
All my
around
kids
me,
have
like
ever
my
been.
grandfather, I feel like he knew, but for some reason he didn't want to expose me to it too early. Like I feel like he maybe he thought I wasn't ready, but he exposed me to a lot of other things and opened my eyes to the fake moon landing and showed me how it was fake and taught me all the lies about that and taught me the lies about just governments period all around the world.
Yeah. He woke you up to
And
it. So in a
and that
sense,
was and it was a slow
Would be a
process, and it
better
was
chance.
easy to
Yeah.
learn. But maybe that that idea that lie, the globe lie, it is so it's tricky. It's so simple, but at the same time, it's the hardest one, I feel like, for a lot of people to grasp, because it is so you open yourself up to so much ridicule, even though all the data, all the science, everything, it's there. It's one of the easiest ones to actually prove. It's provable. It's the one conspiracy that is 100% provable through science and through everything. But try to convince anyone, you can't. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
that's not the purpose. You're not here to convince anyone. No one's here to convince anyone. We're only here to convey the message and to show
I know,
other people
but
that we can test it.
I'm talking about my own child. I have to my child. I'm talking about my own child. I'm not talking about my neighbor. I'm not talking about anybody else. I'm talking about my son or my daughter. I don't want them to grow up and be confused about
Well, they have
their
a
place.
head start. They have a head start in you, man. Make that something that just is so normal as the sunrise. That's just what it
Somehow
is.
being human, man, and that's it. All other things will, because I'm speaking about, you cannot change the world. We cannot change the world, because maybe we can, but let's hope, for that. But
Well,
be
isn't
human.
that the point of this Discord, though, is to sort of try to change the world one person at a time and one conversation at a time. So, and I feel like the
okay.
most important, I mean, as our kids, that's the most important thing. I feel like our children.
I know, man. I'm speaking about. I will tell you. I wanted peace in my country. I was doing job for non-government organization. I put all my ideology, that I put all my soul into that, and now I am not there for 20 years now, because I could not do anymore that work, and they're still 30 years after, didn't change fucking nothing. That means this is something what I told you before. This is 5 years old information. At least what I know, at least what all of us, I think 5 or 6, 7, maybe somebody know, but that is maybe 2 or 3%. All of us know 5 or 6 years. Man, this is nothing in history. I want tomorrow, I want I want tomorrow that we. Do you know what you need to do first? It's easy. I'm in UK. You Americans, you need to how to do shut down the NASA. How? Go outside and demonstrate and show the all things. Go outside and shut the NASA. I cannot from UK shut the NASA. I cannot from Croatia shut the NASA. That's the point. I'm sorry. First, you need to shut the NASA for the first time. But how you will do that? You need to go outside and tell them. Do you will change that? Maybe not. Maybe yes. We will stop war in Syria. Maybe yes. Maybe not. All demonstrations show that we will not stop anything. Now, how we will put this, and everybody will. Do you understand me? That this is something like, okay, it's information, but or will be why? Oh, I don't know how to say. 2001. It's done. Not now. Everybody knows what happened 2001, but nobody knows what happened 2001. I will tell you what happened 2001, and that's the real news, and nobody can deny it. Terrorist attack from Al Qaeda, and that's it.
Well, and that's the point too. It doesn't matter.
CIA?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what actually happened.
Can you prove me? Can you prove me wrong? That it happened something else.
But the point is that the people that are in charge, that have the ear of the people, lie about everything that happens, and the people that hear it, a majority of them believe it. So isn't that more important than what actually happened?
Okay,
Because we can't change what happened.
let's put like this: Slobodan Milosevic was like a regime in attacks. He finished in Aya, International Law Court, because of war crime. All other shits, blah blah blah. Why nobody put that like a crime act? That what happened 9/11. Why nobody? Why nobody on the fucking earth, one lawyer for the fucking human rights, didn't make and say this is war crime? Because that's not the real news. That's not the truth. The truth is Al Qaeda attacked America that day. That's the truth, and that's it. And
but who is behind Al Qaeda? Who
Al Qaeda
funded
also
Al
attacked
Who
Qaeda?
is I'm from Croatia to tell you that you from USA need to fucking resolve that problem?
So you're
That
telling me
didn't.
that it had nothing to do with our own government in the United States, that they weren't a
Yeah,
party to
I'm
it, that it
telling
was
you.
actually
Of course
an
it did.
outside agency that
No,
did
I'm
it
telling
all on
you,
their
of
own?
course it did.
Al
Why I'm
Al
not getting
Qaeda Al
why
Qaeda is
Milosevic finished in fucking war crime? One war crime from East or whatever, Asia, Africa, it's finished in fucking war crime court, and nobody didn't anything for this.
When you say Al Qaeda, you mean CIA, right?
Oh my god. I mean that's what is news. Don't say Al Qaeda, whatever you want. What happened 9/11?
I have no idea, but what I do know is what they told me on TV is a damn lie.
Yeah, of course. But nobody
That's all
cared
I
about
know.
that lie. But nobody
I'm not
cared
going to
about that lie.
pretend that I know what happened. I have no clue, but I know everything they told me on TV is a
Who will
damn
do
lie.
something about that lie?
Yo, Sasha, what's your point, bro?
My point is that oh my god.
You forgot
What
his
was
point.
yeah, because we were speaking about we were speaking about kids and education and that stuff, you know.
Yeah, so I think his point was that
My point,
regardless of the truth,
I
what
know
they
now.
tell you, I mean, you're always going to repeat, well, what happened 9/11? Well, terrorists, crap, terrorists. That's what you're going to tell your kids, but it doesn't mean that's the truth. I mean, once they get older, then you probably tell them the truth, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you worry about your kids going to school. I mean, you still didn't have kids, right? So I mean, once you have kids, you understand what to do and how to speak to them and what to tell them and how to explain to your kids, yeah, that's what they're teaching you, but let's actually look at actual reality. This is what reality actually explains, yada yada yada. I mean, I have kids
Well,
in
yeah,
school.
that's my question is
I
they're
have.
learning all these lies. So how do you convince them that,
You don't
okay, I'm
convince them. You
sending
teach
you
them.
to this place that you have to learn and you have to listen to your teachers and you
Well,
have to trust them. But then at the same time, they come
no.
home and I have to tell them, yo, everything they telling you is a lie.
Well, I mean,
Can I jump in?
you don't.
Can I jump in? Can I
Hold
jump
on,
in real
I
quick?
just jumped in.
I just want to know what's going on.
Well, I'm
Like,
about
that's
to
it.
explain. I'm about to explain. I mean, he's asking about
Why?
exactly what he just
Why is
said.
he asking? Is he asking because he's a Glober, or is he asking because
No,
he's
I genuinely asking everything about
I'm
how to raise
genuinely
kids
asking. I'm not a
and
Glover.
no. He's asking.
Okay, I'm going back to sleep. Continue.
So the thing is this, man. I have kids in school, and they literally do the same thing. I mean, they teach them all this stuff. I mean, before my kids went to school, that's when I started learning about flat Earth. Before they went to school, they thought the Earth was a globe, and that's one
What
of
grade are
my
they in?
now they're in third, fifth. There's another one in eighth, and another one in high school.
So you just became a a flat earther like 3 years ago?
Well, no, about 4 years ago, before my youngest one went to school.
But so what opened your mind to the whole deception? There had to be something else before flat Earth.
Well, I started looking into information. I actually came to debate the flat Earth, the globe. I was like, y'all crazy. How is it? How are y'all? Well, how do y'all think the Earth is a freaking globe? We have pictures, yada yada. I got flashback.
But how did you? But how'd you get? How'd you? Like, for instance, if he would have asked me, I'd say, well, the first thing I did is get into politics because I was wondering what the fuck was going on. And then ultimately that, because, you know, on the back of 9/11 and on the back of all of that in mainstream media, you got to start wondering.
I was already open to 9/11. And it kind of had like the I didn't believe much in the flat on the moon landing. I mean, I wasn't really like, oh, we didn't go, but you know, I really didn't. There was a lot of, you know,
you were curious though,
right?
You had your doubts,
right? One of the
but you just never looked into it.
The first thing, well, actually, one of my friends pointed me and asked me a question. This is what started my whole deep dive into flat Earth. Was my friend asked me, "Yo, why do we always see the one side of the moon?" And I googled it. Oh, it's totally locked. Yada yada yada. Then this and that. But that kind of still put an interest in me into actually looking into flat Earth, because I mean, I've heard it, but I was like, this is stupid. And then I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go, you know, tell these guys off. And from there, you know, they when they asked me actual questions like, well, where's that? Where's this? I was like, well, I don't know. You know, I really didn't have an answer. And I started looking into it. Then I went to 200 proofs. And then, you know, with the 200 proofs, I kept everything that he said, I looked it up and actually found more information on it. And, you know, and a bunch of the information that I got from there, and that's when I was like, damn, you know, there's most something be into it. 6 months into looking into the whole situation, you know, then I was like, damn, the Earth has to be. I told my wife, look, this is what they're saying, that the Earth is flat. My daughter didn't go to school yet, and she was like, the Earth isn't flat. I was like, that's one of the things that totally. That's when I was like, okay, it's definitely indoctrination, because how the hell do you know? You know, right?
Because all the movies, because all the movies and stuff she's seen, you know, that's how she learned it, right? All the TV shows and movies and stuff, television. So they know it before they even get to school, which is what makes it even more crazy.
Exactly. So that's that. When I heard my daughter say that, I was like, yo, this is 100% indoctrination, because my daughter, you know, I'm talking to my wife. She's not even paying attention to me, but she heard me say the Earth is flat, and she's like, the Earth isn't flat. I was like, whoa, that's like a complete, you know, jerk response, right? You know, it's
right.
So that totally made me look into it more, and then actually, you know, doing a little experience here and there. Then when I actually looked into the CIA stuff about the lighting and everything like that, the firmament lighting and whatnot. When I started looking into that, and I started looking into the actual light outside, bro, there's a 12 o'clock shadow when the sun is not here, or when there's actually I've taken photography, and I've done a lot of 3D programming. I mean, not programming, but animation and stuff, rendering. And
you started observing what you see and what you feel around you.
Right, exactly. So when 3D rendering,
when you say the 12 o'clock shadow, is this what we were talking about before with the what do you call that? Well, you'll be able to fill it in.
Yeah. Wait, remember when you were taking a picture
the other day when I was looking up at Truth Prevails. Stop running from me, girl. She sent me a message because she heard me say I've never seen the clouds lit from underneath, from my vantage point on the ground. And she said that's not true. And I'm like, well, you didn't hear the context of what I was speaking, because then I sent her pictures of exactly what I was talking about. Sun was setting, sunset. The clouds were still lit from the top. Man, I'm like, that's all I see. I know that if you're at a higher altitude, you can see the clouds lit from the bottom. And there's also a demonstration on Dave Weiss's channel, on how you can have a light source um above the bottom of the table, but still light the table if you
Yeah, from
drag it out
underneath.
far enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I've
So,
done this before as well, dude. With when one of my friends showed me, look, how could this happen, dude? I told my daughter, hey, look, grab my flashlight, from my phone, start walking back, and I put her, her hand was over my hand, like probably a few, a feet or so, and
So wait a minute,
and I,
before you did that, when she came back from school, like what did they tell her in school? So she had just learned this,
wait. I
like in
only
school.
interrupted. I'm trying to.
but the 12
So
o'clock
Oh, I'm
shadow,
sorry, I
right?
was just trying to listen to like more background. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not
when
trying
the
to
when
like.
the
I'm trying to stay on
real
topic.
quick, when the sun set, then the clouds seemed to like they were just. I was like, where's this light coming from? You know what I mean? Because it
Yeah,
was
yeah.
still anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. So on the sun perspective, with the lighting up underneath the clouds, I've done that with my kid moving away from my hand, like going further away, and now all of a sudden you start seeing a light under my hand, but her hand is still over. Same 1 feet over my hand, and still having that thing. But what I mean, the 12 o'clock shadow was when the sun is already gone, and there's still shadows under the car, and there's light, all over there's light. You say on a whole house. Or, if you look at a house, there's light in the back, front, left, and right, but the sun is already gone. So when you're doing 3D rendering, there's something called an ambient lighting, and then there's a focal lighting, and the sun is more of a focal lighting, and then there's an ambient light that you have to add, right? So without that, and the way you notice there's there has to be some kind of light that's ambiently lighting straight down, is because how do you get shadows? Shadows is because there's something this obstructs the light, right? And there, if you look under your cars, like let's say before the sun comes up, or before when the sun is already setting, you'll see under your cars, and there's shadow underneath your cars or anything that has a higher elevation than the floor. And how do you get shadows again, right? It has to be direct lighting. That something has to be directly over, covering, having
Over the object
obstructing
that's
light.
casting the
Right,
shadow.
exactly. Otherwise, the shadow, and you can actually, there's sometimes you can see the double shadow. What I call a double shadow is the shadow from the sun, and the shadow from the ambient lighting, what I always call it, which is what they call the firmament lighting in the from the CIA document, from the Russian documents and whatnot. But I remember in that picture, Elijah, you showed the other day. I told you, but look at this shadow. You were like, who cares about the shadow? I'm like, yeah, I know you don't care about the shadow, but remember, I told you there's the sun. The sun was way over there, but look at the shadow under the cars. Where is that light coming from? Remember that, Elijah? I guess he fell asleep.
Oh, I forgot I muted. Yeah.
Yeah. But again, so we were saying, so after my kids are going, like now, when in Texas there's a mandate. I mean, this is where I'm gonna bring it back to. Sometimes, yeah, there's sometimes they can go against the school or whatever, because like here in Texas, there's a mandate that there's you can't mandate to wear a mask, but the district decided to go against the governor's uh, whatever executive order, saying that they have to wear, they're mandated to wear a mask. And I told them, nope, you don't have to wear a mask if you don't want to. Yep. I told them you don't have to wear a mask. And the first day they got a lot of shit. They're like, oh, you have to wear a mask. Like, no, my daddy said I don't have to wear a mask. You call my daddy. And pretty much the teacher called me. The principal called me. I was like, y'all going against the what are you teaching your kids to? They could disobey or obey whatever law they want. I mean, we're going against their mandate, regardless of what they telling you. Even the Texas Supreme Court says they go with the government. So you guys are in the wrong. They're not gonna wear masks if they don't want to. And pretty much the first few days, man, they were like trying to pressure, and then they're like, I told them, look, tell them if they're scared, go to church. And my daughter, one of my daughters is the most mouthy. She's like, look, if you're scared, just go to the church. So he told the teacher's like, your daughter just told me, well, I'm telling you, well, it's regardless, you're going against the law. So I mean, and actually I had a police officer call me from my middle schools. And I told him, well, that's supposed to be. She's like, well, we can't. They were trying to tell me to go pick up my kid. I was like, for what? Are you suspending him? Could y'all write? Are you gonna write in suspension notice? And they were like, no, he hasn't broken any law either. So I'm just, I can't. There's nothing I can do about it. I was like, but they are. There's a fine attached to them mandating the mask. Why are you not upholding the law then? And the police officer quiet and just say, well, sir, I'm gonna have to call you back. So I mean, if you stand up for your rights or blah blah blah, I mean, you in the end you'll come out victorious, right? But
exactly,
that's a little bit different of a situation that I'm asking though. What if your daughter came home and said, "Daddy, I learned about gravity today," and she told you everything she learned about gravity
before that.
and
exactly.
you told her,
Teach her about gravity before that.
Yep, that's exactly what I done. Let her finish.
But how do you explain? But okay. So then the point is, how do you explain to your child that where you're sending them and where they have to go for school is
this is what
basically
you do,
a lie, but you have to do it? Like, how do you do you tell them? Do you flat out tell them that this? Okay, you basically you have to explain to them that the way society is set up and the way everything is, you have to go here and you have to listen to these people tell you these things, but this and this and this is a lie.
Yeah, I mean,
you know
pretty
what I mean?
much.
Or do you?
This is what you tell them. This is what they're teaching you. I mean, you got to learn it, and you got to actually answer the questions how they tell you it is, even though you know their answers are wrong. I mean, that's the way. It's pretty much you got.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. So if your daughter has to write a paper on gravity and how gravity works, but you explain to your daughter that gravity is bullshit, and no matter how well she writes it, no matter how well she explains it, her retarded teacher is gonna fail her and give her an F.
Think about it
now
like
you just
think about
put
it
your
like
daughter up.
this. Think about it like this. It's like you're writing a story by Romeo and Juliet. I mean, there's fictional stories they have to write papers for. Doesn't mean everything they write in school is 100% truth, right? So there's things they have to do in school just because I mean, especially I'm coming from I'm Christian based church. There's a bunch of stuff they teach about evolution and shit like that in school, which they still have to do regardless, right? So you have to
But
answer
at
the
what
questions.
age can a young child understand
let me
from
get in
before they go to
here a
school?
little bit.
Go ahead.
So
jump in. Somebody, jump in.
So number one, you don't have to send them to that school. You don't have to send them to school. You can homeschool them. And so
No,
when
yeah,
you're
we already talked
teaching
about that.
them,
I understand that 100%. But I'm speaking
all
strictly
right, so
if you
if
have
they're
no
going
choice
to
and you
school, okay.
you have to
If
do
they're
it.
going to
Like,
school, right, you got to work or whatever. Yeah, okay. So if then you teach them, hey, this is theoretical physics around a globe. Now they're gonna teach you that this was superseded, because they're always talking about space time, blah 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 blah. You give them all the pertinent sources, but ultimately you say this is how theoretical physics works on a globe. That's not a lie. That's true. Even though a globe doesn't exist, that's a very easy thing for someone to understand if you make that distinction and then you fix it later. Like, well, that was superseded 100 years ago. How does that work? Well, how do we have the air we're breathing? I mean, you put air into a balloon, it doesn't decompress because the mass, quote unquote, inside it is, bunching up together like a star. right? Everyone knows that the balloon loses air over time.
Right. But okay, let's say that my child completely understands that and can repeat it eloquently, and she can write a paper, and send it in, but her teacher is going to give her a horrible grade and fail her. So how do
Let
you
'em.
explain to your child how the system at a very young age, how that, like, do you just tell her, look, you just have to go along to get along, even though it's wrong, and this is the truth, and even though it's the truth, and you should challenge your teacher and you should ask questions, and that's okay, but at the end of the day,
But if they're talking about if they're talking about Newton's theoretical laws, then she can answer the questions based on Newton's theoretical laws.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Even if it's correct, it doesn't matter,
me ask
because
you.
in that curriculum, they're not going to care. They're going to laugh at her. They're going to make fun of him or her.
Why?
And you
Let
know what
me
I mean.
ask
And
you.
you're going to
Hold
make
on, hold on, hold on. Let me ask you
She's
this. Hold on,
answering the
hold on,
child
hold
is
on.
going to be.
Let me ask you this.
She's
Do you believe in
answering the
evolution?
question.
Hold on. Let me ask you. Do you believe in evolution?
No.
Right. So, are you gonna teach your kid? Don't answer their questions correctly when they're teaching about evolution in school.
Of course not. I'm
Right.
gonna
She's
tell
gonna
them.
answer. She's gonna answer the question. She's gonna answer just the way the book tells it is. Right.
Yeah.
Right. But does it mean she's gonna believe in evolution?
No.
It's exactly the same thing.
Okay. So, but
Yeah,
isn't there
don't
going to be
teach
a
them.
point in time when your kid is going to be like, "Daddy, if this is not it, why are they telling?" Like, like how do you
Dude,
explain to
there's
them that they are
other
purposely
than the anti-flat
lying? You know
earthers,
what I
man.
mean? Like,
Other than
what are you
the
supposed to say to your?
other
Well,
than
Oh,
the
I'm sorry.
are they raised to be of are they agnostic, or do they have a faith? Do you have a faith? Do you teach them, you know, scripture? Like, what is it? Like, start from there.
Well, that's a whole nother challenge, because I was raised Catholic, but I am no longer Catholic. I believe in a creator. I don't believe in I don't follow any
That's fine. The
organized
Catholics don't
religion.
follow the scripture, so that's a-okay to
Yeah,
lie about.
and
Um,
but I'm grateful for being brought up in the Catholic Church, just because it taught me a lot and it opened my eyes to a lot. Because for some reason, I just knew. I don't know. I saw through a lot of the hypocrisy of it, and it really opened my eyes. So I'm wondering, should I do that for my own child too, and send them to a Catholic
so when
school,
you
hoping that they will
no,
hoping
you just
from it
teach
too.
them
You know what I
scripture.
mean?
Why
And
would you do that? You just
yeah,
let them read scripture. Just, hey, read this book, because this book is going to have relationships and stories that are going to parallel the world that you live in today. It's going to show you a lot of things. You don't say that's all you have to say. It's a historical text about things that happened in the past. And then there are revelations. Now they might ask, well, who's this person? Seems to who's this Lord, or whatever they might ask. That it might get a little dicey there, but um I mean, there's a reason that this world is the way it is. I mean, how long are we gonna reject that there's a simple answer that people just don't? As a matter of fact, I mean, I show this video 100 quotes that tell us we've been lied to, and nobody knows about it. And it's with all of the, like, Hubble, Einstein, Hawking, Kepler, Copernicus. All of these people basically say, I don't have any scientific evidence for my assertions. However, this is my view because I don't want to believe we live in a geocentric universe or Earth-centered universe, because that means we're special, and that's a horrible, horrid terrifying thing to think about. Now, the only time I'm talking like that is when I did some bad shit and I know I got to reckon with it at some point. That's the only time I'm thinking, why would they be saying that? So, you know, it's kind of weird how they're like, I fear that position. What is that about? What does that even mean? What do you fear? Why do you fear that this place is created and is put here? Why would you rather believe that we evolved from some natural process over the span of I don't know how many years? I mean, they tell you why. So the older your kids get, the more you can, feed them this information. It doesn't take a rocket scientist, no pun intended, to make certain conclusions. Did you see that video, by the way, El Bariqua? I know I sent it to you, right? Isn't that
Yeah. We
crazy?
want, yeah. It's one of my is in my repertoire of information I send. No.
It's over after that. It's like,
yeah.
And then Timothy 6 verse 20 says, beware of those rolling through with false knowledge, aka pseudoscience. That when I saw that, I said, wow, that's crazy.
Do one of you guys sometimes think about what it would have been like if you didn't know what you know now and kept your head in the sand? People that used to be asleep and just were like everybody else and didn't have a care. Do you ever miss those days and wish like you could go back and unlearn what you know?
Nah.
No.
Because for me, regardless of what I believe, at the core of my belief, I accept my creators, like the tenets that I think God is truth straight up.
Mm.
And I think we all know what that is. And people expose that they know what that is. And a myriad of ways. But ultimately, when we're trying to do science, we're trying to have some kind of verifiable way to say, hey, okay, you claim that this is happening. Well, how do I verify that to be true so that I know it to be true, right? Like that's what it all boils down to. So me rejecting a lie is just like morally, I could never do it.
But don't you feel that burden of that knowledge and how heavy of a load it is, knowing everything you know and not being able to expose the truth to everybody you love? And so you sometimes feel alone knowing what you know, and you can't really be like everybody else. You can't hang out and be carefree like everybody else is, knowing the truth.
I used to.
Like it's freeing in the beginning. It's a very freeing feeling, and you feel free. But at the end, at the same time, it's almost an enslavement too, because you can't, and we probably will never see the end result or the outcome of the truth coming forth and being. I guess it depends on what you believe, though. If you believe in the second coming and the whole rapture and all that, and
See what I'm saying?
everybody.
Rapture's not even real. What's that?
I'm just speaking about, some people believe that
That's
that
not
Jesus
in
Christ
the
is going to
scripture. That's what I'm
return
saying.
and you know what I mean, and raise up and fight Lucifer or whatever. I'm not saying I believe in that, but I'm just saying having the knowledge that we know
Yeah, I believe
and
that.
that like it it's freeing and it feels good to know the truth about our reality, but at the same time, sometimes it feels like a prison.
Yeah, well, yes, we're slaves. What else you want me to say? Yeah, yes, that's it. That's what it is. We are slaves. And if this last year doesn't make that clear, I don't know what else will. Um, so that's just the reality of it. And the only way not to be is, I mean, if everyone woke up today, well, then it would be war because then again, I don't know. I don't know that. But I do know that people, for whatever reason, are rejecting truth. And I used to wonder why that is. It's because they're rejecting truth that I can't hold the people who are lying accountable because I'm fighting with these motherfuckers. I'll never get to the general. Like they'll never allow me. Like there's a whole bunch of zealots right across the street, or sometimes in our family. They don't want to hear it, and it's like I kept wondering, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do then? Is there nothing I can do? Um, and it's for me, and it could have probably it could come from maybe any book. I don't know, but the more I read scripture, the more I have satisfying answers. So, um, when I'm wondering why is this person just straight up lying? Why can't they see what's very obvious? Like I'm showing them something that's apart from myself, is something that I didn't make up. It's not something that flat earthers made up. It's not something that conspiracy theorists made. It's just black and white. It's just right here in these documents, or it's just right here in these, and the only thing that I can find that makes sense is people who accept a delusion will be sent a grand delusion. And it makes sense that if you accept the lie on its face, you'll like the people who accept lies, they just go further and further into their addiction, whatever that may be. For a lot of people, that's false information.
Do you
And they
think it's
just get
possible
deeper
that
and deeper.
I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I was saying that earlier that I kind of believe that there's two types of people on this earth for some reason. There is like people that were born with some sort of defect where they have this slave sort of mentality, and then there's people like us that will never be slaves and always question authority and always buck authority and always have this like fear in us that wants to be free. And no matter how hard you try to convince those other people, they just never, you can't do anything for them. You can't help them. There's something inherently different between us and them. You think that it is possible, or do you think we're all the same? You just need to somehow reach them and pull it out of them.
Well, it seems like the former. It seems like I've thought about this too because um I could see the people who reject truth from when I was young. Like it's almost like we don't change from when we're babies. Like people think they do. Like you might all you're doing is going through life making choices. Well, I guess I'd be a hypocrite because eh, people do change, but it's still my belief that it's something weird from when we're children. All of the people that I would have thought that I grew up with, that that
they have the exact mindset that makes sense to me. Thinking back, you know, to when we were kids, it's like, well, of course that person would go for this, and you know, I was always getting in trouble because I was always asking the teacher something or asking some inappropriate question, and and the other kids that did that, we're all in the same boat here, basically, you know, and all of the other kids that just.
So you think it is like a genetic difference between us and them? Like possibly that there's just no, because you've been in a situation like it could be your closest friend or a relative, and it doesn't matter what you say to them, how much they look up to you or trust you, no matter what you show them, they will never be convinced of anything, any of the truth. They can't accept it.
Either that or they don't want to. They don't want to
Well,
deal with
right,
it,
and so I'm wondering
and
if
it's annoying. Yeah.
maybe there is something that separates. We're different. We're a different breed. We're not from the same clan. We're not from the same cut from the same cloth. There is something inherently either wrong with us or wrong with them that, like, even though we look the same, we bleed the same blood, but maybe there is something genetically different, and maybe that has something to do with these shots and these vaccinations. Maybe they're trying to change us, like you and me. They're trying to break that thing that
Maybe,
makes us different.
maybe. I mean, we all do get, you know, all that stuff from when we're born, when we're young.
Mm-hmm.
There's some people who like there's a lot of well, I don't even want to say there's a lot of people who don't do that, and they're just fine. I thought it was a necessary thing for survival. You know, otherwise I'd die from anything, right? But turns out that's not true. So I don't know what that does to some people. Maybe that could play a hand in it. We do so many things from young that we take for granted. We don't really know what it is. But then before any of this, people were still like this. So I don't even think it's that. It might just be maybe whatever it is. I think there's a difference, and I don't know why. I don't. But there definitely seems to be a difference. I'm always saying it seems like certain people aren't like me. Like I'm
Exactly. That's what I mean. Like that's how people situation. Like I want to love my fellow man. I want to love my neighbor. I want to have compassion and try to not hate the people that don't believe what I believe. But at the same time, I feel like they are the ones that are putting me in the situation and making the place that I love, this flat plane that I'm on, they're making it hell. And they don't even know they're doing it. They're just they're just going along with somebody else's plan, and they don't even think about it. They don't question anything as long as they have a BMW and they have a flat screen TV and the system works for them. Then they're quick to turn on their fellow man and dime them out for the most petty thing to further their self with meaningless trinkets. Like that's the world we're living in right now.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. I mean, this is just like the Matrix. Like after, like when you watch the Matrix, you're like, damn, well, here I am looking at Matrix 3. They're woke now, and they have to live in this dirty ass ship with dirty ass clothes, and it's like these monstrous machines around them, and it's like this is their existence now. Like, ugh. And that's how I feel. That's how I feel here, in a sense. Like, there's just a whole bunch of people running around. It's not like truth is hard to find. It's like now it's right there. It's just so blatantly obvious. It's like I couldn't even imagine exposing flat earth to people. I couldn't imagine it being as easy as it is today. Um and still and instead of saying, "Oh, that's not true. Oh, that's fake." They'll just go, I don't all right, I don't want to hear it because it doesn't really matter. And that's what hurts me the most.
What
What do
what
you
hurts
mean?
me
What
the
do you what
most
do
is
you
the lack
mean?
of
What do you mean your
humanity
mind?
between. Oh man.
It's like, what do you mean your mind doesn't matter? What's being put or superimposed onto it doesn't matter. Like you turn on the TV globe. You turn you whenever you hear anyone speaking in authority, it's a global pandemic. It's across the globe, a global scale. Like it's a slap in the face to me every time. And I'm like, I don't understand how you think that something that isn't true, that's being pretty much projected onto every sentient anything, that's okay. And they're like, yeah, I still gotta live my life. It's like I don't get it.
Oh, imagine having family members that have that same mentality you were talking about and being pastors, bro.
You said being pastors?
Pastors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How you do that?
Yo.
Right, you're going straight against your beliefs of putting your faith in the creator, right? You're going what happened to faith? Yeah, see, I was thinking about that too, and all the churches and stuff during this pandemic, and they're trying to force people to wear masks to come to church. What are you doing? What happened to faith? You don't have
Dude.
faith in your creator that you're going to be safe amongst your fellow, your fellow man, your brothers and sisters, to come to a place and worship whatever you believe in. I
Dude,
don't know, man.
all my fathers, my fathers, my uncles, my grandparents, well, my grandma, now she's the pastor of the church, but all of them, dude, I brought I brought this to them. They're like, one of my uncles, they're like, he doesn't really know where to go with it. But the others are like, yeah, they don't want to hear it. They don't, what does it matter? I'm like, what?
What, man? What do you get? Yo, step down.
Exactly.
You know what it is, but you
Yeah.
see, I know I'm a slave, and I'm willing to die for this. That's just what it is. Nobody's gonna make me do anything. Nobody's gonna make me. I I go with the will of the Father. That's it. Um, and the reason I put so much weight behind those words is simply because who else gave me my own autonomy? Who gave me the ability? How am I thinking right now? How am I animated? How do I know right from wrong? So at some point, people have agreed, oh, you don't know right from wrong. That's why we have a society with rules. No, I'm not corrupt. I'm not around here touching kids. I'm not out here having I have sinister thoughts, and I also know what is wrong and what's right about them. I have everything I need to know in this world. I don't need any outside influence to tell me murder is wrong, that rape is wrong. I know that already. And when they say, "Well,
I
why
think
do
we're all
people
born
do
with
it?"
that too.
They
I
don't
think when
know
we're
that it's wrong,
born,
and
we
I'm like,
know
"How
that
do
when
you
we're
know?"
born.
Like with the idea that's imposed onto us is, well, there are murderers and there are rapists, and they don't know that they're doing wrong. How, that's a lie. That's the lie. Everybody knows what's right and wrong. Just like everybody knows what's beautiful and ugly. And they claim beauty is in the eye of the beholder. No, it's not. Ugly is ugly and cute is cute. Symmetrical is symmetrical. And asymmetrical is asymmetrical, and everybody knows it. Am I wrong? There wouldn't be all of these publications. There wouldn't be people revered for being the most beautiful people on earth if it weren't true. But people pervert that simple truth simply because it isn't a blatant natural law. Like, oh, I don't know, if I step in front of a Mack truck that's going 70 miles an hour, I'm going to die. There's no way around that. Oh, but here's this thing that seems subjective, and because it's in my mind, we can't really pin that down. So I'm just gonna have a little bit of wiggle room to lie and deceive. No, there's right from wrong, there's ugly from cute, and it just is what it is, and people just choose to believe otherwise. But that's the that's what happens when you have a corrupt mind. You just can't accept simple truth.
I think you hit the nail on the head right there. I think you're right. I think we're all born not perfect, but pure at heart. But when we start going through where we are, where we live, I think we get choices put in front of us where sometimes we've all made the wrong decision. We've all made bad choices, and the difference is, the people that are around us and teach us, and whether you learn from that mistake and that wrong thing, and whether you have that voice in your head telling you you knew that was wrong, but you did it anyway because you wanted to see what happened. I think it's like a temptation from some sort of, I don't want to say devil because that sounds too I don't know, that just sounds too biblical, and puts like an idea like the devil is like a man that is here on this plane. But I believe we are all some way tempted to go against our natural instincts to be good. And some people, that's nurtured to be good, and you learn from your mistakes, and you're rewarded, and you learn, and some people just don't learn. And
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm saying. I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought.
Oh well, no. I mean, I'm following this like, how do kids know to be mischievous? Like this is
Well, I
something
think,
someone asked
yeah,
me
that's
that
what I
I
was going to
never
say. I
really
think, I
thought
think,
about.
I think they
And
have to learn it from the adults
no,
around them, don't they?
it's the other way around. It's the other way around. You have to
Well, I
learn
look at
righteousness.
I look at it from this
Somebody has
perspective.
to teach you. Somebody has to teach you righteousness. And they
Well,
said
do you
this is
think?
because, and I don't. I mean, people can think what they want, but I was told, and it made logical sense to me at the time, is because um we're born in the flesh, and the flesh wants to do bad. And
Hmm.
so That doesn't mean that they don't know truth. Obviously, a kid knows that they're lying because when you catch them in the lie, they're like, uh, right? So they know that it's a lie, but they still have to be taught righteousness in order to do righteousness. So something
But at
about
an early age, don't you think, like at an early age, you're innocent, and at some point in your life, you never lie because you don't even know what a lie is. You're just always righteous. Then somewhere down the line, somebody tells you a lie, and then you learn that, and then so you start lying.
Well, you ever see a kid throw a tantrum?
Oh yeah, of
Like
course.
a 6-month-old.
6 months. Well, I don't know how old they were, but I mean, yeah, I've seen
They'll
like
throw their
plenty of
head back
kids
and
throwing.
they'll try to like wiggle out of your arms or like they didn't
Yeah.
learn that from nowhere. That's just how they feel because they're going off of their emotions.
Hmm. So you think that's like an internal struggle of them, like the good and the bad in them, and so you have to teach them like to weed out that bad feeling. Because I think about this. I think about when I was a child. I grew up in a predominantly white neighborhood when I was even before kindergarten. How old are you when you enter kindergarten? Like 3 or 4? Like I don't know.
Yeah, I can't
But
even remember, but it was mad early.
my parents weren't racist people. So I never grew up even acknowledging that people of a different skin color were different from me. I'd never heard a derogatory term of any other race. I always looked at them as just another person. It was never white or black or brown, never. But when I got to middle school, and I'm thinking like fourth or fifth grade, there was a bunch of kids in my school that were making fun of a black kid. There's one black kid in our school, and they were making fun of him. And I didn't. I had. I they were using, calling him a nigger and stuff. I didn't know what they were talking about. I didn't know what that word meant. I didn't understand what they were talking about. You know what I mean? Because I wasn't raised. I never heard those words. I had no clue. I didn't even recognize other people with different skin color as different than me. I just thought we were all the same. We were all just people. It was never a thought in my mind until I got with these other kids in a public school, and for some reason they knew all these horrible terms that were racist as hell. So that's where I learned that. From that. Where did they learn it from? Because I wasn't born with that. I wasn't born with that.
Well, they learned that from CIA. What I mean by that is, people aren't aware that the TV and mainstream media, at least in the modern world that we live in, this is directly meant to inundate you with all of these thoughts. Like, I often talk about how the CIA document was released back in the 60s. And they basically say, hey, we need you, CIA, to go to your media arms and say this, do this, deal with the people that are speaking against the narrative we want to portray like this. So when people say things like, oh, it's so big a lie, like someone would have exposed it by now. Can't be, it just can't be true. That's a CIA talking point. people repeat these kind of things all the time. That's what's wrong with logical fallacy. When you watch the news and you like, I think that that's like by far one of the most important things to learn is what logical fallacies are, so that you know the importance of not letting people commit them, because basically they're just lies, right? So, um, what kind of example can I? Okay, every globe proof ever begins with the begging the question fallacy. Why would you? Why would anyone ever, like, after I say, hey, you know that's a begging the question fallacy? As a matter of fact, there's no proof that you can give me that won't fall under the 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 definition of begging the question. And they'll just say, well, it doesn't matter, because they get frustrated. And it's like they think they're trying to prove a point. They think that they know what they know, and they can't accept that, well, yeah, all of that is on the back of a faulty premise that you assumed in the first place. And this is the kind of fallacious logic that the news has taught, that daytime TV has taught, that movies have taught, cartoons have taught. Why? Well, not why, but how. Well, there's fallacious logic in any interaction between one human to another. So this is how we're taught to respond to each other. Someone does me wrong, I can just obfuscate. I don't have to answer them directly. Why'd you do this? Well, you're not perfect either.
See, and
Which
that
could be true, but it's
exactly
still
what you're
fallacious.
saying. That's why I think maybe there is a serious difference between us and them, and there will never be a point they can't open their eyes, they can't wake up, because there is something different in their DNA. There's something. I mean, we're all linked, we're all tied together, but there is something special about some of us that is just different. Or maybe that's just vanity, maybe that's me wanting to think that we're better than them. But aren't we? I mean, at least we can ask questions. At least we don't just take everything we're told and believe it and just say yes, yes, master. I mean, you know what I mean? And even at a point, like, because we're all brought up in the same system, and at one point something happened to us where we started to question the reality around us and everything we were told, and said, hold on, wait a minute, something ain't right here. And then we figured it out. We're like, yeah, this isn't reality. We are being lied to. But there's people that will never and can never accept that. There has to be something inherently. There has to be something wrong with them. They are not the same as us. They are, I don't know what to call it, but I feel like it's a problem. It's a it's I don't know where it comes from, and I don't know how to solve it, and I don't know what to do about it. But I really feel like there is something different between us.
I've been saying that for a very long time. I couldn't put my finger on it. But now my answer I've been getting, it's just my personal prerogative. Yes. Um, Getting closer to the scripture, and whatever else I can get my hands on. And the for me, it's evident that there, just like I have the morale to do good, there's that other side. And I'm like, They're just of that other side. You know, like that's what it is. Now, I don't even have to put.
Speaking in biblical terms, do you think it could be that us that, regardless of where we come from, what country we originated from, we all still hold these truths and these beliefs, and we are all awake, but we're all different. We all look different. We come from different backgrounds. We come from different tribes, different ethnicities, but yet we're all awake for some reason, surrounded by people that are asleep. Could we be the chosen ones? Could that be like a thing that's what separates us, is that we are the descendants of the followers of the true, whatever you want to call it, Messiah? Or
That's what some people. That's what some people would suggest. That's what some people would say.
yeah.
Ultimately, that as much truth as I speak, I can't even put myself in that category. Not yet. Not truthfully, honestly. Like when I
Why do you
still
say that?
do,
What do you mean? What do you mean? Why do you?
well, I'm not disciplined. I don't do things that I know I shouldn't do. I still have
Well, yeah, so do I though. Like I'm a horrible person. I do all kinds of things all the time that I know I shouldn't do.
well, if you
But
know it, it's that
but
simple.
I'm
In my
but I
mind, it's
don't
that
I don't
simple.
do anything to
What
hurt
if I
anyone
do it?
else. But
Don't
I
matter.
hurt myself. You know what I mean?
Don't matter. It's all, to me, it's all the same.
Mhm.
Because you know why? You know why? The more I have this idea that the God is real, and the
Mhm.
more that I find ways to see him as seeing me 100% of the time, is the more I cognitively or cognizantly consider what I'm doing. What if that's right? What if I'm still doing so wrong that it doesn't matter? Like, why would I do anything? First of all, if I did what I knew I should be doing, I'd be super rich right now. I know that
But
for a fact. I know that I'm not as successful as I want to be because I've feared people instead of cultivating my gift. Now, it's not about being rich, but it's about what's obvious. And it's like, oh, well, surely if I didn't smoke and if I did, vocally train and I did go out when my friend said, hey, come here, I'll give you $300 for the night, or whatever it is. All of these things that I just chose, I'm not going to do that because I'm partying and I kind of whatever, whatever, whatever. Just for me, from my own personal standpoint, I know what I haven't done, and I know what this little voice inside me said. Well, you could have done things this way, but you, for whatever fucking reason, went the other way. How many pennies have we thrown away in our lifetime? How much money is that? That's a simple discipline that's just like, well, F it. How
so you
much
don't think that,
time have
that
we
knowledge
wasted?
that you have of that, and the fact that you're aware and you're conscious of that, and you're thinking about it, and you have regrets and you have remorse, you don't think, doesn't that count for something? Because there's probably a million, half the population that don't even think like you do. They don't even think about that. They don't think about consequences and have remorse. So I'm thinking maybe that's what's special and unique about somebody like you, is you actually have those feelings, and yes, you slip sometimes, but you understand when you slip and you acknowledge it, and you feel some type of way about it, and you torture yourself about it on the inside, and you're constantly always trying to do better. But everybody makes mistakes, everybody slips sometimes, because isn't that what's like a part of being human and a part of being where we are? and having the experience that we are experiencing on this plane, regardless of how we got here, whatever religion you believe in, whether you even believe in like a devil or heaven and hell and or Satan, and that you're tempted, and we're all failures in some instances. But the difference between me and you and somebody else is we understand that we failed. And even if we did it and we knew it was wrong, we acknowledge it and we know it and we want to do better, or at least we have remorse, and it haunts us forever, and we constantly regret it. But there's people that do horrible things and never even have a second thought about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, for some, see, I've been told that. That's the problem, right? Whenever I'm told something and it doesn't resonate with me, it just doesn't.
Well, and you got to think about it like this too.
Unless I come
Is
across some piece of information.
You know what else I believe too, though, is check this out, is that the control that they have over a society through media, through radio waves, through television, through music, through everything that we see our entire lives is all to block that sense that we have of right and wrong, and how to do, because I know you've been in a situation before where you were faced with a choice. You could go left or you could go right, and you knew which one was the right one to take, but you took the wrong one. Maybe not on purpose, but maybe it's just you're not listening to yourself. You're not listening to that voice inside you that is telling you, don't do this, don't go in there, don't go with them, or don't. Because I've been in that situation a ton of times where I knew the path I was about to take was wrong, but I didn't listen to that gut instinct.
Mm-hmm.
And I went anyway. And it's failure every time. But then there's been times where I listened to that gut instinct and it saved me from a lot of disasters. But sometimes for some reason I block that sense out that tells me, no, this is wrong, don't do it. And I think a lot of that is like some type of warfare that they have, because they want to block that good sense that we have, take that like sixth sense or whatever, that ability to think for ourselves and make the right decisions. All the shit that's out there, phones and all that blocks.
You know?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
What if that's just us? What if I'm a part of, incapable of doing what they're doing in the media? And I know I am. That's
Yeah.
That's what's
We all
so
are.
powerful about the truth. And so some people think that there's like this, huge conspiracy. There's some people at the top. Maybe it's a nah. I think it's just. I mean, because my neighbor is just the same.
Mm-hmm.
Is there's no difference between my neighbor and whoever the fuck is up there. Because if they had his shoes, they'd be walking. They'd be doing the same thing. Well, that's my question. Is like, okay, what would I be doing if I was in a different position? Would I really be me? Would I? I don't know, but I do know that I've decided personally that not being perfect is a problem for me. And scripture might tell me, hey, that's not okay right there. People tell me, oh, you see the truth, brother. Now, at least you're repentant. You're gonna be saved. And I'm like, I don't know if I deserve that. You don't know me. You don't live in my mind. You don't know what I should be doing, what I could be doing, who I could be saving. Only I know that. And in my mind, I just feel like, well, it's not good enough. if I'm cognizant of something that I shouldn't do and I'm doing that thing, I don't care that I'm aware of it. I want to be strong enough to do the thing that I'm here to do, like a machine. That's what I want to do. Why?
But that's not told to us though. We don't know why we're
I'll tell
here.
you why. I'll tell you why. The moment I had my awakening, I had revelation after revelation after revelation after revelation. Is that what it's called, or is it confirmation? Confirmation they call it. And like there's a story that I always tell about how I promised myself, and it was like 10 years, said I would never step foot into the Village Underground. I live in New York City. Place called the Village Underground. Cheryl Pepsi Riley hosted some nights there. One night I went there and I bombed horribly. And I said, that's a serious place. I will never step foot in there till I'm ready. And I never got ready. I just let the fear of rejection, the fear of not performing well, just take over my entire life. And I would perform here and there, but never at the capacity I'm supposed to. And then I had my spiritual awakening, and I began listening to the voice in my head, not the one that says, I don't feel like doing that. I listen to the one that says, no, go do that, right? So my friend invites me out, and he says, hey, I'm going to be in town. Come see me at my show. And I started to say, well, I got to work and I got other things to do. Blah, 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 blah. The voice said, no, you don't. Go. What are you talking about? You're lying. Just go. And I said, yeah, I'll be there. And I went. And when I went, he called me up on stage. He's like, this is one of my friends. He lives right here in the city. He is an amazing vocalist. And I want him to sing a couple of, sing something for us. Now, normally I'd have been frozen. I'd have died right there. But I said, yeah, this is what you're doing. This is what you're doing. Really? All right, whatever. Okay, fine. I said I would listen. I'm listening. Got on stage. Amazing, amazing time, like never before. Then I go downstairs to use the bathroom, and there's an itinerary on the wall. And guess who hosts there? Cheryl Pepsi Riley. And I asked someone, I said, when did Cheryl Pepsi Riley start hosting on Thursdays here? And they said, oh, yeah, the Village Underground, well, it got shut down because of the noise complaints, so they had to move it here. So the crowd that I feared for 10 years simply moved to the place that I happen to be at.
Yeah.
That's not a coincidence. And that kept happening on that scale, things that I know there's no way this could be. Like, it's almost like I was living outside of myself, seeing miracles happen. Like I was being divinely controlled or something. I don't know.
So did that change you then, and not to be fearful of that situation? You know what I mean? Because you said like you were you think you want to be perfect. Like how do you?
I'll tell you right now. You know what I did? I started thinking, oh yeah, I know you're real. Oh yeah, you're real, sure. Yo, check it. I'll say good morning later. Yo, I'll have a conversation with you later. I want to go do this. Yo, yeah. I know, yeah. I love you. Yo, I'm gonna go do this though. I stopped for whatever reason, I thought I had it. I thought it was, I thought, all right, I experienced what I needed to experience. That's great. But I'm gonna do what I want to do. After all of that, I feel like I fell from grace. That's what I feel like, right? And why? I don't know why. Why do we do? Why do we? Why do humans do what they do, right? But I know
Isn't
I
a better
did.
way to say that though is just like you wanted that moment for so long and you built it up in your head for so long and were afraid to achieve it, and then when it happened by accident and you achieved it, you realized it wasn't as fulfilling as you thought it would be, so you just moved on.
No, it was fulfilling. What I'm saying is, I took what got me there for granted. So it's, you know what? It's better explained like this. You ever love someone and you love them so much that you feel it when you say it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. You ever get to a part in the relationship where you say it, but you didn't feel anything?
Yep.
You no
Oh yeah.
longer mean it. You
Hmm.
no longer
Yeah.
mean it. If the feeling isn't behind it, you no longer mean it. So I was telling the father I love him, but I didn't mean it.
Hmm.
That didn't mean I didn't believe in him. Whatever it is that drives this emotion behind our words, the thing that animates us. The moment that I say I love the Father and I don't feel it like I do when I'm talking to my cats or when I'm
Yeah.
talking to my girl, then it can't be true because something that I'm doing is not making that connection between my emotions and the words that I'm using. To me, it means that I'm just lying. So I decided again, after realizing that, I don't want to tell him I love him and not mean it. That's an evil thing to do to someone here on earth. Why would I
Hmm.
want to do that to the Father, whoever that may be? Like, the Father doesn't have any feelings. Where do my feelings come from then? What are feelings exactly? I don't know. But if he or she or it or whatever had them, I would never want them to feel like how people feel here on earth when you tell them you love them and then you treat them the opposite, which coincidentally is what most of the world is. That's how they're treating the creator. I would never want to be a part of that. So I'm making this decision to say, no, these things do matter. Every little bit matters because he matters.
But don't we
And
all
I'm
at some point have doubt if you believe in a creator? I mean, creation, do you believe that creation the way it is perfect?
yes.
Okay, so but do you believe that we're perfect or are we imperfect? And if we are, see, this is what I don't get. Like, so, because how can we can't be better than the creator, can we? Or can we?
Well, his creation is perfect. I didn't say we were perfect.
But you said you strive for perfection, right?
Yeah.
But aren't you
I know
kind of like
I know that
setting
I know
yourself
that
up
it
for
says I
failure?
can
You know what I
never
mean? And if you
I
and
know
you're
it
still
says I
pure
can
at
never
heart, like
be.
you have good intentions, but yeah, we all sometimes misplace our mm, we're all selfish sometimes, and
Mhm.
we all talk to whatever you believe in, creator, or even if it's not like a prayer, but we talk in our heads and we say whatever, you know.
Mhm.
Do you actually think that how you say it or how you mean it, or if it comes from a selfish place, that it matters? That the creator is actually listening to your thoughts and listening to what you're saying, and is going to make a divine intervention in your life and answer. answer you or push you through a path or give you something to make your life better?
I can you ask me a little more concisely, or maybe restate your question?
Okay, so like, have you ever come to a point in your life where you really were low and you needed help and you wanted guidance and you wanted something in your life to let's say somebody that you love, let's say there's a girl in your life that you love and she just left you and broke up with you and you were heartbroken and you do anything to get her back, and so you said, God, please bring her back to me, I'll do whatever I want, and just prayed in your head and asked for that. Do you think that that's actually, and it doesn't have to be just that example, but any example like that where you're reaching out to the creator, do you think that actually matters? Do you think the creator is actually even acknowledging those thoughts and those feelings?
Of course.
You think so?
Where I'm at though is I'm not a perfect thinking being. This is why I can never be perfect. But the things that I'm cognizant of, why can't I strive for perfection if I know what it is to be perfect? It in the scope of what I do know. I say that to say, one struggle I have, I don't ask the Father for things. I ask him to do his will and use me to do it. So I love my girl, I love my family. And the hardest thing to do is to tell the creator to do your will regardless of what that means. And I just pray also that that's not to take my family away, to take me to a different place. But that's not my place. I don't ask for things like that. I ask him to do his will. And I ask him that I do it. And I do what I'm supposed to do because I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't have faith in myself anymore. In the sense of, I'm not a fortune teller. So I don't know where I should end up. But I want to end up where I'm supposed to be. And that might not be where I am. And that hurts.
So how do we know though? How do we know when we're faced with moral dilemmas, thinking that we know what the creator wants us to do, but it might go against like these? Because okay, creation is perfect, but we live in an imperfect society that was set up and built by men that are flawed. So there's moral dilemmas a lot of times. Like it's wrong in our society to steal, but if you're starving and you have to feed your family, you have to steal. Or if somebody is trying to kill you or your family, you have to kill them in order to survive. So it's like, how do you can't, we will never be perfect. We're always going to be imperfect in a way because we
killing
haven't
is not murder.
True. But
that
there's
aside, I've also said, oh, right. I'm doing
But what if you're in a situation where you're about to commit a crime?
Hold on.
Okay.
So remember when I said I'd be, where would I be if I just saved all the pennies I had, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm already aware that I'm in the situation that I'm in because of something that I didn't do 15 years ago. And I knew what the right choice was. So now, fast forward, if I'm in a seedy situation, it's because I brought myself there. So when I don't have enough to put on the table, I can't think of it from today like, damn, well, shit, how come I don't have a job today? Or how come I don't have the money to make ends meet today? Okay, so I got to do what I got to do for my family. If I did what I had to do for me,
this future now wouldn't be a problem. So whose fault is that? Mine.
Yeah, because you could have did the right thing yesterday and it would have made today better, is what you're saying. So it's like, regardless of the situation you're in, even if it's a mess up situation and you're going to make a wrong choice, it's still your fault that you're there to begin with.
Exactly. Because I've tried to see it another way. Like, well, could it have not been my fault? What's something that I couldn't control? There's nothing. There's nothing that I don't know how true this is for other people, but I've been blessed with um, knowing about finance from young enough, and not only that, like I've shared these ideas and these views with others, and you know what they told me? That's cool, but I'm gonna do what I want to do. And I'm like, yo, you could go to your bank. You know, they gave you this little bullshit policy here. You can go walk into your bank and just reallocate your money using their products if that's what you want to do. Here's all the information. And they don't do it. Now, 10 years later, oh, yeah, bro, you know, I got all of these things in the house and a car broke down and blah, 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 blah. You know, yeah, well, you had a leg up. It was called information. It was called knowledge. So that right there let me know that all of the people that were poor around me, it was a choice. Now, there's a time when you're dealt the cards you're dealt. And then there's a time where you could have done something about it, but didn't. So that time where you were dealt a shitty hand is very small in comparison to all the things you could have done to change things. It's never the other way around. Well, I've done everything that I could, but it's, you know, shit's still fucked up. Not in my life. I don't know about anybody else. It's always my fault. Because I have the wisdom and understanding of, well, I'm in this situation because I didn't do that 10 years ago, or this back in 2015, or I remember when I had this opportunity and I chose to fucking smoke my life away. Who am I supposed to blame?
Shit. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah. Damn it. Yeah, you can't blame that on anybody but yourself. You made that choice. I mean, and you knew. We see the outcome. You know, is okay. This is how this is going to turn out. Might not be right now. It might not be tomorrow, but down the road. Yeah.
And that right there gives me hope. Everybody don't see things that way. Like, I can stop fucking up today if I wanted to. Now, it's not gonna stop my life from it. I still have to dig myself out of a hole, but I put myself in there. At least I know I'm in there. At least I know I can get out. And it might take discipline. Oh, the very thing that I didn't want to employ the first time. It's the same shitty feeling that I had back then when I should have did my homework. Right?
Right.
It's the same exact feeling. Oh, right. This thing that I didn't want to do so long ago. Be disciplined. Right. I forgot. I got to do it now. And it's so much harder now.
That's actually a crazy thought too, though, because when I was a kid, the shows that were on TV taught me that the class clown and the goofy people, like, you could still succeed. You still made it through. You didn't have to. You could skip class and still make it through. But so I started doing that and acting out and skipping class and being a class clown, thinking it's gonna be okay. I'm still gonna get through because it worked out for dude on TV. But in reality, it didn't work out at all. It was a completely different situation. So is that? But see, I knew what I was doing was wrong, and I knew it was going to screw up my life. But I figured, for some reason, I don't know. For some reason, I thought it was going to work itself out. I don't know why. And I feel like that was part of my indoctrination. I was brainwashed with all the stuff I was seeing on TV with like Saved by the Bell. That type of, like, that show for me was big when I was a kid. I love that show. But it taught me to look up to a kid that was, first of all, super rich, and he was a class clown. And that's not reality. He screwed off. He didn't go to class. But as a kid, I looked up to that. And so I tried to emulate that when I was super young and tried to be goofy and didn't really take my studies seriously, even though I was smart. And when I did do the work, I aced stuff, but I didn't take it seriously because I thought I could just skate through and be the jokester and still think it was going to be all right. So, like, is that, I mean, I guess it's still my fault, but.
Yeah, because when Saved by the Bell was coming on at 7 o'clock, I knew I should have been at school.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to watch Saved by the Bell.
Right, and see, why did they put it on at that time too? Like, they knew.
But why did I watch it?
Well, because you, man.
Because at that moment, I knew I had to be somewhere. It's not their fault. I could just turn it off. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they know what they're doing, but I knew what I was doing too.
But I think at that age too, we weren't looking at the big picture down the road and how it would affect our life years later. You know what I mean? I don't think we understood. I don't think I understood exactly how difficult it was going to be when I didn't graduate high school.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it was probably for the best because all the people that I know that went to college, all their degrees are worthless and they never got a job out of school and they ended up doing nothing.
Dead slave.
But, well, yeah.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, when you maybe that's why look, going to school is what put me on to game. Like, there was a purpose. Now, yeah, you go to school and they're there to teach you to be a debt slave, but throughout this entire experience, you have this little voice saying, "Wait a minute, but I've come across this information. Did you listen? I didn't. But wait, I'm coming across this information. Oh, but the world is going this way. But my brain is telling me this is true." Well, that's what I mean about having autonomy over your own self given to you by whoever the fuck put you here. Whoever put us here, we all have that same exact ability. Well, maybe we don't. That's the thing you and I question, is whether or not everyone has that ability. Right? But I had that ability. I never not had that ability. I could remember doing things that I knew I wasn't supposed to do when I was 3 years old. I had the ability to think for myself. So when I went to school, that was most powerful, because where else am I going to have the relationships or interact with the people, the kinds of people that I would interact with? The people that maybe are divinely put there to show me something. I don't know. That part, I don't know exactly how all that works. But again, like I said, I was living in a moment where I was so emotionally connected that things that were happening that I never thought were, I just thought, wow, what a coincidence. Until I was on my sixth, wow, what a coincidence, and stopped saying, what a coincidence. Because I don't believe in coincidences anymore. So if that's the case, perhaps nothing in my life was truly a coincidence.
Did you go to a public school?
Yep.
See, and that's one of the reasons too why I was thinking about if I have kids. Sometimes I feel like the way I am today is because I went to a private school through kindergarten through eighth grade, and then I went to a public high school because I learned that I went to a Catholic school for 8 years, and I learned that we're supposed to have faith and believe in God, and God is a creator, and God created everything. But then when I was in grade school, I don't know if it was like sixth or seventh grade, they started teaching evolution and the Big Bang Theory. And so it didn't make sense to me. I said, wait a minute, why am I learning this? This doesn't make sense. I thought God created all this, and when I'd ask questions, I got ridiculed. And so that kind of exposed me to a lot of hypocrisy and a lot of just it didn't make sense. And they used to say that you shouldn't um, pray to false idols, and you shouldn't pray to anybody but uh, to God. But yet, then we'd go to church, and there's statues of Mary and Joseph and baby Jesus, and they would make us do prayers to Mary and Joseph. I'm thinking, wait a minute, why am I praying to the statue of Mary? Mary's not God. Mary's not. You know what I mean? So it confused me, and I didn't understand. And if I asked a question, I never got an answer. I just always got some horrible. I was just ridiculed or made fun of or told, shut up, stop asking questions, or got sent to the principal's office because I was inquisitive and I'd ask questions, and they didn't like that, and they never gave me a straight answer.
So back to your question from earlier, what if we are chosen?
Yeah.
These things would literally be a necessity for our development, right? There's no sunny day without darkness, all of that, yada yada yada, or without rain, you never, enjoy a beautiful day or whatever have you. Like, so in that sense, if we're here now, and I don't know what the point of all this is. I don't know that. But what if right now, right here, I was put in these positions to understand the difference between right and wrong? Maybe everyone was given that chance. What if we have emerged as the chosen? Like, oh wow, why am I going to this church? Why are there all of these people who seem to praise God, but isn't this the truth though? This is the truth, but they're doing this. Like, if you can see that, well, are you the chosen? Maybe we are. I call myself a modern day astronomer, even though I don't believe in astronomical units. I still believe that I'm the philosopher of tomorrow. That people would, because I mean, no one thinks about who the fuck is gonna get quoted these days.
Yeah.
Somebody's gonna get quoted. Somebody's gonna get put in a book. So we're on our own path. And if we don't think that that's a grand thing to be thinking about, like, how great should I really be? I mean, damn. I mean, I'm just some poor guy with no resources. Why me? Well, Why Moses, right? Why any of these other poor people? Why not choose a better speaker? Why not choose Pharaoh himself?
Well, Moses
Right.
made an
I'm
impact
looking
though.
at
That's like
the
my whole dilemma with this. That's what I'm saying is I have all this regret sometimes knowing what I know and thinking I'm supposed to be doing something, but I do nothing. You know, I don't. I feel like we could be making a difference. We should all be doing something, but what? And what can you do? Because you try once you first get awake, you try to wake up all your loved ones, but that doesn't work. And then you get discouraged, and finally you're just like, fuck it, and you don't, you just give up, and you just continue learning and expanding your own knowledge, and you give up trying to share it, and you give up trying to teach, and it's like, what is the point? Like, what? Why do we have to have this burden? And it feels like sometimes it feels like we're given this gift, and we're supposed to be like the shepherds of where we are, but we're not. We're not at all. We're not.
Hey guys, yeah, I like your conversation. Can I intervene too?
Yes.
Yeah. What's up, Gabby? Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, good, Elijah. Good, good. Thank you for asking. I hope you do good too.
Yeah, I'm all right.
um,
I'm all right.
nice. Yeah. Wanted to say something. I heard this new guy. Um, like you feel you're not doing your part. Uh, yeah,
Well, I
this
don't. What is
world
my part?
is
What?
broken.
Yeah.
This
Like, what
world
is?
is broken. You have to
Mhm.
do your part, but that doesn't mean that any of us is going to be able to fix this world, you know. So all we can do is do a little bit of good, help someone uh, close to us, around us, that you can reach, but do not think that you can help uh, people thousands of miles away from you, you know.
Well, I don't. I,
But to,
I
but
don't ever
but do
think
what you
that I
don't
can
know.
help somebody
You
a
don't.
thousand miles away,
You,
but I feel like I want to help
you,
my neighbor. But there's nothing I can
yes.
say to my neighbor to break their their conditioning. I can't break them out of their sleep.
See, but that might be the wrong thing to focus on. For instance,
Yeah.
when I had my awakening, right? People asked me. They said, "You look different." I don't know. I don't know. What are you doing? What are you reading? Like, what are you like?
What are
What's
you
going on
eating?
with
Yeah.
you? So I say that to say, and I'm not talking about the fake ass, but like the people who is like, oh, here this motherfucker go acting high and mighty. I wasn't like that. Whatever I was doing had to have been right because people kept asking me, what are you doing? So that I can do it. It's funny enough, that's what we ask successful people, right? Well now we
Yeah.
get funny enough, now we have this idea that people who go to school they get rich. Most of the people that are rich that I know, they didn't finish high school. And most of the rich people that I know, they're nothing like what the media would tell you rich people are like. Yeah, there are those people, but there are a ton of people who are just well off that just do what they do. You never hear about them. You don't know what's going on with. You don't know nothing. And maybe even that's a lie. Maybe successful people just inherently being evil is a lie. I don't know. But I think that we can be as great as we want to be. And I think that's what he wants. Maybe. I don't know.
Can I ask?
And
Can I ask a question?
real quick, let me just finish. So The question you're asking yourself, the same exact question I ask every day. Why? Because the last time I asked the same question for 2 years, I finally got an answer. And that question was, what's going on? If this world is not what I've been told and it's flat, then is there a creator? Who is this? Where are you? What am I not seeing here? Why? Like I need, and the more I asked, the more I had conviction. Remember I said that emotion, like when you say I love you and you feel it, that's different from saying I love you and not feeling anything. So it takes mana. And I might be using the word wrong because this is a word that I've been hearing from a brother Yosef, but that's nor here nor there. So it takes you don't just wake up with it. It's a buildup that comes from being authentic. And I kept asking, and the more I asked, the more I really, really felt it inside. And at some point, that's when I was answered. Now, I'm taking the same tact now. Every day, just help me do what you want me to do. I don't know what it is. What am I supposed to be doing? Why am I here? And every day, there's a little bit more that is, oh, you can do this. Oh, you can do this and this. How about you try this? One day, metaphorically speaking, one day he might ask me to jump from a building to a building. Like one day there might be something that I think is so impossible. It's like, no, I can't do that. And then I wake up a month from then and be like, wow, I did that. Oh my gosh. How do you know that you aren't asking the right question right now? And do you have faith that he's going to answer you? I do. That's all.
Don't you get frustrated though when you're talking to somebody and they say to you, like you're watching the news with somebody and something horrible happens, like a child was kidnapped and brutalized, and they say, "Oh, how can there be a God?" and things like this happen and little babies die, and you say to them, "Well, it's not God, it's us good people. It's our fault because we're allowing this to happen." So I feel like we're constantly we're allowing all these horrible things to happen, and we're not doing anything about it. And I don't even know what to do about it. So it's.
What's your name? What's your name, sir?
You talking to me?
Yes, sir. I'm
My
driving.
name's
I can't
Paul.
look at the phone.
My
Oh,
name's Paul.
so just a quick question.
Good
You don't
name.
have
Good
to
name.
answer it. Like, what's your opinion of the Bible? There's no right or wrong answer. Just your opinion.
Honestly, I'm conflicted with it because I don't. I don't know what to believe. As far as I know, anybody could have wrote that and put it out there to sway a group of people into whatever they wanted them to believe. So I don't, but I have found myself, in need and read something just out of the blue that touched me and made me feel a certain way, and it reaffirmed my belief to think there is something about this book that is special, regardless of how many corrupt people might have put their hands on it. Maybe they can't mess the word up too bad, but I don't put too much stock in it, man. But
All right, it's cool. Like I said, there's no right or wrong answer. I was just asking, but you know how you're talking about sharing with people, and wondering why you have eyes to see things that these other people don't. Well, whether it's true or not, the opinions vary greatly. But in Second Thessalonians in chapter 2, verse 11, it says, "And for this cause God shall bring them a strong delusion, that they should believe a lie." So let's just say hypothetically that there is a creator and that verse is true. Well, if that verse is true and the creator put this delusion on them, there's nothing that we're going to say that is going to cause the delusion to fall from their eyes. Nothing we're
Yeah.
going to say. And like Elijah was saying, like a lot of us feel like, for some reason, for me, my opinion would be it was because the condition of our heart, you know, our that that's why we were allowed to see the truth, 'Cause- but
So we
I
don't
don't
bear
waste
any
my time.
responsibility to try to help them see. Like we don't,
Yeah,
what I mean?
but
There's
if
no.
you,
Not
but
according
when,
to that. Not according to that scripture. No. Like
yeah, and
listen to the. Sorry, I'm gonna give it back to you. Just 1 second. Listen, read that scripture because again, this is not just you're coming up against people that are in their grand delusion, meaning they're so many steps from the initial point that they rejected truth. So they rejected this one little simple truth here, this bigger truth there. They did some bad things here and justified it there. Here they are 8 years in, they don't even know where they are. You see it and you're like, oh my God, come on, like wake up. Look, how is that possible when they've accepted it? You can't undo that. And does it suck? Yeah, but it's not on you. You can't fix that.
So is there
to
something
do is
wrong
cause
with
you're
them?
going to cause division. You're going to cause division against you and your loved ones, or you and your friends in quotes. And
Oh
so
yeah,
you
yeah,
try to
I've done
share some
that.
truth. Yeah, you try to share some truth with somebody, and they're not acceptive of your what you're trying to share with them. Then we all, when we first come into the knowledge of whatever it is that we quote wake up to unquote, we all have diarrhea of the mouth, and you want to try to keep your relationships and for them to not think that you're crazy like you think they're crazy, then when you try to share information with someone, if they're not acceptable, don't push it, man. If you but if you're trying to find people to hang out with, so that are like-minded, so you don't feel as crazy, then move on to the next person, man. And don't try to push what you believe or think is true on the people that don't want to accept it, because it's just a waste of your time and you're just going to cause division. That's pretty much all I really wanted to say, man. I don't know how new you are or whatnot, but I hear the frustration that you're talking about, and I believe probably every person in this server shares that same frustration
Hmm.
about the people around
Yeah.
them, and not accepting what we believe that we have been shown to be the truth. But that's all I wanted to say. Peace. Nice meeting you. I believe you said
Hey,
your name was Paul.
what was the verse again? I want to write that verse down. I don't have my Bible in front of me right now, but I want to look that up later.
It's Second Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 11.
And does it matter what Bible I have? Because all I have is a King
Nah,
James.
Get
whatever
you a
you have will
few.
work, man. It don't
Get
it don't
get
it don't
you
matter, man.
get you a few. It do matter. Unfortunate, like that's where I'm at in my journey. I'm realizing there are little words that are put in that isn't in the original text. And I don't even know how to read the original. It's like, so whose fault is
Yeah,
that?
right.
Now
That's
that
why I
I'm
don't put
aware,
that much
it's
stock
like,
in it because, man,
no,
who the heck?
but it's funny how true it is though. That's what's messed up. That's not messed up, but that's putting stock in it. Forget about that.
Well, and at the
Where's
end of the day, the
let me
whole moral
okay,
of the story
let me
is
give you
the
an
golden
example. Let me give you an
rule, right?
example.
Do unto others as you want somebody to do unto you, right? That is the most important thing that we can do, but we don't live, for some reason, we don't live in that world. There is people that cannot, that are just somehow, I don't want to say inherently evil, but they don't care about their fellow neighbor, their fellow man. They don't, they just out for
The
themselves. I
Bible
don't know, and I don't know
in the
why.
Bible it says that their conscience has been seared.
What does that mean? See, how? By who?
Them.
By themselves, because they just continuously did stuff against their conscience enough to where unless they're a psychopath, just I'm talking about your average individual. The first time you go and do something you're not supposed to do, your adrenaline pumps, and you know you're not supposed to be doing it. Your adrenaline's gonna pump, and you're gonna have a totally different experience as 30 times down the road that you're doing the same activity. That original emotional reaction you have of you're not supposed to be doing this gets less and less, and then the less and less that you listen to
Remember
that
what I
little
said
voice
about
inside of you.
feelings? No, I
I've
was
done
just
a
saying,
ton of
remember what
things
I
though
said
that I
about
know
feelings?
were wrong, but I'm still aware of my place and what reality is around me. And then I have family members that are like choir boys, never did nothing, but they have no clue
Yeah.
of their reality at all. So like
through faith and
I
works
don't know, man,
shall
but
you
you know what I mean?
be
Like
saved, is what it says. It doesn't just say faith. Don't worry about none of that. It's not
James
enough.
chapter 2.
So this is what I wanted to point out. The more I read this book, it's almost like it's magic, right? The more I read it, the more I realize how much others have lied to me about it, and the more I realize how true because it's just accountings of I don't know. Look, listen. Okay, Okay, so my whole life, even now, just until just recently, it's like, damn it, Eli. Just it's in the second book. The hell did you miss? So I kept asking people, and I kept asking myself. I was like, what is up with slavery in the Bible, though? Where'd this thought come from? Well, preachers didn't really tell me exactly, like they didn't really explain. They didn't just say, yo, read this right here, my man. You'll be all right. Like they for whatever reason they didn't have it or they didn't do it or whatever. And then, you hear the world on the outside of that. They're like, that book has slavery in it. How you gonna justify that? And then you read Exodus for yourself. And what I found was, oh, oh, what I thought was totally taken out of context. I'm like, there's slaves here. What the fuck is going on here? But now that I went through Genesis and then to Exodus, I come across the story of Moses. And what it actually is, oh, the Egyptians were scared of the Hebrew Israelites. They didn't want them to multiply. They could be a problem. So we are going to impose our will over them just in case such a thing would happen that they want to overthrow us. We are going to enslave them. We're going to tighten the noose around their neck. This is our this is what they wanted to do, what they thought was right. And then information comes down where God is speaking and he's like, word? That's what's going on over there? Oh, hell no. Moses, I'm going to send you to go free my people because I made a promise and I'm going to keep that promise to the bloodline. And so I'm going to need you to go and tell these people that I'm going to free them. He's like, I can't do that. What are you talking about? Like the Pharaoh. It's like, yo, don't worry about it. Go, go. He's like, yo, but I'm not even a good speaker. I don't go with your brother. Just tell him to say this, and then you show him these, and then you take these miracles that I've imbued you with, And you show them these things and it'll be enough. The point is, he wasn't for slavery. He didn't make it happen. This is a story about how people's fear had them conquer another people, and God stepped in and said, nah, this isn't how it's going down. I was never given that perspective. How many times have I heard about Moses? And how did that go over my head? So all these things that people think about what the Bible is saying, it's not actual. I haven't come across a falsehood yet. It's all in there. All the questions that you're asking, all the questions that I've asked so far, there's something in there for it. I don't know how. It just is. I've often said, hey, you know what? I could read a Dr. Seuss book and get the word out of that. That's that's what I've said. Um, it's just when you come across truth, it's apparent. It's just it resonates with you. There's no questioning it. So why it doesn't resonate with other people? Well, the truth is it does, and they ignore it anyway. And that hurts, but what are you going to do?
I'll be honest with you. In my experience, the first time that I actually picked up my King James Bible and tried to read it from start to finish was when I was locked up in jail. And when I finally did it, it it was amazing, and I loved every page and every word, and it made the walls just melt away, and it made me feel free, and I understood every word, and it really helped me get through that time. But then when I got out, and I didn't touch it, and I put it away, but then like a few months later, where I felt like, I need to pick that back up. I need to read that word again. I need to feel that again. I didn't feel it again. I didn't the words and the things that it didn't sound the same, I didn't it didn't feel the same for some reason when I was out of jail.
Because it
It was,
don't
it
work
was
like
really
that.
weird.
It don't work like that. You remember what I said about love?
Yeah.
How you can mean it and then how you can say the words and it not be there. The emotion, the weight behind it. That's exactly what you've experienced right there. For whatever
Yeah,
reason,
I
you put
didn't.
it
Yeah, I
down and
didn't
then
have
you're
it.
like, you have to build that manna back up
Mhm.
because you let it dwindle. It's not some magic that just it's not just some invocation spell that you can just say some words and boom, there it is. No, it takes work. You're never gonna just pick it back up and then, oh yeah, sure, I knew this. Okay, great, you know it, but how are you gonna get connected to it again? What are you willing to do to be connected to it again? Trust me, I know that feeling. I was before I even started reading scripture. I was feeling high and mighty because of my experiences, and I said, I'm good. I got this. Thank you, Broham. Love ya. That wasn't real, and I suffered because of it. Oh yeah, I suffered, man. I went through a windshield, face first, doing something I had no business doing, being where I wasn't supposed to be. I wasn't on that trajectory, but now my face went through a windshield. Luckily for me, I said, I took ownership. I said, oh, Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. It was my fault. Okay. I could have said, "Oh, fuck it. Oh, boy, fucked up my face." Da, 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 da. I could have did all that, but I said, "Nah, you're right. Wasn't even supposed to be here." Right. I was vain. I was prideful. I said, "I got this. I got this from here." No, I didn't. It almost killed me, but I'm here. I'm alive, and I can do it again. I can start again. We all have the ability to start again. Well, at least until there's no time left. We never know when that time is, but you woke up today, you can start again today. And if you know, like I know, and you do know, how quickly that feeling goes away, that's the last thing you want. And the first thing you want to do is everything in your power to get there as quickly as possible. You don't want to die in that state. I don't. I don't know what's going to happen when I die, to be honest. Regardless of what I believe, what faith I have no idea. But I don't want to be on that other side. I don't want to die not feeling anything and feeling sorry. I don't want to do that. So if you aren't feeling the words, man, do what it takes to start feeling them again. If it did something, if it did for you what you know it did when you was there, get back to that.
I can't hear him.
I got a call.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I feel terrible about it too. I feel like a fraud or something. Like, how is it that when I was in that low point, I don't know. It makes me kind of feel like a fraud, and that's why I don't. I feel uh like I don't talk to the creator as much as I should, or thank creator for the blessings that I do have, because I feel like I don't want to seem fake. I don't know. It's a difficult.
You're good, man. Just nobody's talking.
sometimes I wonder if are we meant to be enslaved?
Why?
Because all of us that are awake and have understanding and discernment and understand our place and where we are, it doesn't seem to really make a difference in the bigger scope of things. We can't change anything to make all our lives better. We can't break out of the prison system that we're all under. So why are they so powerful? Why isn't our knowledge more powerful than their grasp on, the people that are asleep? Why? I would
Because
think.
because we
I'm
still
sorry, go
give
ahead.
them that power. We still credit them with the ability to do the things that you're talking about to us in the ways that you're talking about to us. So we give them that. All we have to do is recognize what's real, recognize where the drain is on the life of humankind, and stop feeding that. Just walk away. We run this earth. We do everything here. We make the sewers, we tend the sewers, we clean the sewers, we fuel industry, we do everything, buddy. You know that. Do they? If all government and parliament stopped today, right here and now, all that, whatever's going on in there, would it stop Earth? Would it stop humanity being able to live? Would it? I don't think so.
No,
And would
no.
things get better if we ran it all independently from our own homes as a community across the face of Earth with technology? Why wouldn't it? So yeah,
But
we
don't you
can't
think
do that. We
there had to
can't do
be a
that tonight.
point?
We can't do that tonight, right here and now. But you and me know about that, and we're lighting a fire. The fires don't go out. Not this kind.
Was there ever a time where that's how it was, that we actually did live that way? What was the turning point? What changed? Where they took control and they took power. You know what I mean? And then how, like, it seems in this technology age, it seems impossible for us to get it back. We can't even.
You're gonna mute me. Well, you were asking where did it go? I hope I'm not talking over you, but I think you're on mute. When did we lose that freedom, that power? Possibly from the time of the garden, when we gave up our freedom for knowledge and personal gain and power and control over other men. We learned a new toy, and some of us ran with it, and that bred a greed in us, and we've carried on to accept that and know that as the way it's meant to be. It's been like that for a long, long time. We made it, but we can just step away from it, just change and walk away. Really, really simple.
I'm gonna assume just no one's talking, huh?
Welcome to the live stream 24/7 Flat Earth. Mic check.
Yo, good morning.
Good morning. We have a new guy, Deja.
Does he got perms to talk?
He got the vis verified from
Oh.
all. He sounds a very genuine young man. Yeah.
So far, he sounds genuine.
Yes.
Come on, Deja. Shout bad words on the live stream so we can mute you and kick you out. Come on, give us a laugh. Come on.
Nah.
Oh, go on. Go on, please.
It's a
Don't be
powerful
shy.
song. You picked
No,
like a
I don't want to
powerful.
be kicked.
So how much do you know about the real flat earth, Deja? What have you heard about flat earth so far, my friend?
I know for one that they believe that the earth doesn't rotate. They don't believe in space. That the moon landings were faked. I think I know a bit about them.
Yeah, it
Which,
sounds like
yeah.
you do. Do you think that we think that we're on a disk and that there's an edge and that we're flying around space?
It's been observed before. I think so.
Well,
all that's nonsense, mate. We're not flying around space. We're not on a disk. There's no edge. We don't claim any of that. All of that's stories to put everyone off.
Yeah.
What about season? In the sunset.
I can give you a simple example. As a young man, you must know very well how to use a smartphone, right? You know about Google Play Store and all that, where you can download apps, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there are some apps on Google Store. They are called accelerometer.
Yeah.
And when you install that app and you hold your mobile in your hand and you start moving, walking, it will show you the speed you're walking, or if you're going with a bike or a car, it will tell you the speed you're driving with, but your phone is not connected to the car's drive shaft to measure the speed, right?
Yeah.
So how does that phone measure the velocity you are moving with? Do you have any idea?
No.
Yeah, well, it's a very, very tiny device. Inside the microchip is a nanometric size. And the newer devices, they have like a co-magnetometer. They have a rubidium atom inertially suspended, and they can detect according to when you're moving, because when we are moving inside a electric and magnetic field, and any particle or object or matter that is moving through a electric field is going to have charges and energy. It's going to be using energy.
Yeah.
And that's how they detect it. This is how these devices work. When you go on a merry-go-round, you are continuously accelerating because your vector of direction is always changing in a circular path, following a circular path. You're not going in a straight line. So you will feel like the merry-go-round wants to throw you out of it, you know? Yeah.
What about
And,
gravity?
well, the problem with gravity is that gravity is in Newtonian's gravity, it is called a force, and even in the calculus formula equation, um, where when we are using it, we are actually calculating the gravitational force of attraction between two bodies. And you need to have the center of mass of those two bodies so you can calculate the force of attraction. The problem is when we talk about forces of attraction, they cannot exist a force which is monopolar or monocharge kind of force. There has to be a repulsion force also for every force of attraction. Like in electricity, we have these binary charges, positive, negative. They are opposite one to another. They attract each other for that. But if you have positive and positive, these charges they repel each other. Also negative with negative. In magnetism is the same. We have poles and we have north and south. North with north repels each other. North with south attracts each other. And that's a force of attraction or repulsion. But gravity does not have anti-gravity. It does not exist. And because then, yeah, hot air rises above, and we cannot call hot air anti-gravity. Also, helium gas, for example, they say it has a very low mass, but you cannot actually weigh helium, establish its weight, you know,
Yeah.
and it's rising. They say because it's less dense and stuff like that. But I would say that helium gas is actually being attracted the positive Gaussian plane. The ground is the negative, and vast majority of known physical elements they belong to the negative plane. They are attracted to it, and they make up this negative Gaussian plane. All of them together. But the elements that make the positive plane, which should be above, must be above, it will be uh, these exotic elements which we see, like helium, hydrogen, you know.
Yeah.
And when you look into helium and superfluid helium, superfluid liquid helium, extremely low temperature, then you find yourself into quantum mechanics, uh, which is like demonstrable in laboratory. This is how we found it, that it exists, it is real, and these are governing laws of nature. They are superior governing laws of nature, and they hide these forces and laws from us and the knowledge about it with simple explanation like, hey, it's spinning and it's uh, it's gravity, you know. You have a very simple formula equation which almost matches reality. I agree with that. You can calculate almost everything, you know, the rate of fall of all the objects. But if you take, for example, uh, two heavy magnets, very strong magnets, and you glue them together the way they repel each other, uh, after you weight them, and according to the weight of those magnets, you can calculate using gravity's formula how fast, how much time it's going to take when they are dropped down from a 10-meter height. And when you do that calculus formula, you will get a precise timing. Um, and when you actually do the experiment, you will find that those magnets are not falling at the rate that you expected with, because they tell you gravitational acceleration is 9.81 meters per second square. But opposing magnetic fields, it is demonstrated in the 70s that it directly affects the acceleration drop rate of 9.81 meters per second square. So we manipulated here only magnetism, and it directly affected the rate of fall. And because we manipulated magnetism, we cannot call it gravity. Then. You know, it cannot be gravity, the thing which pulls things down to the ground. And also, we have another very weird uh, thing which ordinary people ignore. Um, we have graphene aerogel, which is a solid, is the lightest solid in the world. Uh, it is 7 times lighter than the air. So if it's lighter than the air, then why does it not floating and rising like helium does? You know, because they say, oh, helium has such a low mass density and stuff. Well, graphene also has low density and stuff, you know, but it doesn't rise. And because it is a solid, so it belongs to the ground. Liquids, solids, um these things belong to the ground. The air is on top of it, and plasma also. You will not see plasma falling down to the ground. This, when matter is in a plasma state, it's going to be rising. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you still here?
Yeah. So
What do you
about,
think? Does it make sense what I said?
yeah, but I have a few questions.
Sure, go ahead.
Why does the balloon stop rising then?
I'm sorry?
Like the balloon, why doesn't it rise or float into infinity if it's a gas or
Well, the balloon itself is made of elastic rubber, and the rubber um can withstand only certain forces. Like you can stretch it only this much, you know. Indeed, it is very rubber is has more elasticity than other solids that we know, like plastic or metals. But its elasticity doesn't go forever. You cannot take a gum and elastic band, yeah, and stretch it forever without breaking it. At some point, it will break. That's what happens with the balloons too. So the higher you go in altitude, um, there is a at, air gradient, pressure gradient. So once you have a lower pressure gradient outside, that means that the air inside that balloon is going to be pushing much more on the walls of the balloon. So uh, now to balance itself in this pressure differential, uh, but um, there is also a temperature problem. Uh, Rubber can almost all rubbers are failing at minus 60 Celsius. That's the most they can take. Beyond lower temperatures, rubber becomes brittle and it's very easy to crush it like sand, you know. We do have silicone rubbers which can reach temperatures of minus 100 Celsius, minus 110. And yes, if you make a balloon made of this kind of rubber silicone, then this balloon will be able to rise much higher altitudes than the ones you go to the superstore and you buy, you know, those ordinary balloons. But that means extra cost.
Oh, I'm back. I'm back. Internet cut out.
Oh, welcome back.
Yeah. What were you
Where
saying?
did you cut out?
When you're saying about the balloon being an elastic rubber.
Yeah. See, that balloon, when you inflate it, inside it, there is a higher pressure than the outside environment, which we experience, like almost 14 psi pressure. And the higher you go in altitude, this pressure drops. We have a gas pressure gradient, air pressure gradient. with altitude. And when you send this balloon into a lower pressure gradient, that means the gas from inside will tend to balance at an equilibrium with the outside. So the balloon will be like inflating itself. And yeah, the elastic, you cannot stretch it forever. At some point, it will break. And there is also the temperature problem. Rubber balloons or even car tires, they can withstand, they start failing actually at minus 60 degrees Celsius. They become brittle. So they lose their elastic properties. And with increase in altitude, yeah, we do have extreme temperature drops.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Once you go above like 30,000 feet, uh, at that altitude is very cold. You will need special gear, you know, to withstand that.
Hmm.
But when you go even higher than that, the temperatures will be reaching minus 60, minus 80, above minus 100 Celsius. And no balloon can uh, exist there. Not a rubber balloon.
Oh, okay.
So there are special rubber materials, a mixture with silicone, which can withstand temperatures of minus 100 Celsius. I mean, that's the temperature where they start failing. So it's not recommended to reach that, to expose them to that temperature because they will fail.
Oh, true. I have a question. If the Earth,
Yes.
the planet, if the Earth was a planet is flat, uh, why do other planets like Mars, why are they round? Why are they a sphere but not Earth?
Well, the planets which you see on TV or over the internet, most of them are from these national space agencies, right?
Yeah.
And they are actually digital artistry. They are not real photographs. They are CGI, computer generated images.
Yeah.
That's what they are. When you take a telescope and look at Mars, uh, you will never see Mars the way which NASA portrays it to us.
Yeah.
Just try to make a comparison. When you look at a picture of Mars taken with using a telescope, um in the picture which um is from NASA website source, is super high definition Mars CGI. pictures.
Yeah.
And you will see, they resemble in color and stuff, but they're not one and the same. The telescope pictures never show that Mars little light source as a uh, ball, like solid physical object. It will show it as a light source of a certain color. And yeah, its color changes. You know, it's not constant, but yeah, most of the time it has some sort of reddish orange tint.
Hmm.
Yeah. No, astrophysics, astronomy, and astrology, these are not sciences.
What are they?
They are, it's a man who's looking at the sky and then he makes up a story, a fortune telling, you know,
Yeah.
he's making a fortune telling, just like palm reading. He's looking at the lines in your palm and he's gonna predict your future according to that. If you want to believe that, that's fine, but we don't. Flat earthers do not want to believe such stuff
Yeah.
because it's not scientific. It's not uh, backed up by the scientific method. It cannot go with the scientific method, which, yeah, you mentioned it, I remember.
Yeah.
They don't have controlled and independent variables. I mean, when they look at Mars, yeah, we see it's a tiny light in the sky, but to say anything other than that, sorry. You look at NASA rocket launches, you will see that they are all ballistic trajectory. They are not going straight up in the sky. They're going ballistic. So they're falling in the ocean. Funny enough, they fall in that area which they call Bermuda Triangle, where people reported ships and boats mysteriously disappearing. Yeah, of course, they mysteriously disappear when NASA is launching a tube full of hydrogen and liquid oxygen and hydrogen. And when those tanks fall, uh, yeah, it takes a very, it's not required. Uh, the presence of grease can trigger an explosion. I mean, they don't need a spark, you know.
Yeah.
And when hydrogen explodes, uh, it is one of the fastest explosives. It generates a release of energy so fast, so quick and powerful that that shockwave of an explosion of hydrogen, it can easily pop your eardrums.
Yeah.
This is the only reason it's very dangerous to play with these gases, not because uh, they ignite and explode so quickly, but that sound, explosion sound, shockwave, is so powerful that if you had a balloon of hydrogen and a balloon of oxygen next to each other and you blow them apart with a lighter, yeah, it can uh, make you deaf, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. The hydrogen bomb is the most powerful bomb ever detonated. And the funny thing, the Tsar Bomba explosion was recorded on camera from three angles cameras positioned at 300, 400, and 890 kilometers far away.
Yeah.
So, because the explosion was a very bright event, uh, it made it possible to see all that distance, the land over all that distance. And they filmed the shock wave of the explosion propagating from 900 kilometers far away, almost 900. And they could see the ground raising up, that dust cloud. They were able to see uh, the horizon, the vision expanded because of that bright uh, light. But when that bright fire ended, and yeah, all you could see was a very big, giant cloud in the distance.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Russian government released the video of this explosion in 2019, a documentary, but they had the original released, and they also had a version of this documentary which they replaced that original video of the explosion with the CGI. And today, that's the only one you can find. And yeah, it doesn't look real. It looks funny. Uh,
Mm.
Yeah, the best argument is the Earth's curvature. No matter how much you struggle to find to prove it, you just can't prove it because it's not there. The horizon, the distance to the horizon, it always changes according to weather conditions and visibility, atmospheric visibility.
Yeah, but people say that.
But on a ball, this horizon line must be a fixed distance. It cannot uh, expand or be smaller, you know. And according to the ball radius of 3,959 miles, we have a arc drop, curvature drop of 8 inches per mile squared. So, and this drop is exponentially increasing with distance. It doesn't just simply doubles, it grows exponentially.
Yeah.
And you will find many, if you try to make this argument with people, even some people educated in physics, they will invoke refraction. And when you ask those people what is refraction, they don't even know what refraction is, and they will tell you that refraction is the bending of light, which is a fallacy. It's blasphemy to science, to physics. Uh, Light itself does not bend and cannot bend. It it can only change its vector of propagation, its angle, but that's not curving. You know,
Oh, what's that?
refraction is not bending of light. Light does not travel in a curved path. It always, you see, like you need two mediums, air and water, for example. And
Yeah.
when you look inside the water, when you take a pen and you put it inside a glass of water, you will see that that place where the pen is underwater, it will look distorted, like different angle. And that's because the angle of light changes when it changes the medium. It loses speed, light. But after that entrance in the water medium, it will still propagate straight. So you don't have radius change. You have straight angles, you know, sharp
Yeah.
angles, not round. If we could manage to do that, light to travel in curved lines and stuff like that, curved paths, yeah, we could see behind the corner without going, you know.
Yeah.
And refraction, actually, there is 5 types of refraction, and anyone who invokes it, you should ask them which kind of refraction are they referring to, because refraction is something scientifically known. It's natural science. We have towering, looming, I don't remember now all the types of refraction. I have to recap on that.
Yeah.
There is this also mirage, and I think the mirage is a synonym for Fata Morgana also. Uh, Looming, for example, it makes the horizon line to see it much lower than it actually is. It's like it makes on the at the ocean. It's like it's making uh, big chunks of water to disappear. So you see sky instead of water.
Yeah.
And that if a ship is very far away in that area, you, it will look like that ship is flying, you know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't recommend uh, going with gravity theories and stuff like that,
Yeah.
because at MIT University, for example, they teach incoherent electrostatic acceleration instead of gravity at physics classes. But the physics teacher will tell you that gravity, uh, they don't deny gravity, existence of gravity, but they say that gravity exclusively belongs to astrophysics and astronomy. Uh, it does not apply or work with physics. It has nothing to do with physics. Physics is the science that the study of our medium, nature, environment that we live in, empirical stuff, physical that we can touch and manipulate.
Yeah.
Astrophysics is about the stuff above us that we see, but we cannot touch, we cannot measure, we cannot walk or fly all that distance. You know, we only have NASA claiming that they are going there, and Elon Musk, a multi-billion-dollar scam company, SpaceX, you know.
Medium, thank you.
And yeah, they have this. They've taken very good, powerful computers. They hired these software engineer experts and Photoshop experts, video and digital artistry artists, and yeah, they can fake all this stuff. They do have this technology. It's, I mean, a green screen is not such, how do I say, any man can paint his walls in his house green, and then he can do all these video editing, manipulation, fake backgrounds and stuff.
Yeah.
But the level and resources that they have, we cannot compare ourselves with them.
Yeah.
Howdy, howdy.
What's up, Cuddles?
Another day in paradise.
Indeed.
Feels like it's gonna be hot today.
Shit, I'm in Oklahoma, man. Every day is a humid, hot day here.
Dude, Texas.
There you go. You know too.
Right, but you're in like a desertish climate. It's weird. Well, desert landscape more like.
Well, where I'm at, and like area, there's it's mostly trees. You can't, like see very far with it. It's trees everywhere. It's really marshy type. You got crawdads that actually live in burrow holes in your grass. 'Cause it's so moist.
Right.
I got my entire neighborhood.
I've only been up there a few times.
Yeah, I don't think the neighbors like my chickens. I just see more fences going up left and right.
And here I thought mowing naked would do it faster. Huh.
That's considered your property, right? Would that be considered legal?
Yeah, dude. I got a meme on here about this husband and wife always did their yard work naked, so the neighbors built a fence so they didn't have to see it. It's a cheap way to get a free fence. But no, there's nothing they can do. I loved living in the country because I'd walk out the front door and just pee in the yard. People be driving by on the road. I just wave. But I never had any problems. They're like, an a square acre away from me to the road. So, what are they gonna do? Trespass 300 feet to tell me that was a bad idea? You shouldn't be standing outside peeing.
That's true. I'm really learning a lot watching these. Some of them are full of shit, but there's a lot of decent First Amendment auditors out there. You ever watched any of those?
Well, there are problems when it comes to all of that, and the problems are being made clear by those who are really digging for the answers. The auditors are trying to do something, but they're missing something else, and therein is the issue. They're looking at the Bill of Rights. They're like, oh, I can go do all of this, but there's requirements in order for the Bill of Rights to be a shield and not a noose. The Bill of Rights is a shield. It's not anything other than, and it's defining rights that already existed. It's a telling of rights that existed before the document existed. And that's like the biggest clue anybody's going to get. From God, you have everything. Then people do other things and separate God out of everything else. That's where all this craziness comes in, separating.
Trusting man's laws over God's laws, thinking that man knows better.
Right, but see, then the question is you really got to go through the whole thing for each one of us, our own selves. What one of these man's laws did I pick up and start using that's causing X, Y, and Z to happen? Because they're always pulling me over and they're always writing me tickets and they're always doing this. What did I do to cause that?
Contract.
And some. And there's more. There's still a video hanging out in Biblical if anybody wants to get an idea. Flat Monkey posted it so that everybody could look at it. Because I shared that with him a couple days ago, and he's uber excited.
I'll check that out.
I'm excited too, but this is all studying the law and studying God's law is the most fun I think I've ever had.
Yeah, I need to inform myself a little better. Got the same basic gist that a lot of truthers believe that they have, but there's more to it than what we usually think.
Make for yourself no graven images of anything on earth or anything in heaven. Well, that's something I'd have to.
I need to take the cuddle seminar.
Cuddles, let me ask you your opinion.
Voice seminar.
Cuddles, let me ask your opinion. Yeah, your opinion about graven images. Is that images for worship or just images, period?
Not necessarily just for worship, because there's people with, angel statues. They don't sit there and bow down to them or try and feed them. They just have them. Oh, look at this. This is so pretty. It's a part of my life. I believe the Father would still consider that to be graven to some degree, but I guess the intent is the most important thing.
Because that would be more my question of like, what is technically like a graven image? Is it like, oh, you have a picture of something of anything, obviously, images of this earth or in heaven.
Did you change your name, Napalm?
Sorry?
Did you change your name?
No.
Tripping.
I might lose signal for a sec. I'm driving around. I'm about to leave the house. So if I don't respond, I'll be right back.
We'll just wait longer.
Where in biblical is that video? Like which section?
I think Cuddles took off. I'm not sure where it is.
Hold on. I'm about to go up the hill and lose service, so scroll up just like a half a page. It's right there, The Trick by Marcus.
Oh yeah, I've seen that before. Yeah, it's a really good take. Is that all of the section? I want to say when I watched it, it was in a bunch of different sections. It was like 12 sections or something like that.
Well, the question that you're asking,
I think you're cutting out, Cuddles.
yeah, it's because I'm finally hitting the top of the hill.
Connecting with those satellites, yo.
Yeah, those satellites that are directly overhead that should be able to pick up a signal from a hole. That video answers all the questions that are coming up.
Even the one regarding graven images, because I watched that video and I was just I might have to rewatch it. It's been a while. I think I watched it 8 months, a year ago, something like that. Because my question about graven images has always been like kind of the definition of graven, like having any type of image of anything on Earth. Is that like just a picture? You know?
Yeah, I've always wondered the same thing.
Because to me, it's the worship side of it, like creating an image to worship, kind of like people do with little idols that they set up of like Mary or
alcohol or drugs.
Right. Or even like quote unquote worshiping the image of the cross as opposed to, I don't know.
Well, I got one for you.
Like the Catholics worshiping the actual crucifixion. Like, what the heck's that all about?
What about Halloween? Wouldn't dressing up as a goblin be a graven image?
True. Again, I think it comes down to has a lot to do with intention. You know, I don't know. It's just my opinion, I guess. Well, I'll never know.
Right, that's kind of my feeling on it as well, and that's why I was just asking opinions, because to me it's like, are we not supposed to have any images of anything on Earth or in heaven? Like, don't take a picture of the moon. To me, it's the intent of like worshiping.
I would say the context for Halloween would give a close answer. Because what do people do on Halloween?
Celebrate the occult.
7-letter word starts with a P. Did that come in clear?
Yeah, I just am not picking up what you're putting down.
Come on, you're putting on a costume and starts with a P.
I don't know.
Oh, come on. This one ought to be obvious.
Yes, me too.
Pretend to be something that you're not.
Oh, pretend? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I thought
Yeah,
that
yeah.
one was obvious. If people during Halloween pretend to be something that they're not.
True. That just wasn't coming to the top of my head real quick. I'm only on, I just finished cup of coffee number 1 for the day, so.
Yeah, I still want to be asleep, so. Dang.
Yeah, me too. Been up for the past 6 hours, freaking pricing all my damn comic books.
You're getting ready to sell them all, Ryan?
Yeah, I'm old enough. I think it's time to get rid of them. I originally, when I was a kid, I did it as an investment type thing. I was thinking about it back then, but I should be able to pull a couple thousand out of it. We'll see.
Nice.
My cousin, man, he just literally sold one card for over 30 grand. He's a baseball card nut. Unbelievable the amount of the collection he has. I mean, we're talking hundreds of thousands, if not more, worth of baseball cards. All of them signed, most of them signed, all certified, graded. It's insane.
Crazy.
Got him coming over here later to go through. I have a couple totes myself. Gonna see if he'd just give me a, kind of quickly glance through any of them, see if anything sees anything worth a great value. I know I have some, like my USA Mark McGuire rookie card for the Olympics. I know that one's worth a few $100. So
I think I probably have that. I want to say when we were kids from like 85 through 89, my dad purchased the full set of tops for all of those years.
There you go.
Pretty sure we still have it somewhere in my parents' basement. But yeah, like we were
Hey.
talking earlier, my mom got rid of all of our He-Man stuff, our Mask stuff, our Voltron, just in like garage sales back in like 2000 without asking us, like my brother and I, what it was worth or anything.
That's a bummer, man.
Yeah,
I
some
hate
people would.
hearing about that kind of stuff.
Yeah. The question is if it was left there for storage. If it was, I hate what happened because it's called theft.
Speaking of theft, I'm in the process of trying to put together this nest egg with a bunch of my old shit, and my brother just recently gave me a tool cabinet that belonged to my dad and his dad. He said, "Yeah, there's a bunch of junk in there. You can just throw it away, keep it, whatever." Well, I don't throw anything away, and I looked up the prices on a couple of the things in there. One of them in there was over $1,300. As soon as I told him about it and said, well, "How do I go about selling it? Where do I go?" He's a diesel mechanic, and as soon as I told him, what it's worth, he had no idea it was in there. But as soon as I said that, oh, I didn't want to get rid of that.
Oh man. People and family do weird things when it comes to money, especially when like people pass away and there's inheritance and things like that.
Yeah, we were just talking about that yesterday. I was telling, as morbid as it is, and I don't want to talk about it, I will mention this once. I'm not going to have anything to do with any kind of, I don't even like using the word will. I don't want anything Just leave me out of it because the others are just going to be fighting with each other, and I don't want to have anything to do with it.
I'm
What's
lucky to
that?
have a small family that's not into any of that. Everybody's very willing to allow anybody to have anything that they really want. Like when my grandparents passed away, it's just my brother and I have two first cousins and then my mom and dad. That's really all that's left. And going through their house, everybody was so cordial about everything. Just, oh, if you want it, you can have it. Oh, does this have meaning to you? Okay, you can have it. Everybody's really cool in my family about that kind of stuff,
Yeah,
which
same
is
here. They're all pretty
rare.
good about that. Like the only thing, like the things I worry about is um, like their house, for instance. You know, like when they go to sell the house, and the two older ones are going to be fighting left and right, and I just don't want to have anything to do with it.
You can end the fighting.
I don't like
It's
the
easy.
money.
You just put the house in a family trust and leave it to all of the family. And anybody who wants to fight, there's the door.
Yeah, I think that's what my mom's doing. She said she's all, it doesn't matter what her words. I don't give a shit what you guys think you're going to be fighting over because it's all going to be written down.
Yeah,
right. Well, see, that's where a trust makes things fun.
Yeah, my father had to deal with his father passed away, and then shortly after, my aunt passed away, who had no children, no spouse, and then shortly after that, my uncle passed away, who has both of my first cousins, and then my grandmother passed away. All within 5 years, he lost his whole entire family, and he was the one that had to deal with, you know, all the assets, probate, all that kind of stuff. And after dealing with all of that, he made sure that everything that they have or own is all held in trust, and really set everything up so that my brother and I don't have to deal with some of the obstacles he had to deal with, people suddenly passing away and not having all their affairs in order.
Yeah, that kind of stuff's just not fun to deal with it.
Am I losing signal, or did it just get quiet?
Quiet.
Yeah, my wife's family is dealing with some issues when it comes to inheritance. Her grandmother's still alive. It's like 96, and one of her parents, her mother's side, there's like 5 siblings, and the oldest one is really hiding a bunch of the financials from them. He's allegedly the trustee on the trust. He's made some trust changes, so they're just now getting into figuring out that he might be doing some shady stuff and looking into getting lawyers and all kinds of stuff because they have no clue what's going on. He's been
Just
less than transparent about it all.
Well, find a new trustee Form 56F would take care of that from the IRS, and you can appoint a new trustee, or you can do a letter of appointment. Either way, just take your pick. But as far as breach of trust, you're talking chancery or equity court to sue. So, even to stop him, that would be an equity thing.
Yeah,
or a chancery thing.
they don't even, like, all the siblings aren't privy to the trust documentation, and they're all beneficiaries, at least they thought, and this one sibling is just withholding all kinds of information, isn't even providing a copy of the trust. And the sad part is, like, my wife's grandmother is still pretty competent. The doctors have even deemed her to not be incompetent at 96. And I think this one sibling tried to get her deemed incompetent or something along those lines to get all kinds of control. So it's just a big mess, and it's caused a huge rift in the family for no reason. I mean, maybe a reason. He might be stealing money. We just don't know.
Well, that's the thing. Shoot. That's why you don't generally appoint somebody that's that close to the chest as a trustee, unless you're going to do it to multiples. That's why they generally like third parties. Some of this is kind of easy, but it would take some learning on everyone's behalf that's a party.
Yeah, they're starting to go through that now, trying to figure it all out. I mean, step one is getting a copy of the trust, and then seeing if there were any changes to the original documentation when those took place, because grandma's she's still competent. And not too long ago, she asked, to see how her investments are doing, and that's when the one sibling was like, "Oh, everything's doing great," but wouldn't provide any documentation, and she wanted to see it. So another sibling actually has grandma at their house, and those siblings were trying to get all the information, and it just created this huge fight.
The trustee cannot deny the grantor diddly, so he's in breach of trust. So
yeah, he has a fiduciary responsibility to the grantor, and he's not following through with those responsibilities. So I don't think he realizes how much trouble he could be in. But
oh, dude, they'd lock him up and they'd throw him underneath the prison. They'd dig a special hole for him.
yeah, I don't think he's quite comprehending the magnitude of what he could be liable for, especially if he is doing shady stuff.
Well, breach of trust, breach of your fiduciary duty is pretty damn bad. I mean, the smallest thing is you get fired and you can't get bonded again to be a trustee. Worst case is you got to pay the money back, plus you're going to prison. And Lord help you if those people in prison find out that you've been treating some old lady horribly. Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, and there seems to be somebody at the financial institution where a lot of the investments are held that appears to be one of this guy's close friends, who seems to be doing things that are not necessarily above board as well. So that guy might have some liability here, because you've got the grantor who's trying to access her information and is being denied by the financial institution. And she was never deemed incompetent by a doctor. So I don't know. I mean, there may be a power of attorney in place somewhere that allows this sibling to do stuff, but we're still trying to unpack all of it.
Shit. Do you know what? If you know the court where everything was probated, then this is easy. I would say Gibson's, A Treatise on Suits and Chancery, and then move from there. You need an application for relief. The thing you need relief from, breach of trust, breach of fiduciary duties, who's doing it, the trust number or the name, and maybe an affidavit to go with it from each of the siblings.
Yeah, so they just started talking with a trust lawyer regarding the matter, and I'm not sure where it all stands at the moment. Because, like I said, the sibling who's in question is the only one that has a copy of the trust documentation, so nobody really even knows what it says. But yeah, people do weird stuff for money when it comes to family money and all that kind of crap. I used to work at a bank, and when I worked at a bank, you'd be surprised. People would come into the bank, the body's not even cold yet, trying to get into safe deposit boxes and stuff that they had no legal right to get into, and they would be yelling and screaming, "I need to get into this safe deposit box before so and so gets here." And it's like, well, you're not a signer on it. You know, you don't even have a death certificate or anything like that. So people get crazy.
Yeah, I know. I know. Trust me, I know. That's if anybody's having any problems, though, I would say start with Gibson's. I mean, I don't like attorneys. I don't trust them. I've dealt with them. I've had good results and I've had horrible results, but I still don't trust them, even for one good result. I'd rather do the work myself.
When you say Gibson's, what was the full?
A Treatise on Suits and Chancery. Then there's another one, and what you're wanting to do as far as getting remedy, Chancery is your end all be all for the problem that I'm hearing. It also has a lot of the paperwork in the back, like what's supposed to be there, how things are supposed to be done, so that you can, at least have a basic idea of how you're supposed to make it and write it out.
Okay, cool. So this is
Here, I'll type the other one in chat because there's two books. They go hand in hand, even though they're from two totally different artists.
okay. Yeah, I'm looking at one. It looks like it's not a cheap book either. Over $200.
You can find a PDF.
Okay, I'll look more into it. Okay, 396 pages. PDF.
I think that's the right title for Gilbert's. I don't know. I have to go back and look. It's been a while since I've even. See, Chancery Court is the Article 3 court. Everyone talks about an Article 1, Article 2, Article 3 court. Chancery equity is Article 3. Everything else is Article 1 and 2, which is all administrative.
Shouldn't all courts be a court of equity?
They can be if you know what you're doing.
Like, I'm just saying, like, thinking about it on principle, right? Like, there should be, if a quote unquote crime has been committed, there should be some sort of equity involved.
There always is equity involved. If there's damage, harm, injury. Wherever there's harm, injury, or loss, there's always equity.
Which would be true crimes, but we're stuck in statutes and crap like that, right?
Right, because of the graven images and the things that go along with that. There's so much that holds people back from equity, and the sad thing is most of it's our fault. And getting to that point isn't always easy. Going through that whole thing and realizing, going through the tunnel and seeing the truth ain't always easy either.
No, because the process of pulling away from what you've bound yourself to is not easy at all.
Right, because you think it's real, it's real, it's real, it's real, and then you find out it's fake, and you're like, but it was real.
Right. It all takes place in 2D space on paper. It's a very cunning scam that's been pulled on us. The problem is we've gotten so far to where people just accept it as reality. Like, it's just, this is the way things are. This is the only way it can be. Taking no time to realize what we've gotten ourselves into. But I mean, most people are nescient of what's taking place, meaning they're not ignorant. They don't necessarily, they haven't seen the true side of it. So they're just, it's not like they're ignoring the truth. Most people just don't even know the truth of the matter.
That's the part that bugs me the most, man, especially with family. Like, over the years, I've got a couple of them to realize that the earth is flat, and among other things. And a couple of years ago, had I said anything about 9/11, my mom would have caught, just, shut the fuck up, don't talk to me about that kind of stuff. It's not real, blah, blah. And a lot of them come around, but at the same time, it's too little too late, it seems like.
Well, I mean, the problem is they have to want to change.
Yeah, and they're very clear that they, like my mom, for instance, she says, I'm fine in my ignorance. I don't want to know. I would rather. And I'm like, okay, more power to you. But I'm not going to shut up about it.
They say ignorance is bliss, but here's the thing. If you don't know you're a criminal and that everything you do every day, all day long, you're committing crimes and hurting people and you don't want to know,
It's very true that people enjoy the comforting lies over a difficult truth.
Yeah, but that's the problem, though, is a lot of these people are doing just that, just what I said. Most people are walking around committing crimes every day, and they don't know it because they don't understand what the crime is, what they're doing. They don't understand anything about what they've merged themselves into. They cared very little for what to learn, because, hey, look, if I do this, it gets me the result that I want right now. So forget about taking 6 months to study to see if I want to make this decision. Let's just go ahead and make the decision.
Yes, sir. Act on emotion, not logic.
And then we wonder how we ended up in this situation. Ha 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 ha.
Well, it's like if there was ever a fight against the system that's been constructed around us, it was so long ago that its acceptance has been passed down for generation to generation, which leads people to believe that it's the true and right way and it's the only way, because the fight against it was either so long ago or there never was a true pulling away from most human beings being bonded and not being, for lack of a better term, sovereign individuals.
Oh, free. How about king? King sounds good. I'm king. Oh, there are no kings. Well, that's wonderful. You can come to my court and you can prove to me how I'm not a king. Good luck. It's my court. It's night and day, buddy. It's night and day.
Hey, Cuddles, a long time ago, back when I just got out of high school, I got into an altercation. I basically made a terrorist threat. My terrorist threat being that I was going to shove my boot up his ass. I was put through a whole bunch of crap. He had a cousin that was actually a cop and encouraged him to do this, that, and the other thing. But they let me off. Like, for some reason, towards the end, they didn't have anything in the first place. I was, I probably would have been fine had I known what I know now. But they offered me an out, and that was if I would submit to a mouth swab, that they'll just drop all the charges and let me go that day. And, and as a dumbass kid, I'm thinking, all right, sweet, I'm out of here. What the fuck was that all about? I mean, they try and tell you it's just in case of future, things you might do, and they have your DNA on record or whatever. But I don't necessarily believe that.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the whole DNA thing goes, I'm still a little eerie. I think most of it's BS.
So when it comes to like genetics and genetically modified crops and things like that, I do know that Monsanto holds patents for certain genomic sequencing when it comes to crop production, and they can utilize that when their GMO crop pollen blows into a field of somebody who is not using Monsanto seeds, and then they test the genetics of the crops from a field where they're not using Monsanto, and then they find the genetic makeup from what Monsanto has patented, and then they can basically take the farm.
That's some bullshit right there.
But that leads me to believe, what's been taking place recently with human beings is there a possibility where somebody has patented certain human genomic sequencing and
You can't patent anything natural. You cannot do it. So either you have to manipulate materials to make something unnatural, therefore you can patent it, like all the other stuff going on. or you find a loophole inside of your own system that you built and tricking
you're missing
people
the
into
point.
that system.
The point is that once it's GMO'd, it is modified and you can patent a GMO.
Right, but altering something that already pre-existed is really it's tampering, it's playing God. And they can't take away your free will, dude. That's basically what he's getting down to, is that they're trying to take away free will by just modifying people.
But if you are their product, they will remove your free will. Because it's the same way as taking the farmer's farm. Once it's found that that genetic sequence is located there, they basically claim ownership, or that you're trying to steal their genetics. And that is probably the one most frightening thing about this, is that they are modifying the genetics of humans, and later on they could do a large scale reclaim of their property.
Yeah, I get that. That's the thing. You got to start finding out where you started agreeing to these things, and I'd be trying to fix it. Because most people, in order to get to that place,
that's where consent comes in. People are consciously consenting right now to taking something that may be modifying their genetics in a way that somebody could have patented that genetic sequencing. And it's just another way of bonding, right? Like at least right now, when it comes to like a birth certificate and that type of bond, for the human being, you were not, there was no meeting of the minds, and it was not a conscious decision. You had no consent within that process, right? So there is some sort of way to, I guess you could say, argue against that type of bond. But if you consciously accept being altered in a way that somebody owns the ownership of, I hope you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I don't think they hide.
yeah, that's the fun thing about all this. It starts somewhere. But yes, what you're talking about snowballing, it can. But the thing is you're trying to come from a position where they already don't have full control over you, where you didn't already consent to things that were against the law. Like, most of us did. Most people in today's world consented to things that were completely against God's law, period.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, right? I'm just saying, like, their ultimate, the way that they currently would claim ownership, right, through a birth certificate, that I guess the parents were consenting at that point. But at least I feel like you could have a claim to where you were not of sound mind at that point in time to consent to a system.
Well, here's the fun thing. Did your parents even belong to themselves?
Technically, no. Which is why I say in that realm, you have some sort of redress, or however you want to state that. But in the current situation, I feel like people are making a conscious decision whether they have full informed consent or not. I feel like they're leaving it out there long enough for people to make an informed decision. And when they make that informed decision, I feel like there's a legal standing there for ownership, should it be something that is modified, patented, all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's obviously speculation, but
well, that's where all the legal land stuff goes. Isn't all these? Well, could it be this way? Well, what can we do to trick them? But the thing is your parents didn't even own themselves. Bottom line, because they weren't taught by their parents, and their parents weren't taught by their parents, and their parents weren't. It's a generational curse that continues to go, and the only one that breaks the curse is the one who stands up.
So who did they belong to then?
That's the thing. Look at their documents. Who's on their documents?
What documents? What are you? I'm sorry, I just joined in. I'm just curious as to what you're talking about.
Personal documents. Oh, is
Like
that
what?
your ID? Oh, yeah, it's my ID. Oh, yeah, whose name's on it? Well, yours and, oh, look, what's above your name? Oh, somebody else's name. So is it really yours or is it somebody else's?
Can you give me an example of what you're referring to?
What? Look at your ID. There's more than one name on there. It's not just your name. To say that it's just your name, that's just, ugh.
Well,
There's more than one name on there.
You're talking about on my driver's license, right?
If you think it's yours, sure, yes.
Okay, let me take a look at this thing.
That's the problem. People told you it was yours, but did they ever prove to you how it was yours? No. We told you it was yours, and you believe the story.
I'm looking at my driver's license right now, and my name is the only one I see on it.
All right, what does it say across the top of it?
It says Colorado commercial driver's license.
Okay.
USA.
And is there any hidden stuff that you can see with a UV light that might have a name on it as well? Any other place where there might be a name? And I'm not saying a man's name or a woman's name. I'm saying a name. A name is just letters strung together. Peanuts could be a freaking name.
Okay, right next to my picture, it looks like a tiny little signature, which I'm guessing is the either governor or somebody
Director of
that has to do with
DMV.
Department of Transportation or something. That's too small for me to read. Okay. So
Director of the DMV.
So that's just, isn't that just confirming that this is a valid driver's license for my identification?
Valid for what? What is it? That's what I'm saying. They never explained to you what it was, but you think you know everything about it.
Actually, they did explain it to me. It's my permission to drive a commercial vehicle on the public roads.
Permission, huh?
Yes, you do need to get permission to drive a. Yes,
Says
there
you.
are laws. There are laws that state that not just anybody can drive a commercial vehicle. You have to be
laws I
certified.
follow are God's laws.
Yeah, whose laws are those? See, you're. This is the thing with all of this stuff. There's more names on that than you know, but you don't look at them as names because you're thinking Jim, Sally, Sue, Bob, Terry, Ann. State of this, state of that. Jim, Bob. These are all different things. They're all names.
Okay,
State of is a name.
Just because there's a name on there, it's my picture and it's my identification. How does just because somebody else's name is on there that I'm not, they own me?
Did you make it?
How is that? Go ahead.
Did you make it or did somebody else make it for you?
The state of Colorado made it to certify that I was.
And the state of Colorado is 2D, so a fiction made you something that's real. That's interesting.
Oh, sorry, say that again?
A fiction made you something that's tangible. It's kind of interesting. The state of Colorado is a fiction. It's just name.
It's an organization.
Right.
It's an organization.
Right.
Okay.
So the state of Colorado couldn't have made anything. People that work for the state of Colorado. But
Scrat,
see,
you
then
have
somebody
you have a
else
lot
made
of
it.
you have a lot of investigating to do on this topic. I think the video that Cuddles referenced earlier, which is in biblical, would be a good place to start.
Okay, so if we don't want to, okay, I'm just trying to make sure I understand this. You're saying we shouldn't be obeying the laws that are set before us. Why?
Not if they're immoral.
Okay, how is it immoral for me to get a commercial driver's license? Have it
Watch the
issued to me
video
so I
and
can
you'll see.
work.
Watch
I'm
the
sorry?
video and you'll see. It's
Who
really
gave
that
them
simple.
who gave them the authority to do that to me?
Well, they are the governing organization over me, correct?
Not
So
mine.
you think.
In your mind,
Okay, so are you telling me that you don't obey the laws that
I
are
don't
set
obey
before you?
things that are
I
mine.
obey morality.
Absolutely.
I obey morality.
Okay, how is it immoral for me to get a driver's license?
So I'm saying you'll have to study to find answers. So I'm not just going to hand you everything. Because I've
Well,
already handed you
I'm
more
just
than you can handle.
asking more than I can handle. You haven't explained any. I'm just asking, how is it immoral? How is it immoral for me to have a driver's license?
So I'm saying you're
So-
going to have to study, dude. I've already
Well,
told
you
you
don't
that
wanna give
gravity
me an
doesn't
answer?
exist, that we're not spinning Spaceball.
Well, it's kind of
But you're like, how?
it's kind of self-explanatory. Who gave them the? Is it not moral to? Is it not immoral to force your edicts onto other people?
yeah, and if you're a grown man, you shouldn't ask permission to do things that are not harming or causing loss to another person. Why do you
Amen.
have to ask permission?
Amen.
Children
Okay,
ask
so
permission.
are you
I can't
saying
even.
that?
I can't even use God's rainwater in my fucking state. But I mean, it's ridiculous. I refuse to listen to any of their bullshit laws telling me I can't collect the water that falls from the sky. Fuck you.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, for crying out loud, that's just ridiculous. Okay, now here's the thing. I'm a truck driver, have been for 27 years. That's basically the only skill that I have to earn a living to support my family. So are you saying that me accepting the rules that I have to have a commercial driver's license to support my family, that's immoral? Is that what you're saying?
Hey,
You took something from a system that lied to you in order to take care of yourself and your family with things that they created. You're going to tell me that that big ass trick isn't an immoral thing to get involved in?
What, being a truck driver?
No, not being a truck driver. Dude, you're using FRNs to pay your bills. Are FRNs actually lawful money? No. But why do you have to have them? Because you have all these bills. Because all these things that got manufactured by that system that is keeping you tied to it.
So how am I supposed to get out of it? Just stop obeying the laws?
Well, no one's telling you anything.
Realize the truth. There is no gravity. You got to realize the truth yourself. That's what I'm saying. You've got to study this. If you want to know, you're going to have to study it.
Okay,
it's just
so
like what we do here with Flat Earth.
So say I understand that, this is all BS. I actually know that. I know that it's BS that I have to obey all these stupid laws that don't affect anybody but me. I understand that. But what am I supposed to do? If I don't do it,
it's a
I go
means
to
to an
jail
end.
and my family doesn't get support.
Says who?
What?
Says
Says
who?
who?
You need to get
That's
sent to it's an empty threat. They're gonna arrest you for not. What are you afraid of?
I actually know somebody who went to prison for so-called fraud that he didn't do. He went to prison for a long time.
Yeah, because he didn't. It's sad to say that a lot of these people are in there by their own consent, but that's the truth. By their own hand.
Can you
I know.
explain that?
I've
What do you mean by their own hand?
been one of them, so I know this by my own experience.
Okay, can you explain to me what you mean by their own hand?
I decided to participate in that system. I got their ID, their cards, their permission, their money, their shit. What if that has anything to do with God? Nothing. So why do I have it? Good question. So how did I get caught up in their system that I chose to participate in?
Okay, so what are you supposed to do then? How if you're not going to participate in society? Hold on, can I finish my statement, please? If you're not willing to accept society's rules, the society that you choose to live in, how are you supposed to live?
Oh, I follow the rules. I mean, if as long as they're moral, as long as they're
Well,
I'm
I
not
thought those
affecting
were
anybody. When it comes to
So are you guys saying that you guys don't have driver's license? I'm just curious.
I personally don't.
Nope.
No. I don't have a cell
You don't
phone
have
either.
driver's license.
Nope.
I don't have to either. And you can't show me a law on this planet that can prove that I have to. Can't do it.
Okay, now if say my my CDL just expired this last year, I had to renew it. Are you if I didn't renew that CDL and I just continued to drive, well, actually, my company wouldn't allow me to drive because I didn't have a CDL.
Who owns the truck? Does the company or do you?
The company.
Okay.
The company.
Does the company have the MCO?
I don't know what that is.
Probably not, because they probably don't know what that is either. So you have an issue with licensing because the licensing can only come from the maker / owner of the truck.
I'm just curious.
Manufacturer certificate of origin. It's the freaking sterling title. The maker creates a sterling title. The maker makes the title.
Okay.
The maker gives permission or transfers the makership. But if it's never transferred, the state holds it, whoever the hell that is. And then latches ensue from there, and it's a big mess.
Okay, say for some goofy reason, my company doesn't realize I don't have a valid driver's license, and I get pulled into a weigh station, and they check, and they find out I don't have a CDL. I go to jail. How is,
Look. I'm not telling you what to do other than to study. You're going to have to, as a grown-up, make the decision of what you're going to do beyond figuring out what the hell's going on. The thing is there's so much to this. So much.
Okay, now let me ask you this. Because I need a CDL to drive to work, is it do you think it's immoral for me to abide by the system so I can support my family?
No,
Is
I
that
don't.
what you're saying?
I wasn't saying that in the first place. I didn't mean that you're immoral for doing. You got to do what you got to do to do what you feel is necessary to keep those children and your wife or whoever in perfect health. You got to do what you got to do. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place. I understand that, but it's at these situations where we need to make decisions on which way we're going to go. Which way are we going to go for the rest of our lives here? Because I sure as hell ain't going their way.
Amen, brother.
Yeah, I mean, you're
Okay, now back to my original question. What do you mean by they didn't own themselves? Now, just because I have an ID with somebody else's name on it, why does that mean that somebody else owns them? I don't understand
Because
that
the
part.
ID is a
It's not yours, dude. It's theirs.
it's a fictional
It belongs to
entity,
them.
and yeah,
What's not
that
theirs?
name, that name sets up a legal fiction. That name sets up a legal fiction in the same way that McDonald's isn't a tangible thing, but it's a legal fiction.
and also that name
Your
is
name
associated
through the birth
with number.
certificate basically is the same thing. It sets up a legal fiction, and
Right.
that legal fiction is where all the laws and statutes are being applied, not to the actual physical human being.
Exactly, and like you're saying, that name is associated with a number, and the number is pretty much how they get you, as from what I'm
And even
understanding.
when coming back to title, if you think about it, even your personal vehicle that you own, you never own actual title to that vehicle. Any title that you hold will say the state in which you resides is issuing that title, meaning they hold the title. The original title itself from the manufacturer, also known as the allodial title, is never transferred to you as a quote unquote owner, because technically the state owns your vehicle. So if you get pulled over for driving while intoxicated, they have the legal right to seize that vehicle and impound it, because the state technically owns the title to that vehicle. You have to ask permission. You get the
And
title from the
arrest
state.
you,
Ili,
and arrest
that's what
you
mine
because
come
they
to.
technically own you.
That's why I said this is all coming full circle back to what I was saying about Halloween. How does the state own your parents? Halloween. How do you not own anything? Halloween. It's the same thing with Halloween. You got to spread it out.
Are you saying Halloween as in the holiday? October 31st? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Yeah, you
in
dress up and
reference to you
pretend that
put on a mask, you
you
put on
dress
a
up and
facade.
pretend you're something you're not, and you
Sorry, I
act
got
as
three
if.
people talking. I got three
Well, I
people
was just
talking.
going to
Let me
say, his point earlier to Halloween was you dress up and pretend and act as if you are something that you are not, which is what this comes down to. Your legal name is you acting as if you are that legal fiction, and you're giving that legal fiction life, when in reality you are a human being that has free will. Now, you can choose to put on that costume and act as if you are that legal fiction within that system. And then you're subject to the laws and the statutes and everything that applies to that legal world. If you choose to put on that legal fiction.
Okay. Now, I know that Halloween is a pagan satanic holiday. That's why my family does not celebrate that. But are you saying it's immoral to? I'm not saying this is what you're saying. I'm asking if this is what you're saying. Are you saying it's wrong to pretend to be something that you're not?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I was a kid and I was pretending to be a cowboy, and we were out playing cowboys and Indians, was I being immoral then?
That's
Or was I just
different
being a kid with an
subject.
imagination?
Different. It's different thing, because you pretended to be that because you saw what it was and you wanted to become the thing. This is totally different.
It's
Because
like
I
knowing you
grew
are
up and
something else and still.
I got to be a cowboy. And I wanted to be one when I was little. So I ended up getting to do that. I had cattle.
Okay, my kids want to be a superhero. They pretend to be one.
Right, and only the father can add to them to make them that way. That's the thing. That's the separation.
Okay, but so what I'm asking is it Is it wrong for me to let my children pretend to be something that they can't be? Is that what you're
that's
saying?
non sequitur. Right. I get what you're saying, but it's totally non sequitur. We're talking about a system that was built by Satanists versus somebody wanting to be more than what they are. It's a totally different thing.
Let me ask you a
Wanting
question,
to
Strat.
be,
Sorry,
Yeah.
Cuddles. I was just going to ask, do you even know that you're pretending to be that legal fiction? Do you even know that you dress up and pretend to be that in the legal world?
I just live my life the way I want to. I do what I am able to do without going to jail or being fined. I do whatever I want to as long as I can do it without getting in trouble.
right, by somebody else's rules that you had no say in, which doesn't really sound fair, does it? That you didn't have any say in these things that you must do or you're going to be harmed.
Well, of course it's not
like,
fair, and I agree with you there.
sounds
I
weird.
agree 100% it's not fair. I mean, the government is way too powerful. Government should only be to protect people, not lay down laws that hinder you from living your life the way you want to. I agree with that, but that's not the way it is. So, and there's nothing I can do about it. So I live the best I can under the situation, under the circumstances.
Right. But like flat Earth, like going from a globe to flat Earth is the same thing that I'm talking about here. It's the same night and day scenario. You see the globe, you know the globe, you've lived the globe life. Now I'm showing you that is nighttime, complete darkness, utter darkness, and that there's light. There's a daytime area to go and be in where it's light and it's bright all the time. The thing is it requires a lot of study, and a lot of thinking, because you do have,
go ahead.
You have other people to make choices for, and that do depend on you for these choices. So yes, you have to weigh all those things as you move forward, and tread carefully as you move forward.
So as I study this and I learn, the things that just because I know this stuff doesn't mean that I can just live my life the way I want to without getting in trouble. So I'm. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, unless you're planning on committing a bunch of crimes, I don't see why not. Because I roll around. I roll around without a license all the time, and I will never get another one. I will never register another car again unless I'm getting diplomatic plates for my car or my truck. I'm not ever going to register it ever again, because I can't. Because it's against the law for me to register my private property. See,
I thought you said the car doesn't belong to you.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have the MCO. So it's a whole different thing, see.
So how do you get that?
Yeah, see, now we're cooking with bacon grease. So I'm saying, it takes learning to get to this stage, man. There's learning just to be able to get the MCO might take some people a week.
So you can actually get it?
Yes.
Do you have yours?
I don't have a truck right now. I just use other people's cars for little things.
So if you get pulled over and they ask for your driver's ID, what do you do?
Well, I would do a lot of different things than what most people would do. And that's the thing, is I have to come to these conclusions myself.
Are you willing to tell me what you would do?
We could probably have it off a live stream someday.
A what? I'm sorry, say that again.
we could probably talk about it off of Livestream someday.
Oh.
I'm about to
Okay,
lose
now,
signal.
if this is all legal and stuff, why do we have? I don't know. I'm a little confused now.
Well, there's a difference between legal and lawful. Everything that you've been roped into is the legal world, not necessarily a lawful world.
Oh, okay.
It's a lot
All
to
right,
take
all
in.
right.
It's a lot of information to take in, and it takes a while to fully grasp the understanding of it, and it takes even longer if you choose to try to disassociate yourself with the things that you have bound yourself to when it comes to the system.
All right.
Because we operate as if this is the way things are, this is the only way things can be. It's been a very long time, generationally, of setting up the system that we currently live in. And the things that we do and the things that we take for granted as the way things are, we're doing because we thought that that's the only way that we can do things.
Well, I personally don't think it's going to last much longer, anyways.
Oh, it will, and the change will become tighter.
No, I mean, I think the world's going to lose its control soon, but that's just me. I think the creator is going to intervene, but again, that's just my belief.
Yeah, no, I hear you. We're we're definitely at a turning point, right? And a point where people are going to have to make hard decisions, and those decisions are going to have to be to comply and move on to the next step within the system, or to withdraw your consent from the system as a whole. It's going to be a lot of tough decisions. We're already current terms of employment being changed, things like that. We're coming to a tipping point where you either have to make a conscious decision to go along with the system or to withdraw your consent from it. Because everything that you participate in with the system is of your consent. You are consenting to do that. When you ask permission,
I do know.
It's a very deep topic that takes a lot of research to understand kind of the foundation of it. But once you see the foundation, kind of like with flat Earth, once you see the foundation of the truth, it's very easy to see the lie that's been pulled over you. Just like in the legal world, it's very easy to see the scam that's been pulled over on us once you understand the truth of the matter. And for the most part, we're all locked into that system. We grew up and we made decisions thinking that it was the only way things could be, and we've gone along to get along within that system when there is another way. But that other path is not necessarily an easy path. Not a lot of people choose it. It's definitely very narrow, and it does take work. But there is another path.
Well, I know that when it comes to that freaking fake vaccine, I'll never be getting that, even if I lose my job. That's one thing I will not give into. Shoot, this freaking once this whole thing started, I probably wore a mask a grand total of maybe 20 to 25 times. And that's only when I absolutely had to do stuff like, for example, renew my driver's license. I could not go in that building unless I had a mask on. And I had to do that so I could work. And that's if I went anywhere and they required a mask and I didn't have to be there, I said, fine. And I turned around and left. I would not wear a freaking mask if I could avoid it.
I got a good answer for you to your question earlier. If they decide to turn on red and blue lights, falsifying an emergency, committing a panic into the public, and then decide to stalk me when I get out of the way, because they can't pull me over. They don't have a tractor beam. There ain't no winch hooked up to my car. My car was not pulled anywhere. I got out of the way because I believed he was on the way to an emergency. Now, what would I do? I'd hand him a copy of my MCO and ask him what the fuck he thinks he's doing. Well, sir, this isn't your driver's license. No, that is my driver's license. You just don't know law.
And what if he says, I do know law because I'm the cop, and he
No,
arrests
it's bullshit.
Okay. Did I lose my signal?
Cops don't know the law; they enforce the law. How many years of studying law do law enforcement officers take? How much of an understanding do they have when it comes to actual law?
I would assume they know quite a bit because that's what their job is, to enforce the law, to not enforce it, make sure people don't break it. Well, I guess that means enforce it, but I don't like to say force. But I guess that's what it is. I mean, are you saying that cops don't know the law? Is that what I'm hearing? Did I lose my signal?
No, you're good. I was temporarily server muted there. No, that I mean, just think about anybody that's in law enforcement. How many years of study do they have into law itself? They're just taught how to enforce the law. They're not taught the law.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying there. That I get that.
Law enforcement officers have very little understanding of law itself.
Okay, so for that example that he gave, what is it, MCO? That's what he said. It's called an MCO. If the cop said, "Well, this is not your driver's license. You don't have one, so I'm going to arrest you." What do you do then?
I mean, you can get arrested. They can kidnap you. Saying that people aren't going to do immoral things to you is just living in a dream world. People will do that. The law enforcement officer doesn't understand law. He just knows that he or she just knows what he or she needs to do in a specific situation, and they're taught to arrest you. Now, there's ways to avoid that. Chances are you're not going to be able to have a productive conversation when it comes to the actual law with somebody that doesn't understand it. Their superiors might, their sergeant, their captain might know.
Okay, so when they arrest you and you're taken into, and you have to stand before a freaking a corrupt organization called our judicial system, that has absolutely nothing to do with justice anymore, what do you do then? How do you defend yourself against a corrupt organization that's supposed to be deal out justice but never does?
I mean, there are ways to stand in your truth when you're in that situation. The problem is you have to make sure that all your ducks are in a row. You know, you have the knowledge and you have a good understanding. And that takes time and research.
Well, no, you could have everything that you need to prove that you are innocent. But that doesn't matter when you got freaking judges that don't care about justice. And that's almost all we have now. I mean, look what happened with the 2020 election. There was evidence, so much evidence, that it was just pure fraud, the biggest fraud in history, and not a single judge refused to look at it. So,
well, that's why when you're standing there for some sort of like code violation or violation of a statute, there's ways to stand in your truth to where those, trying to prove jurisdiction, things along those lines, stuff that you just need to research and learn, can't necessarily talk about on live stream, can't give legal advice, all that kind of stuff. But there is a truth out there that renders these people powerless.
Okay, powerless.
Unless there is an actual crime committed, meaning harm to someone or to someone's property, where there is some sort of damage that can be claimed, right? And then that would be some type of equitable exchange. And those are actual crimes. When it comes to things like citations for code violations, is there harm or loss that has been caused in those situations?
Okay, what about all Black Lives Matter, all the rioting, the damage and looting and everything, the ones that were arrested and then just set free? How do you deal with that? I mean, those were actual crimes, in some cases, murders, and nothing happened. But yet, some people walk into the Capitol building and they're in freaking solitary confinement for 8 months because for trespassing. How do you, when you get that kind of injustice, why would you even want to consider breaking any of the laws? Because you won't get any justice.
I think the bigger question is, why would you want to consent to be a part of that system when it's obviously corrupt? And this comes back to the same system which you're talking about that is unjust is the system that you ask permission to do things that you should not have to ask permission to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because what you ultimately do is you beg permission and ask for licensing for a right that was given to you by the creator. But instead you're going around the creator and you're asking for permission from somebody that doesn't have.
All right,
sorry. Go ahead.
Guys, we're gonna probably have to take this back to Flat Earth.
Yeah, okay.
The V has been posting like crazy, and I didn't know it until I got home because I'm not looking at the chat. I'm having a conversation, only verbo. So I'm not sitting here looking at the chat, so I had no idea that he was even having a problem, conniption, whatever. Right?
Oh, I didn't either. My bad, D.
So if somebody doesn't unmute and say something in live, I don't know shit most of the time because I'm not sitting here staring at the chat.
I wasn't either. My bad, D. We'll move on. But Scrat, do your research. There's a good video in Biblical that Cuddles had referenced earlier.
All right, cool. Thanks.
I don't know what D, if D can even chime in verbally. Normally, there's my cue to go gas pressure.
Well, I heard it claim that the atmosphere, the gases in the so-called atmosphere, do not expand in all directions. All gases do, except for the ones in our atmosphere.
Really? Who made that claim?
Some clown on Jim Pandas.
Did they have proof of this claim, or was it just
Yeah,
random?
he said it can be measured. He said it can. It's observable. we can see this.
Did he reference this or give any type of citation, or did he just claim it?
I think his claim was because of the basically the pressure gradient and the different cycles or whatever. So because of pressure gradient and the way the atmo reacts, he was claiming that was evidence that those gases do not. Sorry, I'm getting a call. I gotta go. wow, it's dead in here.
Yeah, our last chat kind of got off topic. I did recently have a good breakthrough with a friend where I planted a seed a few months ago about the Earth being flat and stationary. And he went away and thought about it and did a little research and came back a few months later and doesn't believe he's on a spinning ball twirling through space any longer. So it is good to have a fruitful conversation. It was definitely somebody that has an open mind to begin with, and I think that's where it starts. And after doing some contemplation and a little bit of research, he came to the realization, which is good, because that seed can also grow to produce more seeds. So it's always good to have a successful interaction with somebody. And he's at that stage now where he even said, man, I wish I I almost wish I could go back to just believing I was on a 1,000-mile-per-hour spinning globe. I think we all get to that stage at one point where it opens up a huge can of worms, where all the toothpaste comes out of the tube and you can't really put it back. And you sometimes wish, oh, maybe wish I could put all that toothpaste back in the tube. Go back to the ignorance is bliss, even though we know it's not kind of mindset.
shred of proof, cause the earth is still and just don't move. Horizons at eye level and flat, stars show no stellar parallax. Michelson, Morley, Sagdat, and Gale, the famous series experiment failed. The earth is the center of the universe, bury the truth and the things get worse. NASA's Neely takes the lead, Bill, that science guy, shares his creed. Groaning's less a magic crew, be sure they're Satan's children too. Jesuits and Masons rule, they push agenda, make us tools. They use Mythbusters on TV to push the evil reality. Yeah. Tesla's energy was new, then World War I and World War II. And what did Apelberg do? Arctic first and then on to Antarctic chasing Nazi troops with the ships and planes and Cascadoos. And what did they find? We don't know. Some say German, some say snow. Some say that they reached the wall of a glass dome that's way too tall. But even though many of us are needy, they blocked us all with the Antarctic Treaty. Back to the project, paperclip, NASA's Nazi scientists, UFOs and area 50.
Wow, I don't know what the sound issue was. That was weird.
Check, check.
What's up, Sonny?
Not much. I was playing the bot and I had some kind of sound issue. I'm wondering if anybody else heard that.
Yeah, just kind of quit out all of a sudden.
Well, I stopped it because it started making a real loud, like static noise.
I don't know. I didn't hear that.
Okay.
Sound like the song cut out.
I suppose it could have been on just my end. That's possible. So I'll check a few things here.
based on what they're showing us, it seems very fake. When we're being presented with things like the moon landing, I've only got to look at it with a critical eye. To see that it's done on a set. Well, NASA were developed for the sole purpose of lying to us. Their only purpose is to perpetuate the globe lie. Every single story that is told by NASA has the subcontext that we live on a globe. Live on a globe. Blockbuster movies bolster the NASA fakery. If you're watching Guardians of the Galaxy or Star Trek or Star Wars, the basis of that is that you are on a spinning globe. So the fact that Hollywood perpetuates this meme, this lie, this spinning globe lie, is the over-the-top suspension of disbelief. Whereas when NASA do it, they play their cards much more close to their chest. They always keep it nice and simple. So they're not going to have Star Wars type battles in space. They're just going to have a zero-G meal. It's much more downplayed.
trusted friend, he tried to hurt me. Says it's my fault and try and desert me. Says the wine inside my mouth can't keep a secret, let it out. Took some drugs and started flying on the freeway. Take me home. It's so pretty beneath the dome. And I see you at my show. You smile and dance 'cause you don't know I have no feelings. This I'm sure. There is no pain I can't endure.
I was raised in a small Kansas town, which is comparable to being sucked into a spiritual black hole. I was surrounded by flat, bleak cornfields, farmed by similarly flat, bleak people.
Metaphysics.
K-roll at the 5 stairs, still on hillside, and I'm flexing. Feeling like McKenna, make connections like I'm Tesla.
Quick trip, a hit Valero for the fiends. Cut lean, dummies never taste the same thing. Going run teams, couple smoke rings for the scene. Up a Hillcrest, posted with the Oakland yacht, I mean like.
Still get a 6 out of 4, we was coming 6-4, 6-4, 100, highway 6-4. Out of stage at the show, I'ma get it on the road. Fuck beef, catch 'em in the streets like Pokemon Go. Ay, I just had to get it, all I had was vision. Trapping out the prism, activist and Activision, narco-terrorism. Now I'm on that mission, check the map to get it. We just hacked the system, I'ma pack the pistol just in case I have to hit 'em.
Running still, got a whole car that Bogart. While you babysitting, hit the blunt, past the Ozark. Bitch wood, crack a while a roller, can't quit it for the second. Gotta hold on, 64 grams on the digi when the show start. I link up with the plug, hit a message when that phone spark. And everybody selling in the hill by the fire with the stash by the sign. And it's time after time, find the signs in the sky like
K-roll at the 5 stairs, still on hillside, and I'm flexing. Feeling like McKenna, make connections like I'm Tesla.
Quick trip, a hit Valero for the fiends. Cut lean, dummies never taste the same thing. Going run teams, couple smoke rings for the scene. Up a Hillcrest, posted with the Oakland yacht, I mean like.
You know, I look at them and I say to myself, I wonder how many of them.
An unidentified flying object over Wichita is making international headlines.
That UFO sighting happened last week southeast of Wichita.
They made up everything. They made up everything. You probably fetal stagger to the ground, to the ground. You only see that cause it's not around, not around. You know they never left the basic clouds, basic clouds. They made up everything. They made up everything. Whoa, I did not believe there is a flat earth. That whole thing looked like it is for facts, bro. Why would they tell me the shit is round for? Must be true cause that shit in the textbook. Only when the sun is out it opened my eyes. It ain't coming up and setting on the same side. Then I saw the moon and sun is about the same size. Now I know that what I learned is a pseudoscience. When I throw a bowling ball at a pit, it doesn't roll around and come in my day. So then how the world is supposed to rotate unless the sun revolves right all our heads? You probably see a thing fall to the ground, to the ground. You only see that cause it's not around, not around. It doesn't roll but fucking settles down, settle down. They made up everything, they made up everything. You probably still believe in up and down, up and down. But can't explain the fucking middle ground, middle ground. There's gravity, then why does shit still bounce, shit still bounce? They made up everything, they made up everything. Whoa, I seen the pic took from the moon. Was Photoshop real pretty too? The bucket fill was overused. Africa had too many Jews. And I once took everything in faith, like I'm setting monkeys into space. But when a map is open I can say that it is flat and not a fucking sphere. The stuff you see is really meta now, meta now. You know the world is really not around, not around. You are the realist in the ghetto now, ghetto now. You question everything, don't believe anything. You telling people on Nintendo now, Nintendo now. That gravity was all invented now, invented now. The landing moon was shot in and out, in and out. They made up everything since 1983. Whoa, I'm mocked and disrespected, told that I'm gay cause I don't believe the round lie. I'm not gay. Everybody think that you a pedo now, pedo now. Because you say the world is not around, not around. You asking Jesus for a peso now, peso now. You got a penny G, I could use anything. You sucking D for fucking cheddar now, cheddar now. You on the street with all them bottle hounds, bottle hounds. You mixing meth and fruity pebbles now, pebbles now. You didn't do anything, they made up everything. Whoa.
Strap in your seatbelts for some round and curvy.
They see me revolving on their TV. I know they're all thinking I'm so round and curvy. Think I'm just too round and curvy. Think I'm just too round and curvy. Can't you see I'm not so nerdy? Look at me, I'm not so nerdy. I wanna float above the thermosphere. But so far gravity has got me stuck here. I'm just too round and curvy. Think I'm just too round and curvy. I'm just too NASA nerdy. I'm NASA nerdy.
First in my class, they can't believe. Landed my module, first try with these. Buzz Aldrin cereal, yes please.
Keep me flattered.
I'll take blue marble chief.
My curves never spin to the contrary. You find it's quite rotationary.
All my lightsabers are scary. Bill Nye's up in my library. My GoPro footage is totally pimped out. Got people begging for my round spaces. I've seen curves over long places. Ain't got no binocs, but I still solve cases.
I outrank all the planets in endless ways. Love NASA orbit, I could watch for days. Look at the sweet moves, you'll stay amazed. Traversing so fast, it's the place to play. Into the cosmos, I haven't run. At gravity, well, I'm number one. I do eclipses just for fun. I got a lot of curves and a multi-gun.
Close Encounters is my favorite ringtone. I can sure kick your butt at SpaceCon. Interrogate any alien you bring on. Fluent in star charts and evolution. This is the part I read from.
Revolving in the movies. I know in my heart they think I'm round and curvy. Think I'm just too round and curvy. Think I'm just too round and curvy.
Can't you see I'm NASA nerdy? Look at me, I'm NASA nerdy.
Wanna be motionless like the flat earth. All this spinning showing off my curve. Think I'm just too round and curvy. Think I'm just too round and curvy.
I'm just too NASA nerdy.
How'd I get so NASA nerdy?
I've been browsing, inspecting. Go busters, you know I tune in. Foil opinions and deconstruct them. Freeze-dried ice cream, no, it never leaves me bored. Shopping online for deals around NASA media. Regurgitate Wikipedia. I memorize the books really hard. I can recite it right now and conjure up dark matter. Hello? Pseudoscience ain't a prank, y'all. My friends need advice, who do they call? I do a star blessing for them all. Even made a Facebook for my dog. Yo, I got myself a jetpack. Got it off Craigslist, that's a fact. Spend my nights with a phaser, like that. Zap zap, hope no one sees me. Getting tricky.
I'm curvy in the extreme. Spin 1,000 plus at the seam.
He was in the Big Bang primordial suit and the space beam. And the question I thought was a big deal. What do I like Bill? What do I like Neil? These men of science, they are like gods. Spewing theories like alien pods.
They see me revolving. They laughing and rolling their eyes cause I'm so round and curvy.
Just because I'm NASA nerdy. Just because I'm NASA nerdy.
Or because I'm blue and curvy. Holy cow, I'm blue and curvy.
I wanna float with the planets, but oh well, I can't get past the firmament.
Think I'm just too round and curvy. Think I'm just too round and curvy.
I'm just too NASA nerdy. Look at me, I'm NASA nerdy. Yeah. Mic drop. That's gravity.
Epic rap battles of history. Conspiracy. The Globe versus Flat Earth.
What's up, my G's? You know me from film and TV. I'm the Earth you see. That's Globe with a capital G. Ooh. You kidding me? Flat Earth, that's a thing? Please, that's 1493. Okay? You're a pancake space. Flying breakfast for the thinking debate. Come on, you forgot about astronomy. Oh yeah, the space race. Huh. I'm pretty sure NASA got a video of this place. Say cheese. I'm telling you facts, so please get out of my face.
Wait, you're calling me a joke in this race? You're a ball in a vacuum of space that somehow holds water to its face. That pancake of space is meant to be whack, created by control flat earth hats. You're a TV show, that's a rap. A cross between the Brady Bunch and a David Blaine mishap. Stop flying about the galaxy, we're bringing the truth back. NASA robs us with GoPro footage of a flat map.
Oh man, you just tried to punk a GoPro? Pretty ballsy when I own the high altitude show. And when it comes to showing a curve, I'm really quite known. I even got super slow. You think questioning me will get this cover blown? You're just a grainy telephoto. Shaky ass Nikon glass, can't touch this wide portfolio. I'm lightweight and I can work solo.
Call me a skeptic, you just got slayed with one click. P900 zooming in, infrared, that's sick. Recent upgrade, yeah, I'm killing it. Brand new lens, all black, they're filling it. My 125X grateful, zooming in. GoPro, please step back, are you listening? Tight on boats, and the moon through the haze. This is science on display. Who took those pictures? Why did it look so sad? Let me snap you, I'll even use my flash. Snap, snap.
¿Qué hay de mí? Soy un telescopio anticuado, puedo ver a lo lejos y sé si un bote va por la curva o no. Sí.
Right. Sorry about that.
Shut it, guys! Let me try talk over your size. I'm Bill Nye, highly qualified science guy. Get hypnotized by my bow tie as I help mankind in this science try. And I'll teach your kids, and I'll mold the young wits. That's what we calculated when we calculated this. So, you want some curvature pics? Then sit, 'cause class has begun, you nitwits. NASA already gave you fits, proving the curve in one of their skits. Seriously, it's complicated. They can't get far enough back to take a decent picture. They have to stitch it together in Photoshop. It is Photoshopped.
But it has to be. Oh, Bill, don't bring up the #1 meme. Leave it to the sciencey brother, Neil deGrasse, to the Tyson G. Can't find my intellectual equal? That's a common problem for people. But I'm original, not like a sequel. Smooth chocolate, flowing over astrophysical features. I gave Joe Rogan his sellout procedures. Indoctrinated him like a demonic preacher. That's my gig, bro, 'cause I'm a one-man mic dropping grab show. And your flat earth man had me in stitches. Who's too big for his britches? A singing cowboy mascot who don't even know that he's British. Yeah, that's D to the E-licious.
Did someone just throw insults at the flat earth man? I'm the guy that exposes your theoretical scams. People, sick and tired of your Cosmo animations. You're talking out your neck, you got too much imagination. I'm a truth-telling musical machine. NASA ain't the only one that can use a green screen. I got musical skills that will entertain and educate. And all you are is blah, 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 indoctrinate. My truth-telling songs are specifically designed to expose the NASA lies and open some minds. NASA is a joke, man, they belong in the trash. Stealing 50 million a day of our cash. We all sick and tired of your transparent lies. We all sick and tired of your CGI. We all sick and tired of your so-called pictures. You never give us real photos, ain't that suspicious? Well, that's suspicious, don't you think?
I love that one.
Knock knock. Hello kids, Science here. I'm your friend. If a flatty questions me and you wanna win, just call out my name. It's all you gotta do. Bloody Mary requires 3 times, but mine is less than 2. Science! 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 There you go, you just won a debate! Don't you feel empowered and pretty great? Remember kids, you know the globe is real, 'cause it looks so fake! Fake science!
Just when I think you guys couldn't be any dumber, you go and rap like that. And totally redeem yourselves! Ha ha!
Brian Cox, you rookie. I can demonstrate the universe using Star Wars cookies. No reason to fear this 3-headed agenda. We speak with sugar, but we're toxic like splendor. Don't look behind the flat earth curtain. Nothing to see here. No cultures believed in flat earth. For that, I'm certain. Seeing faraway things, it's refraction from behind the curve. That's what's happening. Their cause is hurting, yet flat tards are taking action and talking, but more like a fad that's passing.
Yeah, right. There's no curfew fought, you knew what I'm the brochure. I specialize in hand-to-hand. Paper cuts deep, I'm in demand. Cartoon Earth is not valid, I ask the question in my reflection. YouTube search, all controlled by the power structure that we all know. Can't stop this 5-cent paper from spreading the truth. Don't believe the hype and the global lies they're pushing at you. Read up, get a flat taste. I'm invading your space. Switch to panorama, just now flashback right across your face.
NASA box, still looking green. My accolades, pretty obscene. Since 58, I've been on the scene. Got cosmic bling, fun and thing. You are printed at Kinko's, like, last week.
That's it, I'm done with this. Spirits hear these words, I'm wishing, raise his corpse from his earthly prison. I summon thee, forgive my old English, I'm a bit rusty. Try bees, throw bean, manis, canteen, yeah.
Charles Darwin at your service. You know from the past, my theories were iconoclast, then made an icon at last. My concepts changed the world, you see. I'm ahead of my class. I'm the origin of the species. How dare you step in my path? Secondary title didn't go over, oh well, things digress. Don't forget the things I said, I'm dead, but now I'm stressed. That was the point of me picking the fittest, and now I hope you go next. Worship my endless lies. I'll haunt you till the end of time. You came from a monkey!
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology.
Die, NASA tech, die. Yeah, yeah. Die, NASA tech, die. Yeah, yeah. NASA kill you like that.
Destroyed that technology.
That's suspicious, don't you think? Hey, everybody say! Stand up!
Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1.
We lost our technology to go back to the moon, see? We did a techno reset in our unease. Now we have a better tease. Consider Mars, please. Please! Yeah, our astronauts are just actors on strings. From CGI props to green screen. Bubbles in space, pretty routine. We show you, yet most do not see. That's the law we heed. Cause if we own your soul, then we own your belief. Cause if we own your soul, then we own your belief. Cause if we own your soul, then we own your belief.
There is no escape. Don't make me troll you. Join us, and I will complete your training.
I'll never join you!
If you only knew the power of the globe. You were never told what happened to your father.
You killed him!
No, I am your father. Such your feelings. You know it to be true.
Everybody say! Stand up against scientism. Stand up, it's a mind prison. Stand up, we ain't gonna listen. Stand up, to the bar religion. Stand up against scientism. Stand up, it's a mind prison. Stand up, we ain't gonna listen. Stand up, to the bar religion.
Maybe louder though, right? Okay. If you
only knew the power of the globe.
Well, we all believed in that spinning ball. Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man, no.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. Alright, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man, no.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants, that's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real, and I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them
started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat, and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Well, now I found out about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy, and God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I could see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball, to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
All right. Welcome all to Precious Metals Takeover. This is your host, C. I'm also with Radford. How are you doing, Radford?
We're on to the next song. I'm doing well. How are you doing, CI?
Tired.
I'm tired too, but that's okay. We're gonna have a good show.
Yeah, honestly, like, school's been really exhausting. As I said in the Silver Rally, which I'll talk about in a second, because for people who are listening, um, yeah, I have 8-hour days on Tuesday and Thursday, so it's really exhausting.
Jeez. Yeah, that is exhausting. Are you enjoying it though?
Somewhat. My world music is really difficult, but I really like it. My web design class, the professors, so. I mean, the professor literally started class by asking a student saying, "What the fuck do you do this summer?" So, like,
Oh.
yeah, he had his feet on the desk.
So he's gonna be a great professor. That sounds
His
fun.
political opinions are kind of garbage.
Oh.
He's already blabbed about those. Uh, my philosophy classes are pretty good. Uh, they're not contemporary philosophy though. They're like really, really old philosophy, like pre-Socratic. So like we're learning about people like Solon and his opinion on democracy and how unintelligent people are, but how they should still have some rights. He defends aristocrats, but keep in mind, according to history, I mean, it's debatable. I'm just reciting what I learned. Uh, he existed around like 500 BC, apparently.
Oh.
um, how's your gardening going?
Really? Well, okay, so it's been an interesting year. I got a bunch of stuff out of my garden yesterday. I got some tomatoes. All my potato plants died, most of them. So I
Aw.
harvested those. Yeah, like it's been a weird year, but I think it was because of the lack of rain and we just had this incredible heat. So things were just a little delayed. Some of my stuff was stunted, but I still have tons of green tomatoes. My celery's coming along. I got squash. I picked a bunch of zucchini yesterday. And yeah, it was a beautiful day yesterday. So I was just outside cleaning everything up there. So it's good.
You know, guilty confession, I just hate the taste of tomatoes.
But have you had one that's grown from a garden, not from a
Yeah,
store? Oh,
I just
okay.
I've eaten all kinds of tomatoes. I just don't like them.
See,
Right off the vine. I just don't like it.
really? Oh, they're so good. That's the only kind that I'll really eat. Like maybe once or twice throughout the year I'll buy a tomato from the store, but they just are
It,
just horrific. But I can
it
just like I ate sliced tomatoes yesterday with my supper. It's so good.
it tastes like a crunchy grape, and not in a good way.
A crunchy grape. Wow, how I don't well, I don't find them super crunchy. I don't know. I liked toasted tomato sandwiches, but I'm not really eating carbs or bread right now, so it's a bit of a challenge.
I saw Ariel join for a minute and then leave,
Oh,
unfortunately.
well, maybe
Uh,
she'll be back.
hopefully. So before we go to the question, one thing I think is very important to say, um, we now have silver rallies. So anyone who was silver above, who knows like the silver meetings that were every first and third Wednesday from 1 to 1:30 Eastern, so 12 to 12:30 Central, 6 to 6:30 British time. Um, every first and third Wednesday we would have a silver voice chat or a silver meeting. Uh, that is no longer the time, and they are now called a silver rally, and they will be the 30 minutes before this precious metal event, and they will be in silver voice chat. So if you are silver above, you don't have to attend that, but I would really strongly suggest it, especially if you're an individual who doesn't speak a lot on live stream. We would like to be able to get you to participate because that's the whole point of this program. Anyway, question.
Yeah. You want me to ask it to you?
Uh, if you want.
Okay. Is
I
change a const? Oh, what?
Sorry, I just realized we've been speaking for like 5 minutes. So maybe we should get someone else to speak, and then maybe I can add my answer later.
Okay. Golden Lemur. Are you there?
Yep.
Hey. Okay, so our question for today is change a constant, and is there such a thing as coincidences?
Jeez, nothing easy out of the gate, huh?
No, not at all.
Um, well, I mean, I think it's change constant. Yes, of course it is. Things are always changing. Things are changing in our lives personally. Things are changing externally. I mean, I guess it just depends on at what level you want to look at it. You know, whether you're talking about the experience of an individual, like everything's changing. I'm much different now in my life than I was when I was a younger man. So yeah, I'm changing. And we're watching the world change constantly. But then, somebody's going to say, well, uh, nothing really does change because things just, uh, manifest themselves at different times in history. So I don't know. From my perspective, they do. What was the second part?
And is there such a thing as coincidences?
Is there such a thing as coincidences? Yes, I guess there are. I mean, you happen to bump into people sometimes. I don't know. I don't know. I suppose so. Are there coincidences? Yeah, I think so. I mean, and sometimes coincidences turn out to be something that feels much bigger than a coincidence. I mean, I think that humans are meaning making creatures, so we ascribe meaning to the events of our lives, and things that are kind of like statistical improbabilities that just so happen to happen, become deeply meaningful to us. So again, it just kind of, I don't know. I'm not very good at answering these questions, but that's what I think.
No, that's awesome. Thank you. That's great. And I get it. Like a lot of these, like they're just hypotheticals, right? So it's just interesting to hear everybody's perspectives. I know sometimes it's better if you think, but feel free to join in too as the conversations keep going if you
All
wanted
right.
to add anything. But thank
Will
you.
do.
Thank you for joining in. Flat Monkey, are you there? Maybe he stepped away from his mic.
No, my phone just has a slow processing speed.
Oh, okay. So I'll ask you the question if you want to answer it. Is change a constant, and is there such a thing as coincidences?
Well, is Mhm. Well, I mean, change is a constant, but what is change? Is it a thing or is it the result of something else? Because it's constantly happening, but like, what's making it happen? Is it time? Is it but what is time at that point? Is that also just another concept that we all agree upon, as the saying goes?
Mm-hmm.
And then yes, there are coincidences in the particular reality that we live in my opinion, would be a little naive. But I don't know. For sure, that's like you said, this is hypothetical.
Yeah, exactly right. So it's just hypotheticals. So coincidences? Yes or no?
I mean, yes, they're a thing, but like I said, if you make the assumption that they aren't somehow connected together, like I don't know. That's my answer. I can't give you a yes or no.
Okay. All good. Well, thank you. Thank you for giving your answer.
Thank you for participating.
What about Sunny? Are you there, Sunny?
Yeah, actually, I knew you were gonna call on me. I just knew it. I'm like, and good thing I have a cup that when I'm in my living room, or sort of like my front room, I have a cup that doesn't spill when I kick it over, and I like put it on the floor and I kick it over every time.
No.
But I keep it closed. I don't know why I told you that, but anyway, okay. So on to the question. Okay, could you repeat
Yeah,
it?
I definitely can. So the question today is change a constant? And is there such a thing as coincidences?
Okay.
And of course, it's
So
hypothetical.
okay. Yes, I think change is constant. I think there's nothing but change. But then, if you go into it deeper, it's a deeper concept than most might think. Because then you have to go, what is change? Okay, it's change because I perceive things. Maybe the change is that I am perceiving different things at different times. So, how do I know what change is? Yeah, it feels like things are changing. I think I've changed tremendously, and I think I keep changing too. And that's astonishing. I don't know. I think it's part of me that I realize like I'm changing, and I can just allow myself to change. Anyway, I won't go too long. But are there coincidences? No, I don't believe there is such a thing as coincidences, because I believe that either God is everything or He is nothing. So if God is everything and in everything, that means He's inside me, inside all of you, inside everything we perceive. I don't think there's any accidents, coincidences. I think everything has a purpose.
I agree, actually, about the whole coincidence thing. I used to think coincidences were a thing, but yeah, I don't think that anymore. But thank you for participating and joining. Do you have
Sure.
anything else you
Sure.
want to add,
Yeah,
or do you?
yeah.
Okay,
About the
perfect.
change, just going back, just a quick step back to the change part. That entropy is occurring. That's something that we can't avoid. Like entropy is happening all the time, everywhere.
Yeah.
Entropy is a really great way to describe change. A question that I ask myself isn't so much is change a constant, because that it kind of is, but is change the only constant? Does anything else keep going like change does? But I don't want to detract from what y'all have going on.
Yeah, I got an answer for that. The source energy is there.
Touche.
Do you mind if I add my 2 cents in?
Yes, please do.
I think change is a constant, but I have a little bit of a different answer as to why. So I'm in 2 philosophy classes this semester, and I really liked Maximander's idea of the unbound. And basically, the unbound is a concept that it's this metaphysical concept of kind of justice that like balances things out. So like if something bad happens, something good will happen as a result, and vice versa. And it's constantly trying to balance out life. And it kind of reminds me of the accounting equation in my business classes. There's no such thing as a there's no such thing as a credit without a debit. There's no such thing as a debit without a credit, or kind of like the Eastern concept of yin yang. It's all the same concept, just said 3 different ways. Change is constantly happening, and it's inevitable, and it's a form of balancing. As for such thing as a coincidence, I say no. Everything we see happens for a reason. It's maybe this sounds cheesy, but it's the creator's way of communicating with us. It's the best way he can communicate with us.
I agree. And that's like even when you break down the word, right, of coincidence, just co is two instances, well, just two incidences just happening together. It's just that happens all the time, right? It's not. I agree with that. The creator and God and everything. It's a good point. Thank you for sharing.
I feel like we should call on someone who doesn't speak too often, like DCO maybe.
Yeah.
Or D to
Yeah,
the B.
definitely. And maybe, yeah, we'll get to them. Maybe if Sunny wants to serenade us with the guitar too, since we're not talking to any Globers. D to the V, are you there? Okay. What about DCO? Are you there? Hey, how are you today?
Hey, I'm doing great. Hi, everyone. I'm listening to you guys. I think it's a good question. So, uh, so the first one was, say it again. Sorry, remember the last one?
Yeah, no, of course. So
The
is
first one
change
was
a constant?
okay. Change a constant? I think yes, 100% a constant. And I always kind of refer to nature to kind of give hints. And when I look at a plant, one day the next day it's always going to be different. It's never stops growing and it's always changing in that sense. And so I look at myself as always changing in the same way that a plant does, but we do tend at some point to want to stay the same, like to get comfortable and not want to change. So we need to look at nature as an always changing thing, as kind of like a model to kind of represent ourselves, because if we stop growing, that's when we die, like a plant. When a plant stops growing, it dies. So I guess that's my analogy on that.
I like that actually. I think there's lots of things that we can look to in nature and get answers, and I've experienced that as well. And that's a really good analogy. So what about the second one? Is there such a thing as coincidences?
Okay, so no, yes and no. No, and this. Okay, let me tell you why I think there are coincidences. So I guess the more unpopular thought is, I saw a picture of a guy that took a picture, like he took a picture of his car odometer. It said 1, 2, like it was all the numbers all the way up to 9 and then 0. And I was like, is that a coincidence that his car literally all the numbers lined up perfectly? I think that's a coincidence. It could be because it's not as important. It's just something that happened randomly, right? But I think there are no coincidences in other senses. Like I have 2 children, and I know that I have what I have. But is there a chance that it could have had something different at a different if I would have waited another day? So in that sense, I don't think there's a coincidence because I think I have the children that I'm supposed to have. So I guess that's my answer.
No, that's great. Thank you. Thank you for participating and for answering the question. There we go. Perfect. Oh, Sunny, why'd you mute again?
Okay.
Sasha, are you there?
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. So would you like to answer our question? Is
I
change a
would,
constant? Is
for me,
there...
both question. I will try like this. Both questions are philosophical, let's say.
Yeah, and they're hypothetical too.
Yeah. Okay. Change is constant, you say?
Well, yeah, is change a constant, and is there such a thing as coincidences?
That the English my third language, but that for me is meaning this like something is changing, and that it's like constant is something like repeating in the same, how to say.
Yeah, so
So like
basically, so constant would be, like if you're thinking change is constant or it doesn't, like is it why am I having a hard time defining the word for you? Is it the same all the time, basically?
But I don't think so. Maybe like a sun is answer because of entropy, because you need the energy to react, to have some kind of change, and you don't know how that will go on with that. That means it's not constant, it's random, how to say. Something it is some if we can call that changes, like for example, the child is born, you need 9 months. Is that changing of that 9 months? Maybe it's constant, but still, if you put like that 9 months, but it's how many days? Is that constant changing? Do you understand me? Somehow, for me, it is not. But and it is not constant. How it is happening all the time. That it is, but it's not like constant. Is something like how to say. Hmm, like a eight like this speed of when we drop the in vacuum, or what they say 9.8 mile, something like that. That is constant, maybe something like that. Some speed, constant speed, but change. I don't know if you can say that is constant.
Okay.
And for other thing, for what you say,
Coincidences. Do coincidences
coincidence.
exist?
I don't think so. There are coincidences, but I cannot put even God. I don't know about that. I have also even some good examples of coincidences. You want to hear?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Like for example, 7 years ago, I'm coming in England and to live in England for my first time from Italy, and because I married again, and my wife for the birthday gave me a present. Let's go to Amsterdam. We go to Amsterdam. Okay, we smoke the weed, blah blah blah. We have a fun. We go to restaurant. We eat the food. Food was so incredibly good. Some I don't know, some Asian restaurant. We eating there, and we enjoying so much. And we are going out from the restaurant, and I telling her this sentence. This was no, I'm telling her inside the restaurant. This was like Kama Sutra in a sense of food, Kama Sutra, like all ecstasy in the food.
Right. Right.
And then we turn around, and do you know what is the name of the restaurant? Kama
Kama
Sutra.
Sutra.
And it was like, okay, this is bullshit, blah blah blah. And the same night, for example, we were speaking about how I want to go to Sevilla, and I don't know, to see that town in Spain, and blah blah blah. Only I don't know, 100, 200 meters away, it was some bar called Sevilla, for example. But that is in Amsterdam, and that was the story about coincidence, that it happened.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to call that, but coincidence about that some things like scientific things, what we know about flat Earth, that things, that for me is not coincidence. That for me, some people will say this is coincidence. I cannot give them a good example, but I heard that in debate, like that could happen, but that's impossible. But that also, it could be, it could be God. Yeah, it could be that we have all the same conscience, and that because of that it's happened.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think, right? Because we all seem to be very interconnected, right? Through energy, and our mind and our energy can be very powerful. We can, bring things into our lives, and Yeah, it's just really it's really interesting. So yeah, thank you. Is there anything else you want to add?
No. But for me, it's very philosophical, both questions.
Yeah.
Like nobody will give some, I don't know, for me, the best answer on these two questions. We don't know in the end. Yeah.
Yeah, it
We
just
don't.
depends, right?
We cannot know. I think. Like we cannot prove that is that coincidence or not. We can only believe in that and have our opinions about that. I think like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for participating and telling us your story.
Sorry if my English is not so good. Yeah.
Oh, no, your English is fine. I don't have
Okay.
an issue. You're good. MacGyver, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Hi, how are you?
Pretty darn good. And yourself?
I'm doing well. So we have a question, and we were just wondering, would you like to answer it?
Sounds tantalizing. I would love to.
Perfect. So is change a constant? And is there such a thing as coincidences?
Well, as I heard you guys discussing it earlier, I thought, well, of course, change is a constant. But then I decided to argue against myself like Glover would talk to me. And they'd say, well, there's plenty of things that aren't changing, such as things on the ice and stuff like that. But I believe that things are changing and is the only constant in the world. And I believe that there is a such thing as coincidence, but I think that sometimes, sorry about my dogs.
That's okay.
One moment, my apologies.
I'm just rocking out to Sunny while MacGyver comes back. Good.
Hey, did you guys hear about Philadelphia? I hear it's always sunny.
Okay. Well, when MacGyver comes back, we'll get him to finish. Will be flat. Are you there?
Sorry, kind of rumpused a little bit there.
Oh, no, it's all good, Sunny. Oh, MacGyver, you're back. Hi.
Not too loud.
The FedEx guy came and my dogs went crazy. I apologize.
Oh, it's all good.
So, yeah, I'm sorry. Am I interrupting anybody at the moment?
Nope, not at all.
Okay, cool. I think that there's a fine line between coincidence and something more powerful and mystical, if you will. I've had too many coincidences that to just kind of write them off as a coincidence. And things like I have it in my dreams, you know. I'll go to sleep and I'll wake up and be like, wow, I had a dream that the right front tire on my car was flat and I had to go to work. I was late, and then I go outside and the right front tire on my car is flat, just like it was in my dream.
Wow.
And,
Wow.
And then I used to work at a sporting goods store, and I told my friend, I said, I had a dream last night that at the company picnic we're doing later that I won a hunting rifle. And so I just wanted to tell you, in case I win one, you know that I'm psychic. And so I was just joking around with him. Well, I go to I really had the dream, but I didn't take it too seriously. Then we go to the picnic later that evening. They have a lottery, and sure as hell, I win the darn hunting rifle. And he's screaming, he told me about this, it's real. And so from that point on, I kind of took it more seriously. And as I pay attention to it, more often than not, as I get older, I have those experiences more and more. And it's too bad it's not anything super important, It's flat tires, broken windows, hunting rifles, things like that. So that's my thoughts.
Wow.
Yeah, that's really interesting. That fascinates me quite a bit.
So a couple weeks
like how that
ago-
works. Yeah, continue, please.
I'll tell you one last story. This is the most recent one. So my uncle passed away about a year ago, and because of the C word, the service was put off. We didn't know when it was going to happen. And so a couple weeks ago, I guess it was about a month ago, I have a dream that I'm at my family's house and my uncle's there, and he comes up, and it's like I knew that he had passed in my dream, right? He comes up and he gives me a hug and he says, hey, I love you, man. And I said, oh, I love you too, bro. And he tells me, I don't have much time. And I went, I know. And then he went off to talk to my other family members. And then I wake up to a text from my mom that says, oh, we finally got the date for your uncle's service, and it's going to be at such and such a time. It just happened within like minutes of each other. So I think there's something interesting that goes on in our dreams. If you're willing to allow that as a possibility, you can see it more and notice that they're not coincidences. You're actually tapping into something special or different,
Yeah. That's what really fascinates me about dreams. And I haven't had a dream in a long time, but yeah, what are dreams? And where they come from? And like you're saying, with what you experience, it's like you're tapping into something. I don't know, it's just really interesting. I don't think we'll ever know.
Maybe it's meditation or something, you just tune out the rest of the world, and maybe that's the way we would always be if there was no news or television. But then we wouldn't be here talking to each other either, so.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for sharing your stories and for answering the question.
Of course. Thanks for asking.
No problem.
Yeah, that was awesome, man. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that.
Will Be Flat, are you there? Let's see if you're there, able to unmute your mic. What about Wow, It's Flat? Are you there? And Old Dude, are you there?
Oh, Gold Dude. If he's here, it'd be cool to hear from him.
I know. We'll see. The three at the bottom. Nobody's. Well, I don't know how long to give people to unmute their mic before I move on to the next person, because you just never know, but I'll call on them again. Dave! How are you, Dave?
Dave's okay. How you doing, Redford Björk?
I'm doing pretty good today. We're doing Precious Metal Takeover. Would you like to answer a question for today?
Depends on the question. I just got here.
Okay, so the question is change a constant? And is there such a thing as coincidences?
Well above my pay grade. I'll attempt. Is change a constant? That's a wide open question. I mean, things are ever changing. It seems. I mean, nothing's exactly as it was a few moments before. Well, I don't know if I can say nothing, but kind of know what I mean there. I mean, I guess change will be a constant. Leave that as that. What's the second part of it?
Is there such a thing as coincidences?
Yeah, I would say there's definitely coincidences. I've had several happen to me. I can't think of an example right off the top of my head, but there's the ones that everybody has, like you think about somebody and then they call you or text you or stuff like that. It's like there's something in the ether, for lack of a better word. That
Yeah.
there's some kind of connectivity out there that's actually beyond our senses, maybe. But anyway, that's all I got.
No, that's awesome. Thank you. Thank you for participating.
We don't have any heliocentric enthusiasts on here right now.
No.
Shame. Nobody wants to defend that silly globe anymore. Back to you.
Hello, family. How are you?
Hey, Gappy Get.
Hello.
Good. How
Hey,
are
Red.
you?
Good. Thank you. Also, thank
Well,
God.
you came at the perfect time. Would you like to answer a question for today, Gappy Get?
Yeah. What question is that?
Okay, so is change a constant? And is there such a thing as coincidences?
Um. Yeah. I know there is entropy. Like everything is in a constant change. In a complex assembly of dynamic systems. So yeah, we have transitions from solid to liquid, gas. And yeah, we also. What was the end of the question?
Is there such a thing as coincidences?
Coincidences. No, I don't go with that one.
Oh, so why no coincidences?
Because of intelligent design. It might look very random for us, but actually everything is predestined.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Foretold.
That makes sense.
So, yeah.
I think Oh, okay, Gappy Get. Well, C just commented in the chat because you're like the third person I think that has mentioned entropy. So, would you like to define it and explain how it relates to FE?
How it relates to flat Earth?
Yeah.
Well, let's.
So, if you want to define like what entropy is, how it works, and then talk about how it relates to flat Earth.
To be honest, it's quite a while since I read the definition of entropy, but I know it's about pressure and heat energy, seeking an equilibrium, like high pressure goes to low pressure, and hot, cold to hot, you know.
Yeah, and anybody can jump in, Sasha, if you want to jump in too. and talk. Anybody, it's kind of more open if anybody wants to talk about that too.
Yeah. Everything tends to come to some sort of equilibrium, but there are governing forces, magnetism and electricity, and when big changes happen somewhere, uh, they ripple, they propagate through the medium. Um, there's never a perfect balance. I would,
I'm not so, how to say, I wanted to add, but I'm not so clever to speak about entropy too much, you know. It would be nice, the QE is here, you know, and to explain better.
yeah.
Yeah. No, no, honestly. But what I realized, like a normal human being, let's say like this, entropy is a chaos of amount
Yeah.
of energy, something like that.
Yeah.
And that depends how much of energy will influence and the change will happen, and that's entropy.
Yeah.
And it will take equilibrium. I think it will take that only if it's not more energy acting on, how to say, on that. Somehow like a changing of energy, dynamic system, whatever you can go. Yeah.
Well, the most fascinating thing is life, you know, and I think life is another state which matter can exist, actually does exist. But
How I
it's
understand,
not.
one time QE presented like what is not entropy. For example, you have the castle made on the sound, you know,
Yeah,
on the beach from the
on the
sand.
sand. Yeah, the sand
Yeah, yeah.
castle. Yeah,
And you passing and there, and if you have no knowledge that can made, you know, you will
yeah,
say, look what happened. Yes, there was a wind, you know,
yeah.
and that happened, you know. That entropy cannot
Destroyed the
do, you know.
castle. Yeah.
Make the entropy will destroy the castle. Yeah, entropy
Or
cannot make the castle.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
entropy is not order. For entropy is disorder. Let's say. But it's, I
Well,
think, on the end, it's keeping the order, you know, because it will take equilibrium on the end if he's nothing,
yeah.
how to say, if you don't have any more energy acting on that, whatever it is. We didn't give example of entropy, you know.
Yeah, well, you know, entropy
Like
somehow
gases
contradicts.
will go, you know, that's what we have. If we have a low pressure system, this is entropy will happen,
Yeah,
you know. This
yeah.
is entropy. But yeah,
I see entropy something like a curse, you know, because
A curse. Okay.
yes.
Because, all right, no, go ahead.
um, if we take this biblical view of life, it has been given by God of life, and yeah, when you analyze the words God of life, of course, you don't include death. He will not create death. Um, and life is eternal. Entropy actually causes death, like our physical bodies, they get used. The components get damaged uh, over a lifetime, of usage and misusage and intoxication and whatever. There's many variables, factors, and yeah, they lead to death. So, but still, we are told that death is not the end of life. It's a place we go. It's like going to sleep, and one day we will be brought out of that place back into whatever there will be.
I think I'm gonna stop it there. Thank you, Gabby. But we do have 1 Corinthians 13. I want to see if he wants to unmute his mic. Otherwise, we'll get back to that conversation.
Sure.
Are you there, 1 Corinthians 13? I think you changed your name because I checked you in, but I don't remember that being your name.
Oh yeah, I couldn't decide on a name. I don't know what it is.
What was your name before?
Well, all right. So you checked me in. I was good boy.
Oh, right. And then you changed it again. You were somebody else the last time I talked to
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
I don't know what. Man, it's been hard finding a good name I like. But yeah. So what are y'all doing?
So right now we have an event. It's called Precious Metal Takeover. So it's when the Gold Plus and Silvers, or Gold Plus and Under, take over the live stream, and we talk to the Globers and answer the questions. So right now we always have a question that we ask people just when there's nobody really around to talk to. So I can ask you the question if you'd like.
Okay.
And then we can talk about Flat Earth and see if you have any questions about that. But right now, so I'll just ask you this: is change a constant? And is there such a thing as coincidences?
Yeah, change is it's constant from what I see. I look at history and I see that it changes. I mean, it changes a lot. So that is a constant from what I see.
Yeah, I would agree. What about the coincidences? Do you think coincidences are a thing?
Yeah. I mean, I think you're given all kinds of opportunities, and it's what you make of them. So, I mean, I think they're a thing. I mean, some people think it's only a coincidence or it's only like divinely planned, but I think both can occur.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. Thank you. Thank you for participating and answering. So do you have any questions about